and it's amazing as he's so observant and so astute and so into everything. He turned and looked at the camera, and he talked to the camera as though that camera was LeBron, and talked about how proud he was of LeBron, and he wished him well, and win a championship, and he's proud how he's doing it and being a Laker. And one of the last things he said in that interview was, "Congratulations, bruh." And when you say stuff like that, that means congratulations, brother. And that's what everybody who has ever or has a Laker uniform on, that's what they consider each other, as to be brothers. And so he was congratulating his brother. So that's to my knowledge, that's the last interview. Well, it is the last interview that I did with him, and to my knowledge, that may be the last interview that he ever did.
And I want to tell our viewers again, the video that you're seeing right now on your screen is out of Calabasas this morning. You can see all the smoke from the fire when this helicopter went down earlier this morning. Now, we don't know the circumstances of what caused that aircraft to go down. What we do know and have confirmed with the FAA is that there was 5 people on board and there were no survivors. Kobe Bryant, one of the people on board. Right now, we do not know who else might have been on board with him. But Jim Hill, our sports director, is on the phone with us, and you were saying that he traveled often by helicopter. Is that right?
Yeah, he always traveled by most of the time, 99% of the time, when he came from Newport Beach to the Los Angeles area, it was by helicopter. When he was playing and he would travel. A lot of times the chopper would land on top of the Ritz-Carlton Hotel in downtown L.A., and that would be a great way for him to just not have to drive back and forth. So he loved traveling by helicopter because it was so efficient, and that was, to him, it was nothing. It was just like, you and I getting in our car and driving to downtown L.A. That's how comfortable he was with transporting by helicopter. But like we said, with the weather conditions the way that they are, that's being reported as one of the factors now.
And Jim, I know it's still so early. There's still so much we don't know. Any word that you're hearing about who might have been on board with him? We're hearing that his wife might not have been, but you're saying maybe other family?
Yeah, maybe other family members and other friends. And another friend, as a matter of fact, I'll have more in the next couple of minutes. As you can imagine, people are calling each other, and things are being said that haven't been confirmed, but maybe a family member and a friend.
And again, Jim,
or friends.
Yeah. Jim Hill, you have been covering Kobe since he was such a young man, only 41 years old, and I think a lot of us thought that there was still many more chapters for him, especially here in Los Angeles, that we were all anxious to see what he was going to do next.
Be a writer. He loved writing. He was writing books. As a matter of fact, he wrote a book that I gave a copy of it to my young nephew, and he was a gifted. Not only is he a gifted basketball player, he was a gifted individual, and the big person up in the sky gave him some gifts that he was just starting to scratch the surface of. And there were many, many other things that I know he wanted to do. But unfortunately now, he won't be able to do them, and we'll just have to maybe kind of do them for him.
Again, our CBS viewers, we are going to return you to golf coverage in just a moment, but we just want to reiterate, Kobe Bryant, one of 5 people that was killed this morning in a helicopter crash in Calabasas. Still no word on what caused that aircraft to go down or who else was on board. But we will continue to follow this story, have updates throughout the day. We're going to return you, CBS viewers, to golf coverage. We are going to stay on KCAL 9 and on CBSN LA with this continuing coverage of this breaking news out of Calabasas this morning. Again, breaking news this morning, a helicopter went down in Calabasas. There were 5 people on board, and we are hearing that Lakers superstar Kobe Bryant was one of the 5 who did not survive. You're looking at video from the scene. When that aircraft went down, there was a big fire. The brush caught on fire. There was a lot of smoke in that area. No survivors. Crews are now on scene going through that wreckage, trying to figure out exactly what happened. We are being told that at 2 o'clock this afternoon, the LA County Sheriffs will be having a press conference to discuss what they know. But again, as we are telling you, as you're looking at these photos, it was an overcast morning. There was a lot of cloud cover. There had been some concerns about visibility. That helicopter went down in a grassy area, caught the brush on fire. You can see the wreckage there from the distance and that smoke. No survivors. Kobe Bryant, 41 years old, so well known in the sports world, but also one of those figures that really had an impact beyond the sports world. He was one of the all-time scoring leaders. Just last night, LeBron James passed him as 3rd on that list. And Kobe Bryant went on social media, on Twitter yesterday, congratulating LeBron, saying he was glad that it was another Laker that was taking his place on that list. Kobe Bryant, very active in the Los Angeles community, even after retirement, doing a lot of things with business, a lot of things with charities here in the area. And many people, our sports director Jim Hill was just saying, looking forward to seeing so much of what the next chapters of his life would be, what he would do. But we were hearing this morning, 41 years old, Kobe Bryant was one of the people killed in this helicopter crash. Brittany Hopper is with us now. She's on the Grammys red carpet. And Brittany, I'm guessing this news is so shocking. And so many people that had been thinking this night was going to be one thing, now such a different mood, I'm sure.
Exactly. I mean, many of us are just shaking out here, to be honest. What started off as a joyous morning has turned into just a devastating, shocking red carpet here at the Grammys. I can tell you that it felt like a wave, like it started coming through the carpet. Word of...
All right, as you've been hearing from our CBS and LA station, CBS News confirms NBA legend Kobe Bryant is dead after a helicopter crash in Calabasas, California. Now, the Los Angeles County Sheriff said 5 people were on board. It is unclear who Bryant was traveling with. CBS News transportation correspondent Chris Van Cleve is joining us now on the phone. He's actually preparing to head to California. Chris, what do we know about this helicopter, and what do we know so far regarding this very early stage of the investigation?
Well, you know, this was a high-end Sikorsky helicopter that has a pretty good safety record as a whole. The S-76. Certainly one of the things that the NTSB, who will eventually look into this crash, they're required by law, Elaine, to look into basically any aviation accident that results in a fatality. So they will certainly look at this crash. They're going to look at if the helicopter was in good working shape. Certainly the weather conditions will be something they look at as well when they start to look into this accident. But right now, in the very early stages of this, it will be more about, there was a brush fire kicked off around this crash scene, getting that taken care of, securing the scene. The FAA and NTSB will have investigators that make their way to the scene here, and then they'll start trying to piece together what happened in the final moments of this flight. They're going to look at the pilot's history and the pilot's last 72 hours and try to put together a real clear timeline about what happened here.
So, Chris, as you've been speaking, I've been looking on Twitter. The city of Calabasas, where this aircraft went down, has a tweet from about 30 minutes or so ago, and I just want to show our viewers. It says, "It is with great sadness that we learn of the death of Kobe Bryant and 4 others in a helicopter crash in Calabasas. The aircraft went down in a remote field off Las Virgenes around 10 this morning. Nobody on the ground was hurt. The FAA and NTSB are investigating." I also should tell you that our CBS News National Desk has confirmed that there is supposed to be a 2 o'clock local time, so that's Pacific time, news conference. That would be 5 p.m. Eastern time news conference with authorities there on the scene. So we hope to learn more details then. But Chris, just going back to this kind of helicopter, it's a Sikorsky S-76. Generally speaking, what kind of record does that kind of helicopter have?
You know, it has a pretty good, solid safety history. It is a higher end helicopter. It is a fairly large helicopter. It is similar to the one that President Trump's Trump Organization operates. So it can hold multiple passengers, and generally speaking, has a solid safety record here. That said, clearly something went wrong this morning, and that will be really what the investigators, the NTSB and the FAA, will start to look at here. You know, I don't think we'll get a lot of quick answers as to what brought the helicopter down at that press conference you're talking about in a few hours. Those facts tend to take a little bit of time to work out. You've got to piece together everything you can from air traffic control audio, from whatever communications may have come out of the helicopter from the crash scene, as well as look into the history of the pilot and see if you can figure out what went wrong. But this was a pretty good helicopter, Elaine.
And Chris, I'm wondering, given the high-profile nature now of this crash, is there any kind of possibility that we might get information perhaps a little sooner? I'm not sure how that works. And also, with respect to what the instruments on board this helicopter were or were not doing, what kind of evidence are investigators going to actually have available to them to look at?
You know, I don't believe this helicopter has a black box, but certainly many of the components in there do record some data. So the NTSB will look at recovering what they can from the flight controls and see what data was preserved in this crash that they can then use to help paint a clearer picture. We know from past investigations that the NTSB process is very thorough, but it takes time. So it may be a year before there's a final report on this crash. Now, often details or at least a picture of what happened becomes clear in the coming days. And there may be some very obvious things that eyewitnesses are able to tell investigators or that the crash scene tells investigators that may give them a direction to look at. But this early after a crash, from the National Transportation Safety Board and the FAA standpoint, everything will be on the table, and you start removing possibilities as you go. So it's, obviously they want to know why the helicopter went down the way it did, and they'll start with every possible scenario and thin the list until they sort of get into get a better sense as to what happened on this helicopter on this day. And obviously they want to know because they want the safety investigators want to try to prevent crashes like this from happening again.
All right, CBS News transportation correspondent Chris Van Cleve. Chris, thank you very much.
Sure thing.
Joining me now on the phone is Ben Golliver. He is a national NBA writer for The Washington Post. So, Ben, first of all, your thoughts and reaction as we are just learning details now of Kobe Bryant being among those killed in this helicopter crash in California today.
No, I mean, it's absolutely stunning and completely tragic. I think you're talking about one of the most, probably the most popular athlete in Los Angeles, which is where I live. He's a regular presence at Lakers games. He's been bringing his daughter to games here this season, and they sit courtside. Just last month, he was interacting with some of the players, including LeBron James and Luka Doncic, two big-time NBA stars. He was giving them high fives and chatting with them after the game. And so even last night, he was on Twitter tweeting his congratulations because LeBron just passed him on the all-time scoring list, and he went down from third to fourth. So it's an NBA legend at 41 years old. He feels like, he was still an active part of the basketball community, and now he's gone.
And I wonder, Ben, if you could just elaborate on how much a part of the fabric of the LA area he and his family really was, given the longevity that he enjoyed, the success that he enjoyed with the Lakers.
Absolutely. I mean, he played all 20 seasons with the Los Angeles Lakers. He won 5 titles And LA, of course, loves their champions, but they also love the loyalty factor. And for him, I think a lot of modern basketball players, they hop from team to team. We've seen Kevin Durant and LeBron James, and a lot of guys do that. That wasn't the case with Kobe Bryant. He raised his 4 daughters in the area. Obviously, his wife is from the area too. And they're humongous celebrities. I mean, everywhere he goes, I think he might see murals on walls. Certainly there's billboards, advertising his sneakers for years and years. I think he was on track to be elected into the Hall of Fame, this summer. And so that kind of speaks to just the nature of his career on a more national stage. But he's an absolute icon. I mean, up there with the most popular athletes in the city from any sport. And certainly, having the career arc that he did, where he had tons of success early. He won 3 titles with Shaquille O'Neal. They had a little divorce there, almost on the court where they didn't get along. But he was able to put the pieces back together and win 2 more titles later in his career. He underwent a very serious Achilles injury where everyone could sort of feel his pain, and yet he battled back from that and played 3 more seasons. It's a situation where his fans feel like they, rode the highs and the lows with him kind of every step of the way. And certainly even, his family members, his wife and his daughters were, treated like almost family members of the city.
Okay, if you'll stand by for just a moment, I'm being told that we now also have on the phone CBS News Radio West Coast correspondent Steve Futterman at the scene. Steve, tell us what it looks like. You were there in Calabasas on the ground.
Well, right now, Elaine, I'm across the street. They have cordoned off this area where the crash took place. I actually live nearby here, so the area that we're at, we're across the street from the water district. I've been here many times to pay my bill, so I know this area very well. A truck now is leaving. This is the Malibu Search and Rescue from the Sheriff's Department. It is now departing this scene right now. I don't know if those may have the bodies in there. Usually you have the coroner in there. The coroner's office would remove any bodies. But right now we have maybe 100 people here, bystanders, people who live in the area, Laker fans, many of them quite distraught. I've seen a few people sort of have to compose themselves. That's how moved they are by this incident. We do expect a news conference in the next hour or so where we may get official confirmation from authorities. But at this moment, it's sort of a situation where people are talking about their memories of Kobe Bryant. And occasionally right here, you'll just stand and hear silence. People are like stunned. Quite often in a news situation where people gather, you hear lots of murmuring, lots of talking. At times here, I've heard just total silence. I think people just are in shock right now.
Absolutely. Steve, I wonder, for people who are not familiar with that area, can you just describe the terrain? And also, I'm curious, as we wait to hear from authorities in that news conference that you mentioned, what was the weather like? What were conditions like earlier this morning? I understand the calls came in just around 10 a.m. local time, so about 1 p.m. Eastern.
Yeah, well, I was actually driving around that time this morning, and I was sort of surprised how overcast it was. Wasn't cloud cover that you would say, oh my God, it's so thick and everything, I can't drive. But it was an overcast day. It wasn't one of those clear blue California days. I actually noticed that as I was actually initially heading to the Grammy Awards, which ironically are taking place at Staples Center, where Kobe Bryant had his greatest moments as a Laker. But I did notice that there were a few bits of raindrops, but I wouldn't say rain itself, just a few bits of precipitation. But it was cloudy here today, not thick clouds, not very low clouds, but it was cloudy.
And Steve, the terrain there, we are looking at shots. There appears to be, obviously, it's a hilly area. What we're looking at. Can you just describe that a bit further for us?
Well, these are foothills which we have all around Southern California. The road that I'm on right now is Las Virgenes Road. This is the road that connects sort of the inland part of L.A. with Malibu. If you want, where I come from, where I live, which is not far from here, if I want to go to Malibu, I will take this road. I have taken this road probably hundreds of times, so I know this area very well. I can't recall seeing helicopters in this area except for police helicopters at times. This is an area that we've been at before covering fires. These are hillsides that have caught fire in some of the California wildfires in the past. they are foothills. They're not gigantic hills. They are not hills that you would think would interfere with a flight of a helicopter or even a small plane. But obviously, we're going to have to wait and see where this investigation goes.
And Steve, if you're able to stay with us for just a moment, I want to bring back in Ben Golliver with the Washington Post, who was talking about the impact that Kobe Bryant had in the greater Los Angeles area, given how long and how successful he was during his time with the LA Lakers. Ben, we heard Steve mention a moment ago the shock and essentially it sounds like disbelief among the people who have begun to gather in that area, which it sounds like is just outside the perimeter that authorities have set up. And we showed a moment ago a tweet from Scottie Pippen, Ben, former Chicago Bull, expressing his sadness. And I wonder if you could talk, Ben, a little bit about how Kobe Bryant's death is. There's the tweet from Scottie Pippen. It reads, "I'm stunned. Words can't even come close to describing it. Just an incredibly sad and tragic day." Ben, if you're still with us, can you just describe how much of an impact the death of Kobe Bryant will have in the world of the NBA, given his career, given the closeness that clearly many other players feel with Kobe Bryant? Ben, are you with us? Okay, I'm sorry, we don't have Ben right now. I thought he was still with us, but that tweet.
You know,
yeah, go ahead, Steve.
I'm someone who actually covered Kobe Bryant's first game, his last game.
Wow.
I was actually there for every championship he won. I was there for the 2 gold medals he won. I was actually there the night he won an Oscar. This was someone who had unbelievable accomplishments. I was even in Eagle, Colorado, probably the low point for Kobe Bryant's public career, when he had that charge of rape for a while that was eventually settled out of court. So I've covered this man from when he was drafted as a high schooler to now and his death here. And it was just a remarkable life where this was a man who I felt always gave it his all. And that's why sometimes he didn't get along with other players. You mentioned Scottie Pippen. I remember one Game 7 that the Lakers played against the Portland Trailblazers when Pippen was with the Trailblazers. And Kobe Bryant put the stake in the heart of Scottie Pippen in that Game 7 where the Lakers came back. And I remember Scottie Pippen in one of the games just pounding his fists on the towels that were going to be used for the players to clean up. He was just so distraught at some of the pain that Kobe Bryant and the Lakers instilled in him. So this is just, I'm trying to recall a player of such stature dying at such a young age. We've had great players. Thurman Munson died. I remember the Yankee player, Roberto Clemente, one of the greats ever. But Kobe Bryant was someone who some people thought may have been the greatest player ever. I don't think you've had anyone at this high stature. Maybe there's some European soccer players who have died at this young an age. And just the impact. This is one of those things, if you're a sports fan or even not a sports fan, you knew who Kobe Bryant was. This is one of those you'll say, I remember where I was when I heard that Kobe Bryant had died.
If you're just joining us, we are on the phone with Steve Futterman at CBS News Radio, who is there on the scene in Calabasas, California, where we know it was just around 10 a.m. local time, Pacific time, around 1 p.m. Eastern time, that we learned a helicopter went down carrying 5 people, including Kobe Bryant. And he is there outside the perimeter that has been set up. As authorities, we are understanding, are preparing to give a news conference in about an hour or so. That's what you've heard, Steve, is that right?
We've heard nothing official. We heard roughly maybe 5 o'clock Eastern time. It could come sooner. It could come later. Again, my understanding is authorities have not officially identified Kobe Bryant as a victim in this helicopter crash. We have gotten this, obviously, from many of our sources, and all the sources are confirming that, yes, Kobe Bryant was on that helicopter. But still, until you hear it from officials, there's maybe always that hope for a miracle that something was misunderstood in this crash. But I don't think that's going to happen, unfortunately.
Yeah, as we've been speaking, you know, the emails are coming in fast and furious. One of the emails from our national desk at CBS News saying that, according to the Calabasas city manager, Kobe Bryant was on board. And again, all of this, we do have to give that that caveat. Obviously, we are hearing a lot of things right now, but this is our CBS News National Desk confirming with the Calabasas City manager that Kobe Bryant was among those on board that helicopter. But Steve, you're absolutely right. Caution, obviously, at this early stage is very much warranted.
And Elaine, one thing interesting here, if I can interrupt you, Kobe Bryant, my understanding was he loved this helicopter. He would take this helicopter. Obviously, he was a very wealthy man and he could afford his own helicopter. He would take this helicopter back and forth from his home to Staples Center during regular season games. That's how he often traveled. So he did like the helicopter a great deal. And when I first heard about a helicopter being connected to Kobe Bryant, immediately I said to myself, this could be true, because we know, those of us who have covered Kobe over the years, we know how much he liked to travel on the helicopter. And it's sort of a sad irony here that this aircraft that he loved so much ends up being the cause of his death.
Steve, thank you. I don't know if you can stay with us, but right now we also want to bring in Dana Jacobson, CBS This Morning Saturday co-host. She interviewed Kobe Bryant late last year. Dana, first of all, your thoughts on this news that we're just learning details about.
Well, Elaine, I'm sure it's the same as what Steve said and what everybody's thinking. I mean, it's shocking. You see that, and it can't be true. It's sad. It's tragic. Genuinely, I feel that I'm a little bit in shock that the night after LeBron James passes him on the scoring list, his last tweet was congratulations to LeBron. That he's been lost in a helicopter crash is just absolutely devastating. He is one of the greatest to have played the game. His impact on the game is so huge, but it's so shocking. He had a whole other life to lead. From the last interview that I did with him, talked so much about what was next for him. And with 4 young girls and his wife, it just, there isn't another word other than tragic that comes to mind.
Dana, we're going to try and find that tweet that you just mentioned, Kobe's last tweet, because I know that's something that others have mentioned as well, as really kind of being illustrative of how there was such a camaraderie, certainly an affinity he had for others who were at the very top of the sport, as he was. Yeah. And, you know, Elaine, it's interesting, just out of coincidence, because that happened yesterday. I was having a conversation with some NBA people yesterday about how much Kobe had wanted to catch Jordan, because I was wondering, do you think that it bothered him that LeBron passed him? Because when I spoke with him, he seemed, as you said, really appreciative that there was this nod to everybody else, that what LeBron was doing was so great. And the people I talked with said they really thought that he was upset that he never reached that Jordan level. But I would say from talking to him when we did this past October, you know, it was interesting. He had put that basketball side aside. I remember asking him if he missed the game. And he didn't miss the game as far as playing it. He loved that his youngest girls didn't remember him playing, that they thought of their sisters playing the game and not dad, that he was dad to them, that he had launched this new career as a young adult book author, that there was so much more to do. He was working with a production company, Granity Studios is his production company that he launched. He won the Oscar just a few years ago for his Basketball Diaries short, and he was embracing this whole other life that he was creating and building off of what he had done in the NBA, that basketball was such a love for him, but he knew that it was time to move on. And when he did, he knew that he could write more to his legacy, and that's what he was looking forward to doing. As you were speaking, Dana, we showed that tweet, that last tweet that you referenced a moment ago, Kobe Bryant's last tweet there, continuing to move the game forward, King James, much respect, my brother. Tell me a little bit more about the notion that despite all his success actually in the arena, there was so much more that he seemed to be looking forward to, clearly, in the conversation that you had with him. Yeah, and, you know, Elaine, he obviously had such a long and illustrious career that you think you could just sort of sit back when you're done. Exactly. They told me at Granity Studios he was the first one in every day and one of the last to leave. That this wasn't, let me put my name on this. This was his passion project. We talked about how he loved writing from an early age. He had a teacher that sort of inspired him. So he loved to write. And during his NBA career, he used to sit on planes, sit on buses. He would write. He tried to be a part of some of the commercials that were done for him by writing some of these, or at least trying to get a tagline in one of them.
And so his next career, when things were done, he knew where he was going. He knew he wanted to be a storyteller. And it started with that diary, that short, I should say, Basketball Diaries, that talked about his love of the game. It was beautifully done. He won the Oscar for it. And then he had a podcast, and the books that he had were all about bringing sports to young adults. It was all about sharing the love of the game, about learning how to do it the right way. And then this whole other side of this storytelling and the magical nature of these novels, these young adult novels that he was writing. I remember asking, and don't quote me exactly on it, but it was, 50 years from now, what do you want your legacy to be? And he talked about the books. He wanted people to remember him as the storyteller who was helping bring sports to kids by telling these stories. And I sort of laughed and said, and what, the basketball side is just for us, for the old people that we remember it? And he laughed. I think that was maybe being a little blasé about it, but I think he knew he had done what he could in the game, and that he'd left his imprint on the game, and that he could reach so many more people by the work that he was doing. He coached his daughter Gianna's team. We were able to get some of that. He worked with these young girls and loved seeing their passion for the game as that built. And in a way, that's, I think, why maybe, if I can sort of use my own mind into it, that he maybe didn't miss basketball as much, is that he really still had a chance to be a part of the game by watching these young girls grow and learn and find their desire to play as well.
Dana, as you've been speaking, I just want to note for our viewers, President Trump has now weighed in on this news, calling it terrible news. He tweeted just a short time ago, reports are that basketball great Kobe Bryant and 3 others have been killed in a helicopter crash in California. That is terrible news. But Dana, going back to what you were saying a moment ago, how rare was it to have a sports figure who was so accomplished as Kobe Bryant was? You have interviewed many prominent sports figures during your career, but to have someone who, quote unquote, retires, but then has such a clear focus on what the next steps are in one's career.
It's interesting. I think there are a lot of guys who realize that any injury could be the end of that career, so maybe you should be thinking of the next. But I don't know that I've seen any that are, or at least I haven't gotten to talk to any that are as driven. I literally just sat down to do an interview with a former NFL player, Nnamdi Asomugha, and I would say some of the drive is very similar to what he's doing now in the entertainment industry. But for Kobe Bryant, again, to be one of the greatest to play the game and then find that same success somewhere else, maybe we should say it's not surprising, because obviously the work ethic, the desire to be the best at something is what helped drive him away from the court later. I just think he was that person. It goes back to the kid that he was. He wasn't a one-dimensional, I just want to play basketball. He recounted a story of when he was a teenager. His sister was doing some type of dance contest and needed some help, and she basically got him to participate in this dance contest. And he had to give up basketball practice to go to it. And he was like, I love dancing. Of course I wanted to do it. I was happy to do it. So I think, the idea that people saw him maybe as so focused on the game of basketball, of course he was at that level, for anybody to have that success. But he had always had so many other things around it that he enjoyed, that when he left the game, it was spending time with his kids, being able to go and pick them up and spend the time that he didn't get with them while he was playing. There was no basketball schedule dictating things. And then being able to express himself. I think I got the feeling from when we spoke that he enjoyed a little of the surprise that maybe some people had at the books that he was writing, that he was so hands-on. And as you referenced, I think that's something that's so unique. You'll see a lot of people that have one career and are so focused and driven go into other careers, but maybe not be as hands-on. And I think for Kobe, that was the perfectionist of, I have to be hands-on, I have to do this, I can't trust somebody else to do it. I have to be the one. And maybe that's why he has had the success that he has, and it was something that he loved. You think about back to when you were in high school, if a teacher ignited something in you that you loved, it's hard to let that go. And I think he was willing to say, I'm going to have to put it aside for a while, but that's maybe why he came back to some of the storytelling.
Dana, how deeply do you think his death will be felt, not just in the world of basketball, but in the greater sports world as well?
Oh, I mean, Elaine, I don't even know that. I've been trying to sort of in the last hour figure out the perspective of what this is because he's so young, to die so young. I don't think that I've known a player of his greatness that we've lost at this age. He was not a perfect man. He'd be the first one to tell you that, and obviously had his own issues. But when it came to the game of basketball, to be with the same team for 20 years, to have achieved the level of success that he has, all the titles, the championships, the time in LA, especially to play for a team like that, I don't know that we can actually. I know this isn't the answer. I can't find the perspective. It will be one of the greatest. I think maybe the way people talk about Roberto Clemente and, look back, it's different than when we lost to Muhammad Ali and he had lived his life and you've seen that full arc. This was what else would be next. And to lose somebody in, a time where they're trying to have this second chapter, I think people will always wonder what would have been next. What else would you have seen for him?
All right, CBS This Morning Saturday co-host Dana Jacobson. Dana, thank you so much for sharing your insights and your reflections with us. We really appreciate it.
Thanks, Elaine.
For those of you just joining us, we are following breaking news. NBA legend Kobe Bryant is dead after a helicopter crash in Calabasas, California. The Los Angeles County Sheriff said 5 people were on board. It is unclear who Bryant was traveling with. NBA analyst Bill Reiter joins me now from Los Angeles. Bill, what can you tell us?
Well, I can tell you we have confirmed the reports that Kobe Bryant has passed away, and everything else is speculation. And sitting here in Los Angeles, in fact, just outside the studio a few moments ago, just took a walk around the block, and everyone that you encounter has a dazed look. Obviously, people are talking about it. People are mourning this loss in the streets. And I think, Elaine, that the shock of it, the unreality of it continues to be the oppressive feeling here in Los Angeles.
And what do we know, if anything, do we have any sense of what he may have been doing, why he may have been traveling on a helicopter at that time? Do we have any insight at all into what the circumstances were surrounding this helicopter trip?
So earlier in the day, in texting with some sources, one source had expressed the concern, the possibility that they were hearing that perhaps Kobe Bryant was with one of his daughters. And Adrian Wojnarowski, who's a fine reporter for ESPN, just a few moments ago reported that Kobe Bryant and his oldest daughter and another parent, another player, were on the way to a youth basketball game. And so it's a single report, but it's a report from a reporter who's very well respected and very connected to Kobe Bryant, his family, that Lakers community. So the latest report, Elaine, and what we think has happened, and obviously it's a quickly developing story, is that this helicopter was on its way to a youth basketball game for Kobe Bryant's oldest daughter. He was the coach of that team, and as we know, it never made it. It never made it to its destination.
And Bill, is it your understanding that authorities are expected to hold a news conference in about the next hour or so, the first official sort of news conference regarding this crash?
Yes, the plan right now is that authorities will hold a press conference at 2 o'clock Pacific time here in Los Angeles, 5 o'clock Eastern time, and the assumption is that at that time, we'll, us in the media, fans, all of us trying to make sense of this horrible reality, will have a chance to get some more information and some official details on what's happened today.
Bill, can you just talk about how much a part of the fabric of the greater Los Angeles area Kobe Bryant and his family actually were? It's the same question I posed to another sports analyst just a moment ago, but for people who may not be familiar with his deep connection to that area, can you just talk about that, given how long he was a part of that organization and how successful he was over the course of his career?
Elaine, I've been a sports reporter in Miami, in Chicago, in New York City, now in Los Angeles and Kansas City, all over the country, and I've spent a good chunk of my life traveling for sports events, and I've never seen another athlete in any realm, in any sport, even approach the connection that Kobe Bryant had to Los Angeles. Here's a quick, just personal story. When I first moved to LA 7 years ago, I had to get a California driver's license. went into the DMV, and I walked into this large building, and it was so covered in, literally, in Kobe Bryant posters, the purple and gold, the colors of the Lakers, but the images of Kobe, that I thought I'd accidentally walked into a Lakers office, and I turned around and walked out of the DMV. I just didn't know. I had yet to learn that the connection Kobe Bryant has with Los Angeles is deep, it is emotional, it is real. Even last week, and really every day that I've lived here, but last week, my neighbors and the mailman were talking about Kobe Bryant. Then I went to get a coffee, and they were talking about Kobe Bryant. He's been retired for several years now, but his hold on this city, and I know we throw this word around, but truly the love that this city had for Kobe Bryant and that he had for Southern California, it is a real and it is a deeply felt part of Los Angeles and greater Los Angeles. And this is obviously a huge loss for the NBA. It is a huge loss to the Lakers. But for Los Angeles, this is a reality, a story, a turn that is going to affect all of us here, not just today, not just a week from now or months from now. I'm telling you, it will reshape, it will affect Los Angeles for those of us that are here for the rest of our lives.
All right, Bill Ryder. Bill, thank you so much for joining us.
Of course.
We want to turn now to CBS News national correspondent Jonathan Vigliotti. He is in Calabasas, California. Jonathan, I know you just arrived on the scene. What can you tell us?
Yeah, Elaine, CBS News confirming Kobe Bryant was traveling in his private helicopter at the time of this crash. The city of Calabasas, where this crash took place, going on Twitter to write, "It is with great sadness that we learn of the death of Kobe Bryant." To give you a scene setter, we're about a mile away from the crash site. As we zoom in, you can still see the smoke from this wreckage rising in the air. You're looking at an area known as Malibu Canyon, and this canyon, the rough terrain, making it very complicated for first responders and investigators to get there to the site. This crash took place just before 10 o'clock this morning. It's unclear what led up to it, though we could tell you there was thick fog here, which could have complicated efforts to pilot that aircraft. Along with Kobe Bryant, we are told 4 other people were on this helicopter. All of them died. At this point, their identities still unclear. Along with the complications of the terrain, you could also imagine some of the gridlock that's unfolding here. You see in this parking lot where we are, there's probably a crowd of about 100 people spanned out here, many of them fans of Kobe Bryant, coming to see this crash firsthand. Kobe Bryant, in his 20 years with the Lakers, was known to take his private helicopter back and forth to the Staples Center. This evening, the Staples Center getting ready to host the Grammys. We are told that his jersey is now on display and lit up in honor of him. Elaine, we're waiting for more updates. As you can imagine, a very fluid scene right now as this investigation is really just in the early stages. The Sheriff's Department expected to give an update to us in about an hour or so, where we hope to learn more. But again, we can confirm this morning Kobe Bryant among 5 people to die in a fatal helicopter crash. All of this as questions remain as to what exactly led to this crash here in Malibu Canyon.
All right, Jonathan Vigliotti for us at the scene. Jonathan, thank you very much. As you heard Jonathan say a moment ago, we are going to bring you that news conference that is expected to take place about 45 minutes or so from now. But right now, we want to take you back to CBSN Los Angeles for more coverage.
946 to the Sheriff's Department directly up at the Lost Hills location. Mm-hmm. And they transferred me over to the fire department, and then the fire department called me back for additional identification of where it was located. And that's when the dispatcher said, "We think it's a plane crash."
You know, Clark, there is so much to learn about what happened here. Obviously, the NTSB is investigating this. Our local agencies are investigating what exactly went wrong here. And I do want to be very clear that we don't know exactly what went wrong as of yet. But you mentioned the fog, and you know Calabasas very well, I'm sure. And it's hard to see in some of the video we're seeing here, but we see fog, and I know there are a lot of hills here. Is it typical in your mind to see, have you ever seen a helicopter flying this low in this kind of hilly part of Calabasas there?
Well, we see the helicopters from the sheriff's station come in very, very low. We're within about a block of the sheriff's station or 2, and they come in extremely low sometimes. And, of course, this is where the big fire happened about a year and a half ago. Mm-hmm. And helicopters were, present then as well, very, very low. They actually dipped into the Las Virgenes Water Municipal Water Office. They have a reservoir back there, and they were actually fighting the fire with that water.
You know, Clark, it's interesting. A lot of aircraft to go in and out of that area, in the Calabasas area. You know, you have the Las Virgenes open space there. You got the Santa Monica Mountains. A lot of private aircraft come in and out of there. So it's not unusual as we take a look at the picture here. And this is the crash that killed Kobe Bryant earlier today. You see the flames there, the smoldering patch. We understand it started a small brush fire as a result of this plane crash. 5 people on board, none survived. And Clark, we certainly thank you for your time and your eyewitness account, and we wish you the best, and thank you for calling us here on KCAL 9. Okay.
Thanks for having me.
You bet. Well, here's what we know at this point in time. Kobe Bryant, former LA Lakers player, dead at the age of 41. He was one of 5 people killed in that helicopter crash in Calabasas around 9:45 this morning. We do not know where the helicopter was coming from or going to at this point in time. That crash was first reported like I said, 9:45 this morning. Sarah, at Willow Glen and Las Virgenes, right behind the Las Virgenes Water Department. There is the hillside that goes up there. This is basically on the south side of the 101, not too far from the Calabasas Oaks area and some of those subdivisions around that area. But if you're heading down to Malibu, that's a very popular route to take Las Virgenes off the 101 west into Malibu. It's a pretty busy area. And a lot of aircraft come in and out of there. A lot of private aircraft because Van Nuys Airport is not that far away.
Right, and a lot of, like you mentioned, a lot of small craft fly in and out of Van Nuys, including some of our helicopters here at KCAL 9 and CBS 2. Certainly a lot of questions about why the helicopter was flying there. Obviously a lot of speculation about where it was coming from and where it was going and why it may have been there. And obviously much has been made about some of the weather conditions that we've seen out there. Obviously we've seen dense fog. We had some dense fog advisories over the course of the last couple of days that we've seen all over the LA area, not just in Calabasas. And obviously that makes flying conditions very difficult when you have potential visibility problems. But this is going to be an investigation that could take, as much as a year. Sometimes we see these NTSB investigations into plane crashes, and they take a very, very long time to conclude. And it may take that long to figure out exactly what happened here in an official capacity.
This site where this plane crash is going to be a memorial to Kobe Bryant, I'm sure. Let's go to Greg Mills. He's standing by where a number of people have already been gathering at this crash site. Greg, take it away.
Boy, Jeff, is there a whole bunch of people here, hundreds of Lakers fans and Kobe fans like Michael Cox and his family. Frank came up here from Carson. Your thoughts this morning?
I'm really at disbelief. I can't. When I first heard it, I was like, no, and I'm on social media just trying to verify if it was true. Kobe was a staple for Los Angeles.
And the world, really.
And the world, yes. Yeah, and he built, Staples Center. Yeah. And what I loved about Kobe was his work ethic and his dedication to the game like no other.
How are you dealing with the fact that this is a guy you obviously had a great deal of affection for, and now he's gone at the age of 40?
It's hard. It's hard. It makes you just want to hug your daughters, because life is so short. And I love him as his player, his work ethic, but he has a family, and their grief is going to be way worse than ours.
And Michael Cox, he had a wife and 4 daughters.
Yeah.
And we knew how much he loved his daughters. He coached one of their teams.
I loved it. And that's the same thing I do with my daughters here. I just try to be there for them every day because you just never know.
Yep. And Sheila, it's touching for you, too. You're a big Kobe fan.
Yeah.
How are you dealing with this?
I feel really sad that he died, and I wish that he would still be alive right now.
He had daughters. He would take him to the WNBA games. I think he went to more of those games at Staples Center since he retired than he did Lakers games. But just because he was invested in their girls' lives and wanted them to see some great role models. And as a girl, did you know that he had 4 daughters and that he really cared about them?
Yes.
Did that impact you too?
Yes.
What was it about Kobe that you admired so much?
That he always wanted to help so many people in his life, and he never wanted to stop helping everyone.
And your thoughts? You look up there and you see the smoke from the wreckage where he died. It's so sad.
Yes, it is really sad.
Cox family from Carson, I thank you so much for being up here and chatting with us today.
Thank you.
How about you, young man? What your thoughts on Kobe Bryant?
It sucks. It sucks.
What was it about Kobe that you like so much?
He's a good basketball player.
How about you, sir?
He was good. He was good on the court. Always brought his A game. I didn't watch too much. I just my dad, big fan. My dad was in shock this morning. Pretty crazy.
How come you were here today? How come you're here right now?
He was skateboarding just right down the street. We heard it at the skateboard park, and I literally got chills. Everybody at the skateboard park was kind of tripping out.
Okay, we're at Las Virgenes and Willow Glen, and you see the wreckage still smoking up there in the hills where Kobe Bryant and 4 others died this morning. Jeff, Sarah, back to you two.
All right. Thank you so much, Greg. We appreciate it. And we're joined now by our sports director, Jim Hill, who has so much in the way of stories about Kobe Bryant, and you knew him personally, and we just want to extend our condolences to you and just to the entire Lakers family. I mean, I'm sure you were shocked to hear this morning.
This is more than sad, if you know what I mean. When you have someone who is, and I say is because he still lives in all of us, who was so young, so gifted, so wonderful, we all know he's a great basketball player, but he was a better father, husband, and family man. He did so much in our community that a lot of people really don't know about. We know about some of the things that he did, but there are stories that I know of where he has helped personally to help young kids go to school. Gave them money to go to school. And I'm not just talking about junior high or high school, I'm talking about college and things like that. He made the adjustment to retirement better than anyone I've ever met. He was, you know, you always hear about athletes who, when they retire, they don't know what to do.
Right, might be lost.
They get lost, they're sick, their money is stolen, they get into all kinds of trouble and things like that. Not him. He was preparing his entire athletic life for when he was going to retire. And when he retired, he knew exactly what he was going to do. There was no guessing or anything about it. One of the things, he became an author, and one of the books is Legacy and the Queen. And I went down and did an interview with him when he talked about that. And one of the things it stuck out in my mind when I first looked at it, and I opened it up, and it says here, to Nani, Gigi, Bibi, and Coco, my 4 beautiful, spirited, strong daughters. Here's the part. When you fiercely protect your passion, no one can steal your dreams. Kobe Bryant.
Isn't that really him in a nutshell? He had so much that he planned ahead. You mentioned, you know, so many players go and hit the golf course and they retire, but he had a plan not only for when he was 18 years old to play in the NBA, but a plan for after the NBA, and he's succeeded at both.
Sure. And the other thing is, we all had our ups and downs. You're showing a tape right here of when I saw him at LAFC. That's if I'm not mistaken, that's the last time. No, that is the last time I did an interview with him, and that may have been the last time anyone did an interview with him. And we were talking about. I asked him about going into the Hall of Fame, and in typical Kobe Bryant fashion. No, that's okay. I'm not really concerned. I'll worry about that when it's time to. He always deflected personal, individual gain and notoriety. He always tried to put it off to the side because he knew that's not what it was all about. What it was all about is by giving back and helping our young people. And we talk about giving back. You know, we just celebrated Dr. King's birthday, and I was driving in. I was thinking that was a statement that Dr. King said that maybe it applies to Kobe today and what he was trying to do, and that is giving back to your fellow mankind is one of the most noble things that anyone can do. And what could be more noble than helping our young people and to make sure that they don't make the mistakes that we have made. And that's what Kobe does. That's what he did. You know, that's what LeBron does. That's what Magic does. That's what a lot of it. But when you think about being at the forefront of all of those things, Kobe Bryant. And I remember the night of his retirement at Staples Center.
What a game.
Oh, he just got off on that game and stuff like that. And when he came back out with the towel wrapped around his shoulders, and the last thing he said was, you know, I'm out.
Yeah.
Mamba out.
Yeah, Mamba out.
Because he was ready for his next chapter.
That was it.
Yeah.
That was it. And
it's hard to, you have an interesting perspective. We talk about this on the set all the time.
Yeah.
We talk
Yeah.
about, people that you've met and people who you really admire, just dealing with them in your professional career. And, for me, Kobe and just the Lakers' glory days, that was so personal. That those were memories, with family that people in LA will always have. And he's so closely attached to those times. And I wonder, I think perhaps maybe you think, is that why this just feels so personal?
It is, because he gave it his all whenever he was on the floor. He was a Laker. He knew what it meant to be a Laker. We all have had our ups and downs and our trials and tribulations. He's gotten through all of those and has come out on the other end a better man for that. But, we teach our young people about, we try to teach them about being strong, about adversity, about overcoming obstacles, about how to become a better young man, and in this particular instance, how to become a better young African American male. And because we have our responsibility to our young people, and to all young people, to show them that how to do things right. I remember in this interview right here, I took my little nephew down to see him.
Who you love? That's your little buddy.
That's my little buddy. Yeah, that's my buddy. And he's got such a great nickname. And so I took him down and we were going over to see him. And Kobe looked at him and said, "Hey, buddy." And my nephew thought he really knew him because he said, "Hey, buddy." So. He made you feel like you were the most important person in the world, because when he talked to you, he was looking right at you. I think all these other people there around, but he's looking right at you. And when he was talking to my nephew, Legend Lee, he looked right at him, and Legend looked right at him again. And I'm sitting there saying, "Oh, this is really cool." I said, "I'm not involved." He said, "Nope, not this time." and those kinds of things. So he had this unique ability of being able to talk to the masses, but make them think that he was talking to each one individually. And I just, it's a bad day.
It is. You talked about some of the adversity, and he had quite a bit. Obviously, we know, some of the challenges that he faced within his marriage, and all of that happening in the public eye. But also, he had a lot of injuries that made things very difficult for him that he had to train through and overcome. And can you talk a little bit about that, about what he did and how determined he was to be, to continue to be Kobe Bryant?
He may be one of the most singularly focused individuals I have ever met. And there are others. Magic is another. LeBron is another. Muhammad was another. Stuff like that. But he's up at the top of that list. That when he wanted to get singularly focused, he would do it. I remember one time it was a playoff game in Utah, and the team was playing really bad, and it went in at halftime, and he said, "Look, if you guys don't want to win this game, get out of my way. I'll win it myself." And he did.
Yeah, and he can.
And he did. And he was, his recognition factor and things like that. There's only a few people that we know and admire and love that have one name.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, they go by one name. Like Muhammad, Magic, Michael, LeBron, Kobe, Tiger. Yeah. He's one of the few people that I know of that could walk across the street and stop traffic.
Let's talk about that.
Something.
Because it's interesting. We're here in Los Angeles. We know the impact of Kobe Bryant here with the Lakers in Los Angeles, but he was he had global appeal. Growing up in Europe and speaking Italian and speaking different languages. Talk a little bit about that, about his impact across the globe, not just here in Los Angeles.
Well, because he's such an intelligent individual, and when he came back from Italy, and his perspective on life, on sports and everything was like this, instead of the narrow way that some of us look at it the way that we do. His family was there for him, through good, bad, and indifferent. He was a better educated young man because when he came back and started going to school here, he could speak Italian. A lot of young kids couldn't speak Italian. Most of us had trouble just with English itself, but he could speak Italian. So he's ahead of the curve already. And then he had this wonderful gift of being able to play basketball. And I remember the person that recognized him and found him and realized that was Jerry West.
Yes.
And when Jerry West saw him work out, Jerry West came back and told everybody, he said, you know what? I've just seen the best workout by a teenager that I've ever seen, and it's Kobe Bryant.
Is there a story that you have of Kobe that isn't out there, that just a personal observation that you have in the years that you've dealt with him that you'd like to tell us, that just kind of gives a little indication as to, we all know how great he is, but maybe something that you saw with your own eyes?
His family.
Yeah.
His bride, his daughters. He was, for as happy as we were for him that he was retiring and everything, he was happy. He was happier for himself because he knew he wanted to spend time with his daughters. He started taking his daughters to basketball games, to soccer games, to these and things like that. And we know about the stories that are out there about who's on the chopper right now, and some of them are going to come up. But the thing that I admired about him the most, in spite of all the basketball things that he accomplished, was him being a terrific family man, husband, and father. He loved, and we used to tease him. We said, hey, man, you know, you got a house full of ladies. He said, and it's great. I love it. I got a house full of ladies. They're going to keep me on the straight and narrow. Though, you know, those kinds of things. And
we watched his daughters grow up, didn't we? Before,
sure.
Just one of his daughters just turned 17.
Yes, yes, they grew up. And they knew their place in history, and they knew his place in history as well.
Absolutely. And we're coming up on 1:30 now here. Thank you for joining us on this special edition of KCAL 9 and CBS 2. We're covering just devastating breaking news for the Los Angeles area and for the country and for the world. Kobe Bryant has died at the age of 41. He was one of 5 people killed in a helicopter crash in Calabasas. That crash was first reported around 10 o'clock this morning near Willow Glen and Las Virgenes Road.
And we are joined by Jim Hill. Jim, we can just run through the statistics of Kobe Bryant real quick. 4-time NBA champion, 18-time All-Star, 20 years with the Lakers. He won the slam dunk contest as a rookie. He went straight to the NBA from the high school, 13th pick overall in the 1996 draft, 2 Olympic gold medalists. It's just amazing his career and what he's done and that he continued to do after the Lakers.
He cares. He cared. And when you have someone that cares, man, and you have that quality inside you, doesn't get much better than that. Because if you care about yourself, your family, your community, your young people, you're on your way to the right thing.
He was a difference maker. I want to ask you something. You've been a reporter here for a very long time, and certainly we've covered just tragic losses before in the sports world, and you have as well. I'm wondering, what do you think we'll hear next, and who do you think we'll hear from? Will we hear from the Lakers organization? Do you expect that they'll put out a statement? Do you think we'll hear from Jeannie Buss? I mean, so many people in this organization loved him.
Yes, Jeannie was crazy about Kobe Bryant. And she was one of the main reasons why he stayed here when he could have gone to other places, when he could have gone to the Clippers. And she's one of the reasons why he stayed here, because Jeannie continued the things that Dr. Buss taught her, how to run this particular franchise. We're going to hear from her. It's going to be tough on the players when they get back. They're on their way back now. They're on this long Grammy road trip. It's going to be difficult because you take someone like LeBron. When Kobe showed up at a basketball game, LeBron got a little better. He got a little more pep in his step, okay? Because he knew that Kobe was there.
He had an audience.
Yeah.
And when LeBron was growing up, who was his role model?
Right.
Kobe Bean Bryant.
And isn't that interesting that he retired as the 3rd leading scorer in the NBA, but he held that only until Saturday night when LeBron surpassed him in Kobe's hometown of Philadelphia.
Yeah, and I remember doing an interview with Kobe on that. I said, "No, what would you like to say to LeBron, you know, when he passes you? Not if, but when." He said, "Oh, he's going to do that."
Yeah.
And the professional that he is, he turned to the camera and started talking, and started talking, and started talking, and started talking. And then when he ended it up, he said, "Love you, bruh." Like, "Love you, brother." And that's what the Lakers are. That's what the Lakers are. They are a band of brothers. Look at this particular team. This is a band of brothers that are into it, and we can say all the things that we want. One of the biggest brothers on the Lakers who have played for the Lakers, Magic Johnson, and Magic talks about this all the time. We are a band of brothers, and Kobe Bryant, was one of those bands of brothers.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, we've had reporters standing by. Obviously, this is huge news for the Los Angeles area, truly for the country. One of those reporters has been Greg Mills. He's very near the crash site where this happened in the hills of Calabasas, and he's been standing outside where it seems a large crowd has gathered, a lot of people sharing their thoughts about Kobe coming out just to see what happened. And Greg, I think, is joining us now. Greg, what have you been seeing out there in the last few minutes?
I'll tell you what, people, this crowd has grown quite a bit in the last few minutes here, Sarah. I think that's what you were asking me. But this is Alan and Danye.
Yes, sir.
And they came out here a couple hours ago. But you guys were here this morning. You heard the helicopter, right?
Absolutely, yeah. I was up this morning early, and my son and I were kind of just hanging around the house. We kind of heard a sputter. It was really loud. I wasn't sure what it was, and we kind of blew it off. But shortly after that, my son came back and said he started getting text messages from friends of his saying that it was some sort of aircraft or something that went down.
Yeah. And what were the weather conditions like at that time?
Early in the morning, it was foggy. It was like a dense fog, cloudy. You couldn't really see up there. So
we got up here about 11:30, and it was pretty foggy then.
Yes, sir. Yeah, it was really foggy.
Your thoughts? You guys came out here because of who it was. It was Kobe and 4 other people that lost their lives in this crash. Your thoughts on this?
I mean, it's tragic, you know. It's another death. You know, he was close. I had a close place in my heart. I went to his gym, Mamba Academy. You know, knew a lot of people there.
You met him?
Yes.
He helped coach you?
Yeah.
And it wasn't guys only, girls too.
Girls, toddlers, children. Yeah, there was a lot of different genders, ethnicities.
And one thing that impressed me about this guy was he had 4 daughters, and he really was invested in their lives that we could see from the outside. Took them to WNBA games at Staples. I think went to more of those games than he ever went to the Staples Center.
Yeah.
But wanted to show them, hey, these are great role models here. He coached his daughter's team.
Absolutely.
He coached you.
And ironically enough, like you said, his daughters were at the academy as well, and they were, participants, down to earth folks. And, like I said, it's an unfortunate tragedy. When I left out this morning, it was just a little media buildup, but now you can see it's just people are coming from all angles.
Are you still in disbelief? I think a lot of us are.
Yeah, most certainly still shocked, and it's going to take a while, but we'll just pray for him and his family.
Alan, and your last name is?
Delaney.
And basketball stars, lots of basketball stars. What separated this guy? I know that he was now 4th on the all-time NBA scoring list, but there was something magical about this guy.
I recall when he came in the league, and I believe
as an 18-year-old.
Absolutely, the Charlotte Hornets had drafted him. The Lakers picked him up from that point. But it was a lot of similarities, obviously, with Michael Jordan's game. I go back a little bit with Dr. J, so I kind of follow the trend. But Kobe had his own style. He had his own way about him, and just to see him go at 41 is a very unfortunate thing.
What made him a star that stood out among stars for you?
His work ethic. He was always in the gym, never stopped. Trying to get better, trying to do things differently than other stars were doing. And yeah, like he was something special.
He was driven. Well, thank you both very much for sharing your thoughts.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm gonna check in over here. Sarah and Jeff, this is a young lady I saw over here, and you were really having a tough time dealing with this. Your name, please?
I'm Shanice.
Shanice, and your last name?
Clark.
Okay. You've been standing here, and I'm guessing boyfriend comforting you, but you were really distraught earlier. Your thoughts?
It's just hard. It's really unreal, and it's really heartbreaking. Like, this is somebody who meant a lot to LA, not just because he was one of the greatest talents that will ever come from this city, but he's a big part of a lot of people's pastimes. Like, a lot of people, like even me, like, I remember going to the games as a kid with my dad, and we would just get the nosebleed seats and bond, and like, that's something that's instilled in your childhood. So when he's gone, like, a lot of our memories feel a little bit torn.
And for most of us, we're going to die when we get to be 95 or 102 or something like this. 41 years old, a vibrant personality. That is what's so hard to deal with.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't know how his wife's going to get through this, but I know the whole city of LA and the world is going to be right behind her. There's a lot of love in this city, so we're just going to try and be there for everybody the best way we can, and hopefully they do something big to remember him. And we feel him every day, but this hurts.
you're looking up there. I just saw you just staring at the smoke coming up from the wreckage there, and thoughts going through your mind.
It's one of those things where if you don't see it, you don't believe it. I have a lot of people like messaging me and calling me like, is this real? And I had to come, I live so close, I had to come and see, because it's like there's just no way. There's no way. So it's really heartbreaking, and I'm looking at it right now and I still don't believe it, and I don't want to believe it.
I understand that. And are you surprised that you're joined by so many Kobe fans?
Not at all. I am not surprised. I think this is just the start. I think it's going to be really, really crowded for quite a while. And it's just going to be crazy for a long time.
My best to you.
Thanks.
Sarah?
Yeah.
Jeff?
Hey, Greg, we understand that Kobe was traveling with 3 others, and Kobe makes 4. The pilot is one. That's 5 on board of that aircraft. None survived. Are you hearing any word there at the scene as to who may have passed away beyond Kobe Bryant?
I am. What I'm hearing, I've heard that one of his daughters was on board with him, and a parent of another child that was a basketball player, and that child. And I also have heard that they were heading to a tournament, or heading now, I guess, back from a tournament. That is what I've heard. I have not confirmed that, but that is what I'm hearing.
Just, I mean, certainly we're going to work to confirm that, and we want to wait until we confirm that information before we share it in an official capacity with our viewers. But Greg, certainly if that is true, this loss is just compounded, and Kobe Bryant's family, who is very tight-knit, as Jim Hill has been reporting, and as we've all seen throughout the years, this is a really, really tough time for them. I've been getting texts from friends all afternoon since this happened. Family members, friends, heartbroken, they're crying, and I got a text from another friend who's a basketball player who I've played sports with over the years, and she said she just feels like a piece of her heart is gone.
Well, it's amazing because it's not just LA friends. I have friends in Detroit and San Antonio, and I've had text messages from them all expressing their concern and their dismay as to what happened here with Kobe Bryant on this Sunday morning. Let's go now to Joy Benedict. She is live in front of Kobe's home in Newport Beach. What's the latest there, Joy? Do we have Joy? I guess not. Okay, well, let's continue to give you the latest information. This is about 9:40. Is she there?
She's going to be joining us in just a few moments. We're establishing a signal with us, with her now. Just so you know, Joy is in Newport Coast. Kobe is a longtime resident of that area, as many people know in the LA area. And, I think I've talked to Jim personally over the last couple weeks and months about people seeing Kobe in Orange County and stopping traffic, and just what an amazing thing that was to see.
Oh, it really is. And like I mentioned a little while ago, he's one of the few people that I have ever known that can walk across the street and stop traffic.
Right.
And people would just yell and scream and holler, Kobe, Kobe, Kobe. And I would see young kids just break away from their parents and start running towards him. And, the heck with traffic and stuff like that. Yeah, and one of the people that I respect the most, I call him, if you're familiar with astrology, he's like that shining star. He can get you back. Discovered Kobe and Jerry West, and Jerry is with us right now. And Jerry, I appreciate you being here with us today, my friend, because I know this is a tough day for all of us, but especially for you because you were the one that discovered Kobe.
Well, Jim, I really didn't discover Kobe, okay? He was a great young high school player in that time. It wasn't in vogue to draft players like that. And as I say, it was part of the process of getting here. His agent, Norrin Tellem, and myself were able to, working through the draft till he became a Laker. And those were very exciting moments for us to get a young, charismatic kid like him, but more importantly, a very unique talent. And it was start of a long, I don't say process, but start of a long friendship and working relationship. And to hear this news this morning, frankly, at first I was shocked. And then after a while, it's really sunk in. And, to see the transformation of him from a
17-year-old kid who used to spend time at my house with me, to my son Ryan driving him around because he couldn't drive. He couldn't even sign a contract because he was too young. To him, the constant questions about the NBA, wanting me to go to a gym with him to watch him work out and maybe make suggestions to him. It was more than, I really felt like a surrogate father to him. And then as his career blossomed and he started to establish this enormous reputation as a player and also filled with accomplishments. But his charisma on top of it was something that most great players don't have, and he had it. But to wake up to this news, this has been one of the most horrible days of my life. I felt like I've lost a son, and frankly, not doing very well.
Yeah, Jerry, I know there's only a few people that have had a really intimate relationship with Kobe, and you are one of them because you were with him there through the good, the bad, and the indifferent.
Well, Jim, it wasn't all rosy. It never is, and particularly for someone like him who was so anxious for success. And I remember there's one personal thing I remember. I said to him after a game where he played, and I said, "Man, you look a little tired tonight." And he said to me, "I just proposed to my wife, to hopefully my new wife." And I'll never forget that moment. It was in the locker room right after a game. And, to see him get married, have children, and change a career so drastically to where he was making a difference in his world, not as an athlete, but as a very bright person. His interest in women in terms of his basketball academy, the pride that he took into those things, and to see that all taken, and his family, my God, there's going to have to be some really strong people out there supporting them, because this is the worst news you could ever get.
I know it's difficult, Jerry. And you knew him better than anyone. And the other thing is, he came to you for advice, not only about basketball, but just about growing and maturing into a young man responsible to his family and to the community as well, didn't he?
Well, Jim, as I say, I don't want to go around saying that I was responsible for his life, period. I don't, because that would be grossly unfair. But the thing that I will share with you is how, to me, the things I saw him, the maturity that I saw him grow into. I saw him grow up. I saw him deal with, press that was negative at times, because and he played the game with a flair. And anytime you play the game with a flair, you're susceptible to making mistakes. But I was his biggest supporter. But also, I had some very serious talks with him about how he needs to change his game a little bit to be able to accommodate himself with his other teammates. But I think the thing that brought me great joy was to watch him with his wife and his kids. It was truly inspiring for me to see this. He lived in a world of testosterone, okay, as all athletes do. And for him to be able to separate the athletic accomplishments with his personal accomplishments and the things that he was doing to have a successful career. This was a brilliant kid. This wasn't some athlete who just happened to be a great basketball player. He was more than that. And Jim, It's those.
Yeah, I know, Jerry.
It's going to take a long time for me to get over this one.
Jerry, why do you think he is still so beloved today, even though he's been out of the game for a couple of years?
Well, Jim, I think players that play the game with a flair, okay? You see a lot of great players who, look at Abdul-Jabbar's career, okay? And he just had a completely different personality. And you can arguably say he's the greatest career of anyone. But yet people, I don't think, will equate and look at him the same way they do as Irvin Johnson. He played the game with a flair. He had a great vibe with the fans. He still does. He's bigger than life. And Kobe's legacy, that it will remain forever. His impact will remain forever. And, but my God, I just feel so horrible for his family. Oh, my goodness.
And for as great a basketball player as he was, Jerry, and I've said many times, and I've heard you say it too, he was a better family man, a husband and father. Man, he loved those ladies in his home.
Well, as I say, all you had to do was see him with them. That's all you had to do. And I once kidded him one time after he had a couple of girls, and again, I'm not someone who goes around and communicates with players, ex-players, okay? I don't think that's my position in this world. I just know the admiration that I have for the players that have really achieved something special, but sometimes the ones who haven't. But with him, as I say, he had a little extra gold dust sprinkled on him, and I was kidding him. I said, "You're not a man." I said, "You have all these women in your life." And, of course, he laughed at it. But to think that I won't see him, to think his family won't see him, people who loved him, people who admired him, it's just god-awful.
He was a gift, wasn't he, Jerry?
Jim, he was definitely a gift. Yes, he was. And as I say, you never know when a kid is born what it's going to be. And even though he was the son of a basketball player, it's hard to imagine his excellence, his, people call it Mamba mentality. I don't. He was just born with an incredible desire to win, and it had nothing with his mentality. He just wanted to win at all costs, and he would win at all costs. He laid his life on the line every night when it came to winning. Losing was not in his vocabulary, and with a lot of great players, but he just had this persona that very few have, a lot desire, and a lot will never have, even though they've had great careers.
Jerry, would you say he was one of the most singularly focused athletes you've ever been around?
Yes, Jim, and I think in today's day and age, and particularly with the more social media that we have today, it gets talked about so much, okay? But there's other players that's had that same focus, and I think because he talked about it, because people wanted to know what drove him, and he talked about it a lot more. But there's a lot of players that have it, but they don't have that persona. They just don't have it. And God, that will be missed in this city. Oh, my goodness. For me, as I say, I started off in disbelief, and now I'm in another place. It's not a good place.
Yeah. He was also, Jerry, one of the few individuals that we know that when he walked across the street, he really did stop traffic, didn't he?
Jimmy, again, as I said before, there's certain people that have that. And Magic Johnson, same way, the same way. And the people in Los Angeles have been blessed to see some incredibly gifted players. And he was homegrown. Irvin Johnson was homegrown. And they mean so much to this city, so much to their communities, so much to the young kids out there looking for something positive in their lives. And as I say, this is just really hard for me to believe. I just want to go to bed and think that this is a nightmare.
Jerry, when he retired, he was ready. I mean, there are a lot of guys who are forced into retirement. There are some guys who kind of adjust to retirement, but he was ready for retirement. It was almost as though everything you told him and taught him came to fruition, because when he said Mamba out, he was ready to go.
Well, Jimmy, it's not what I taught him. Your body teaches you this. It's your body. It's not. Your body talks to you all the time when you're an athlete, okay? People see athletes perform at this enormously high level, and they can't jack it up every night, regardless of how gifted they are. They can go out there and get numbers that no one else can do and influence a game. But somewhere along the way, your will gets tested because you just don't feel like that you can compete at that level every night as you get older. But as I say, I've lost a brother in the war at 19 years of age, and to lose someone that I loved and admired, not easy.
Yeah, Jared, we've just told that his daughter Gianna was on that plane with him.
I had heard that, Jimmy, unfortunately, and that's the one who was, you could always see him with in pictures. And my wife was just going through some pictures of me and my kids with him when he was a puppy. And, just think back those days, just carefree, happy, bright-eyed young man, or teenager. Frankly, I didn't even want to look at him.
Yeah. Jerry, what's the life lesson? Because I know you always were teaching your players, no matter how many years they've been in the league. What's the life lesson to learn from the life of Kobe Bryant?
Hard work, dedication beyond many, and this enormous desire to succeed. And the people are successful. A lot of people talk a good game, and they make themselves bigger in the newspaper than they really are. He lived it. He did it. And as I say, he should be an inspiration for all. You can see people's determination in a game. You could see his. And you watch that. And those are the players that I admire most. Some of them don't have his skill, but those are the players I admire most. I'm not into flashy players. I'm not into people who look pretty. I'm into results. But he happened to be pretty to watch. And my God, the results he got were enormous. And for the people in Los Angeles to watch this for 20 years, a lot of families grew up with him, okay? A lot. And a lot of people were inspired by him. And I think he'll inspire more people now, Jimmy. I think he'll be revered forever.
And it's amazing the effect that he has, and he not only had, but that he still has on players of today. I know that when he goes to a Laker game and he's sitting at courtside, or when he comes to one of your games with the Clippers, the players really they don't want to let Kobe down. They play even harder, trying to, if nothing else, just to impress him. Like we just had on the air a picture of LeBron going over and talking to him at courtside before a game.
Well, as I say, Jimmy, players like this transcend time. Okay, they do, and it's what they've accomplished before them. Okay, people want to go up and walk away from the game and have that kind of acceptance from the fans. But more importantly, when you have acceptance from the players, that's what's most important. The ones that don't have that perception with the players are the ones who are not the real people. And when I say real people, I'm talking about the real players. And this guy was top of the food chain, period. That's who he was.
I remember, Jerry, once, I think it was against Utah. It was the first half, and, man, the Lakers were really struggling and having a lot of difficult problems on the floor. And Kobe went in at halftime and said, you know what, guys, if you don't want to win this game, get out of my way, I'll win it myself.
Well, I'll never forget playing against Utah, okay? And that game in particular, I think that changed the scope of his career.
Hi, everyone. I'm Elaine Quijano. You've been watching coverage from CBS in Los Angeles. NBA legend Kobe Bryant died in a helicopter crash in Calabasas, California. Tributes are pouring in for the former Lakers superstar. Bryant retired in 2016 after spending 20 years with the Los Angeles Lakers. Bryant was one of 5 people killed in the crash. It remains unclear at this time who else was on board. He was the 4th leading scorer in NBA history. In addition to his 5 titles with the franchise, he was also selected to the All-Star 18 times and earned an MVP award in 2008. We are awaiting a press conference from the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, and we'll bring that to you live as soon as it happens. But first, NBA analyst Bill Ryder joins me now by phone from Los Angeles. Bill, what more have we learned about the circumstances surrounding this crash?
Hi, Elaine. I think we'll get the official confirmation here in a few moments when the press conference you cited begins, but it has been confirmed, unfortunately, in multiple reports that among those who died in this plane crash include Kobe Bryant's 13-year-old and oldest daughter, one of her teammates parent, and presumably the pilot. 5 people in that crash as Kobe Bryant, his daughter, and one of her teammates were headed in his helicopter to one of her youth basketball games.
And Bill, what can you tell us as news now has spread about this tragic crash? What impact has his death been having among not just sports fans, but in the broader sports world, this news of Kobe Bryant's death?
Yeah, I mean, it has been a public mourning across really the globe in the sports world and for sports fans. Neymar, one of the great soccer players on earth, scored a goal and signaled to Kobe Bryant. In the only NBA game that's underway at the moment in Toronto, each of those teams intentionally at the start of the game took a 24-second shot clock violation, 24 and 24 for Kobe Bryant and his number. And so with the famous and with the athletic and athletes, there is mourning. And really, my kids, Elaine, we live here in L.A., we're down at the beach, and there was just, as the news broke, there was an eerie silence, and teenagers and adults talking in shocked tones about how this can't be real. There is, here in Los Angeles, and I would imagine beyond it, just a quiet level of shock as the reality of this. We all start to do our best to process it and make sense of it.
Bill, why do you think Kobe Bryant was such a beloved figure in the Los Angeles area? Yes, but not just in LA, but, I was looking on Twitter at LeBron James' comments from, I believe, just last night, talking about his reflections, seeing Kobe Bryant. This was before, of course, the helicopter crash, but the inspiration that he drew from watching Kobe Bryant on the basketball court.
Yeah, it's a great question because he resonated, you're right, Elaine, with so many people in so many ways. And I think it's that, and it's rare, right, this unique combination of both all-time greatness, and as a basketball player he was, but also being a very, very complicated human being. I mean, if you competed against Kobe Bryant, he wanted to destroy your self-confidence, your well-being, your hope, any belief you had that you could beat him on the floor, and yet there was a remarkable charm away from it. He was the most beloved figure, the most beloved sports figure by a wide margin in Los Angeles, and the connection he had was so powerful to be almost cult-like and emotional. But there obviously in Kobe Bryant's life were some dark moments, including accusations of sexual assault. He was a basketball player, yes, but he was also a Renaissance man in business. It turned out in art. He spoke multiple languages. He'd lived abroad in Italy with his family, and so he had a worldliness. This was a complicated guy, and if you tried to say that Kobe Bryant was just one thing, you were missing the 50 other things that defined him. And I think as a father and a parent, which makes this even more tragic than it otherwise would have been, Kobe Bryant, the dad, for a lot of folks, and maybe for Kobe, like it does for a lot of fathers with daughters, it took some of the rough spots off, right? I think it gave him some perspective, and whatever it did for him as an individual, you could see as a father the love he had for his children. The last time I ever saw Kobe Bryant in person, he was with his daughter, his oldest daughter, who passed away in that flight today. And so all of these things, this sort of crucible that of the ingredients that went into Kobe Bryant made him likable and loathed. And in the end, I think, Elaine, it added up to a real level of respect, and respect for his talent and for his mind and for his formidability and who he became as a father. And I think that's all of those things people are mourning today.
And Bill, what kind of a presence did he still sort of retain there in the Los Angeles area, given the fact that, he hadn't played since 2016?
Yeah, you would think he was the president of the United States when you saw him walk through Staples Center or be somewhere. Mm-hmm. And again, the last game I went to a few weeks ago when Kobe Bryant was there, obviously, Elaine, LeBron James was in the building. He plays, right? He plays for the Lakers. He's a big star. And if memory serves, maybe it was Rihanna. Some, like they always are at Lakers games, some superstar celebrity was there. And Anthony Davis is kind of a big deal. Mm-hmm. It's a who's who when you go to a Lakers. But it was when Kobe Bryant walked in. And not even when he walked in, there was a ripple. You could feel it in the building, and people started whispering, Kobe's coming, Kobe's coming. And when he walked out of that tunnel near the floor, there was not a gasp, just an exclamation of, you would think that a group of people were watching someone literally walk on water to watch Kobe walk onto the floor. His impact, his connection, his hold over the city, it was absolute, and it was so real and authentic. It lasted well beyond, as you pointed out, when he could actually help the city. LA is usually a town when you can't offer something anymore, LA will sort of move on from you. That wasn't true for Kobe. There was an emotional connection beyond what he was able to do as a basketball player, and that's certainly part of what's being processed and dealt with today here in Southern California.
Bill, I wonder if you can talk at all about the fact that it was quite an active, quote-unquote, retirement for him as well, that, in fact, in those years after leaving basketball as a player, he was still very much keeping a busy schedule, including coaching his daughter's team.
Yeah, there are a lot of NBA players and former athletes who, as we know, Elaine, retire young and retire with money, and you have to fill your time. Many of them, some of them are friends of mine, they take up golf. That was never going to be Kobe Bryant. That competitive need, right, to win, to dominate, to feel alive in that way for him, it defined his post-playing career. He was a very successful entrepreneur, was moving into movies and production. You're right, as a coach of his daughter's team, and she was, an amazing talent in her own right, and the pride for her dad of what she was becoming. He continued to be aggressively involved in the things that mattered to him. His daughter's basketball team, being a father, some of these entrepreneurial ventures that he was a part of. I have some colleagues and some friends, since I'm in sports media, who tried to pitch some ideas to Kobe's production company, and I remember a couple sets of friends and colleagues marveling. A few of them made to the level where Kobe was in the meeting, just the aptitude and the shrewdness and the competitiveness with which he came to those meetings. He wanted to win. He wanted to be successful. And so you're right. Kobe wasn't a Laker as a player anymore, but everything we saw in his playing days, he poured into his family as a father, into youth basketball games, into his production company, into a number of myriad projects. He was we all try to live life and seize the day while we can. He did it every single moment in whatever endeavor he was engaged in at that time.
Absolutely. All right, we want to let our viewers know we're continuing to keep our eye on that picture there on the right-hand part of your screen, Calabasas, California, where we expect local authorities to hold a news conference within the hour, is what we understand. So we're going to continue to monitor that and, of course, bring you that news conference just as soon as it happens. But, Bill, you mentioned earlier being there on the beach and sort of having this stunned silence descend around you, where people were just learning of the death of Kobe Bryant. What do you think the next few days in Los Angeles are going to be like?
Not to sound trite, but I think it's going to be the stages of grief. Elaine, because I'm a sports broadcaster and writer, my friends in LA are always texting me about sports. And this sort of rush of 50 or 70 text messages as the news came in, first was, we don't believe this, it can't be true. And then as more reports came in, it was, this can't be true. And now there's just, as you would imagine, the shock of it. I think there's going to be, I really believe there's going to be a public mourning here. There are going to be people crying in the streets. There's going to be anger. I mean, it's, loss of life, right? Death is part of the deal for human beings. But for it to happen to Kobe Bryant in this city at the age he was at age 41, which is my age, with his daughter on board, I think it's going to be one of the most difficult, emotional, collective moments that Los Angeles has ever had.
We want to let you know as well that President Obama has tweeted regarding this news as well, and we want to show our viewers that tweet. We showed you President Trump's tweet earlier in the afternoon, but there you see the tweet from President Obama. Kobe was a legend on the court and just getting started in what would have been just as meaningful a second act. To lose Gianna is even more heartbreaking to us as parents. Michelle and I send love and prayers to Vanessa and the entire Bryant family on an unthinkable day. Bill, you had touched on this a moment ago, the effect that having a family, and particularly being the father to daughters, that you saw perhaps, be a factor in the evolution of Kobe Bryant. I wonder if you can talk a little bit more about that, because earlier when we were listening to our CBSN Los Angeles station, they had Jerry West on, who talked about what he saw as sort of a very profound influence in Kobe Bryant's becoming a father to daughters.
I think that's absolutely right. And, as a father of a daughter who is 10, I can relate to, when you're a man and you try to be a good person, a good human being, a good husband, and you think you understand, the opposite sex, you get a rude awakening when you have a little girl.
Yeah.
And, that's sort of...
He was surrounded by,
but you're surrounded by worries and by a love you never imagined, and frankly, by a perspective on what it is to be in the case of a father, my daughter, and Kobe Bryant's daughter, a young woman that you never understood. And so Kobe Bryant had sort of talked about this, right? Had talked about people coming up to him when Gianna, his daughter, was standing next to him and saying to Kobe, with her standing there, when are you going to get a son so that the legacy can continue? And her snapping back, I got that covered, right? And those, you could just see Kobe telling that story if you watch the clip on Late Night where he told it very, very, as he tended to effectively, not just like, be quiet, my man, but, my daughter gets it and I get her. There was, for any complicated human being, for any complicated man, when you have a daughter, and in Kobe Bryant's case, many, many daughters, and you have that level of love, it can only shape you, can only affect you. And I liked Kobe. Like, he's a charming guy, but he had an edge to him. I mean, he had a competitive fire, and it was different, right? It was contained and channeled. There was just an overwhelming amount of love that came with that when you saw him with his daughter. And the last time that I did see him at this Lakers game, it was Gianna who he brought with him. And there was just an amazing moment where he got a standing ovation, and they shared it together. And you really... he became, and maybe he was always a complete man, Elaine, and we didn't see it, but in the public eye, there was a completeness to him. There was a three-dimensional reality that seeing him as a loving, doting father created, for those of us that had followed him as more the cutthroat competitor basketball player.
So, Bill, earlier in the afternoon, we were talking with CBS This Morning Saturday co-host Dana Jacobson, who had just sat down with Kobe Bryant to talk about sort of the chapter that he was in now, which was really focusing on being a storyteller, which may be something surprising for some folks who might not have realized the depth of feeling that Kobe Bryant had for that particular issue and trying to tell stories. Can you talk a little bit at all about that? That seemed to be an area of focus that was just as intense as perhaps what he had done on the basketball court itself.
And Elaine, you'll appreciate this as a person who's covered high-level politics. Kobe Bryant, when I covered him, when I was around him, no one, in sports certainly, with all respect from LeBron, was more of a master of the narrative of his own story, the ability to pull reporters aside and give access to really, I mean, he operated like some sort of White House spin guru on his own behalf, and you could tell that he enjoyed the competition of creating his own story and creating his own narrative and trying to define as best he could the way the public saw him, you know, through just doing what you do when you're in the public spotlight, which is talk to the people that shape the news and trying to have reporters who would see his perspective and trying to co-opt them as best he could, which is no easy task in L.A. And so, yeah, when I heard that he had this interest in narrative and in storytelling, it made sense because in looking back, I think he always understood his own career, right, when he stepped off the floor in that context. I think he understood the idea of, you know, beginning, a middle, and end of heroes and villains. I mean, this is a guy who operated with so much depth and so much smarts in everything he did that doesn't surprise me. And I can remember, you know, in dealing with him, and I'm sure you've been through this, Elaine, too, thinking, man, I got to be careful how charming this guy is and how aware he is of what he wants, because he feels like we're playing chess right now, even though it's just a polite conversation, because he understood, in a way that I respect, he understood the idea of building a story in the long term. Does not surprise me. Once that competition with reporters went away, he decided to do it himself professionally.
Right. So as you've been speaking, Bill, I'm told that we have another tweet that we want to show. As tributes have been pouring in, we've, of course, been monitoring social media. Oh, I'm told it's Assad. Let's go ahead and listen to that reaction now from Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
It's very difficult for me to put in words how I feel about the loss of Kobe Bryant. As a young boy, I met him when he was 11 or 12 years old. I was friends with his dad, Joe. We were former adversaries. Joe played for the 76ers, but he was a good friend and someone that I shared a friendship. And it's hard for me to understand now how this is affecting Joe and his wife. So to Kobe's family, I want to send my most sincere and heartfelt regrets and prayers, and my thoughts are with you guys. Kobe was an incredible family man. He loved his wife and daughters. He was an incredible athlete and a leader in a lot of ways. He inspired a whole generation of young athletes. He was one of the first ones to leave high school and come into the NBA and do so well, dominating the game and becoming one of the best scorers that the Los Angeles Lakers has ever seen. I had the privilege of being there when he scored his 81-point game, and it was something that I will always remember as one of the highlights of the things that I have learned and observed in sports. Kobe, my thoughts are with you, absolutely. Rest in peace, young man. This loss it's just hard to comprehend. Go with God.
Kareem Abdul-Jabbar reacting to the news of Kobe Bryant's death. Bill, you're still with us. I want to ask about the outpouring of support that we're seeing, that we're beginning to see for the family of Kobe Bryant, for his wife and his other daughters. Can you talk a little bit about that kind of support, which I imagine will be a flood here in the next few days?
Yes, I mean, it's going to, I think, Elaine, be, you know, a complicated reality for this family, because they are going to have a level of support, of love, of well wishes, of kindnesses from Los Angeles and beyond given their way, thrown their way, while I would imagine also having to deal with the desire for the privacy they're going to need to mourn, you know, a father and a husband and a second oldest daughter, and just, you know, as a parent, and as awful as the Kobe Bryant story is, and 41 is so young, you know, as President Obama noted in the tweet that you read, and just, you know, as other folks have said, the reality that it is Kobe Bryant and it is, you know, the daughter of Kobe and Vanessa is that is a difficulty that I can't and wouldn't want to have to comprehend as a parent. And while Los Angeles, and beyond Los Angeles, there's going to be so much love and support sent their way, there's also going to be, I'm sure, a balance that has to be struck as for a family that will be in the spotlight in a way they never have been, on a level, in terms of the mourning and sadness that they never have been, that's going to want some privacy.
All right, to keep our viewers updated here, we're continuing to monitor this picture out of Calabasas, California. On your right, you see that is where we are expecting local authorities to hold a news conference. And now we're getting some guidance that perhaps that news conference might be pushed back just a little bit. It was originally set for the top of the hour, now looking like more the bottom of the hour here. So that'll be 5:30 Eastern time, 2:30 local time there, Bill, where you are. So we'll continue, of course, as soon as that news conference gets underway. We'll watch this picture and we'll bring you that news conference as it happens. But Bill, as I was saying a moment ago, we are watching social media to see what kind of tributes have been coming in. And I want to show a tweet now from Shaquille O'Neal, who weighed in on Twitter just a short time ago about this, posting pictures there you can see, as well as this. There's no words to express the pain I'm going through with this tragedy of losing my niece Gigi and my brother Kobe Bryant. I love you and you will be missed. My condolences go out to the Bryant family and the families of the other passengers on board. I'm sick right now. Bill, as someone who has covered prominent sports figures, a number of them, we see a little bit more activity there, by the way, but still no sign of this news conference actually starting. But as someone who has covered prominent sports figures, I would imagine the impact of the loss of someone like a Kobe Bryant, though, is going to be unique, given the longevity of his career with the LA Lakers. The fact that, he stayed in this one community and accomplished all that he did in basketball, remaining with this team when, as we know, loyalty oftentimes is something that fans are very, very tuned into. And when there's a perceived disloyalty, fans don't take to that kindly. Can you just talk about that a little bit? The fact that you have a figure here who undoubtedly could have gone to any number of teams, I would have imagined, but stayed with the Los Angeles Lakers.
Yeah, Elaine, it's an amazing point because fans, you're right. I mean, fans are, I'm a fan, right? We are irrational when it comes to, these human beings who have, careers, families, want to live in different cities. You can certainly ask Los Angeles Laker LeBron James what it's like when he changes cities, and that's always been true. It really became true for Kobe Bryant in an era where it became commonplace for players to move on and move to other places. And Kobe Bryant, at the end of his career, had he gone somewhere else those last few years, absolutely could have placed himself on a team where he had a chance to win other championships. But he was always a Laker, and he was always going to be a Laker through good and through bad. And that was, there's a juxtaposition there between him and Shaquille O'Neal. Shaquille O'Neal was drafted by the Orlando Magic, then became a Laker. Obviously, and one of the ironies and one of the complications of Kobe Bryant is he and Shaq were so unable to get along. Shaquille left, Shaq left, and went to, myriad other teams, including the Heat, where he won one championship, and Kobe won two without him. And yet, in the end, there was a respect and a love that brought them back and created a friendship sort of post-playing career. And all of those things are wrapped up in why Kobe is so beloved here. And you said it. He was always going to be a Laker. He was never going to go anywhere else. The closest it came is when he was frustrated the midway through his career and was threatening to go be a Clipper or forced to trade somewhere else. And the story is that Dr. Jerry Buss, brought him to his home and said to him, "You'll be a Laker for life, and we're committed to that." And I can remember talking to Jeannie Buss, who now is the controlling owner of the Lakers, and obviously the daughter of an heir of Dr. Buss, saying that for her and for the Lakers family, Kobe Bryant was always going to be a part of the family, not just a part of the organization. And that's one of the things that define the Lakers. They're a family-run business in what has become a multi-billion-dollar corporately run enterprise with most of their competitors. And that's hard to hold on to, Elaine. And to have a family-run business when you're an NBA team, you have to have NBA players who want to regard themselves as family as much as employees. And Kobe did that, and that will always be a part of the reason that his connection with this city will be lasting and will be real, because where most people left, and no judgment on LeBron James or Dwayne Wade or all the other contemporaries, Rajon Rondo, I mean, Kobe Bryant was always going to be a Laker and always will be, and that's rare. And in Los Angeles, that's special.
All right, NBA analyst Bill Ryder. Bill, thank you very much for sharing your insights and reflections with us.
Happy to be here.
All right, we're going to continue to monitor. Again, that news conference is expected to happen here within the hour. We're told perhaps the bottom of the hour. But right now, let's take you back to CBS on Los Angeles for their continuing coverage.
I just got the news, and like I said, I was actually getting dressed maybe a little over an hour ago, and somebody told me that, and I just stopped what I was doing, and I waited a minute or two, and I asked him reconfirm that, because either
I think all of us did.
Yeah, it's either I don't believe this, or I just don't want to believe this. But every time we ever came across each other's paths, I let him know I was a genuine fan of his work. He always moved himself in silence. He was always so classy. He was a great example on so many different levels, and a huge loss.
I mean, for me, as a fan since the beginning of Kobe Bryant's career, as a mother myself, my heart just goes out to Vanessa. That's the same word that we keep hearing over and over here on the carpet. We'll, of course, continue to get reaction as the Grammys continue. We are live in downtown LA. I'm Brittany Hopper. Back to you guys.
All right, Brittany, I mean, it's just hard to imagine how, you could celebrate under circumstances like this. It's obviously a dark cloud cast over that event at Staples Center, where Kobe spent so much of his career.
Exactly, and that's where his two jerseys hang in the rafters, and that will obviously be on the minds of a lot of people tonight as the Staples Center is hosting the Grammy Awards. He had a big impact, obviously, on the music industry as well. He transcended sports, and a lot of people responding today and reacting to that, from the red carpet to Calabasas to his home in Newport Beach to all over the globe.
We just want to let you know that we do have reporters fanning out all over the area. We're going to continue to cover this breaking news for you. Such a tremendous loss for the Los Angeles area, and reaction has been pouring in. We just into our newsroom now are getting a statement from NBA Commissioner Adam Silver regarding the death of Kobe Bryant, and we're going to read some of that to you now. It says, the NBA family is devastated by the tragic passing of Kobe Bryant and his daughter Gianna. For 20 seasons, Kobe showed us what is possible when remarkable talent blends with an absolute devotion to winning. He was one of the most extraordinary players in the history of our game, with accomplishments that are legendary: 5 NBA championships, an NBA MVP award, 18 NBA All-Star selections, and 2 Olympic gold medals.
He went on to say that he will be most remembered, this is talking about Kobe, for inspiring people around the world to pick up a basketball and compete to the very best of their ability. He was generous with the wisdom he acquired and saw it as his mission to share it with future generations of players, taking special delight in passing down his love of the game to Gianna.
We send our heartfelt condolences to his wife, Vanessa, and their family, the Lakers organization, and the entire sports world. That statement again from NBA Commissioner Adam Silver. I believe this will be one of many statements that we see this evening. I imagine the Lakers themselves will be putting something out. We may hear from Jeannie Buss in a statement. Jim Hill was talking about their special relationship, Jeannie and Kobe, and how she was a main reason why Kobe chose to stay here in Los Angeles.
You're taking pictures here from the scene earlier this morning in Calabasas. Around 9:45, Kobe Bryant, dead at the age of 41 in a helicopter crash. His daughter, Gianna, as well, one of the victims. This was, again, about 9:45 this morning. We were expecting a LA County Fire Department press conference around 2 o'clock today. We will be taking that live when that occurs. We understand that they're going to brief us from the scene related to this accident. We do know the NTSB is sending what they are calling a GO team, a special team to investigate this crash. They are set to arrive in Los Angeles this evening, and we do have some new information that flight with Kobe Bryant and his daughter originated from Long Beach this morning.
You know, Jeff, you talked a little bit about the area where this crash happened, an area that you're familiar with, I know. It's a really hilly area, and we talked with an eyewitness earlier who heard the crash, saw the crash. We were talking about how there are sometimes low-flying helicopters in this area. You know, you and I have both covered some of the wildfires that have happened here in the greater Los Angeles area, so residents are used to, in some way, seeing these low-flying helicopters. But what is exceptional today is this fog, and we've seen it pretty much throughout the evening all over the Los Angeles area, this very dense fog. This investigation into how this crash happened is going to take some time. Experience tells us it could take up to a year before they find, you know, their complete conclusion as to what happened here. But certainly visibility could have been very, very bad today.
You know, these are large helicopters. I believe this one could hold 12 people. We know 5 were on board, but these large helicopters do have the black boxes that I understand have been recovered at the scene, which will give them a lot of information. We do have some breaking news from the Orange County Register. We understand that other victim on board of this aircraft, this helicopter, was an Orange County coach by the name of Jonathan Altobelli. I believe that's his last name. Jonathan Altobelli was on board with Kobe Bryant and Kobe's daughter, Gianna. That's the latest information that we have on this tragedy that occurred early this morning, 9:45 in Calabasas. This Sikorsky S-76 crashed in Calabasas near Las Virgenes, and it appears that all 5 on board perished, and that includes Kobe Bryant, his daughter, Gianna, and as well this coach from Orange County, Jonathan Altobelli.
All right, we do have a photo of Jonathan Altobelli, or John Altobelli as he may be known. He was a coach at Orange Coast College. It looks like, according to the school's website, he may have been the head coach of the baseball team there, and his bio says that he's holding honors as the longest tenured baseball coach in school history. I know so many of you are wondering about the other people that were on board. Again, the Orange County Register reporting this man, John Altobelli, a head coach of baseball at Orange Coast College, as one of those people. And perhaps you are wondering why we are not hearing more about the other victims in this crash. And the answer to that is simply we are just now getting this information in. We only for a long time knew with certainty that Kobe Bryant had been one of the 5 people who perished in this crash. And now this breaking news. And, you know, a whole other family that is going to be living through this nightmare
Absolutely.
and this tragedy. This is just as sad and awful. You know, and it's really, really hard. I know as a journalist and as a father, you feel the same way. Any story that we cover, hearing about a child losing their life, a parent losing a child, it just hits you in such a personal and upsetting way. And to hear about the loss of this coach, and certainly he may have a family as well, and the loss of Kobe Bryant, and now we're hearing the loss of his 13-year-old daughter, I think for so many people that just really puts this in an even darker and more upsetting light. You know, it is just not natural for a parent to lose their child, and certainly not to lose their child in such an awful and upsetting way. And our thoughts are with all of the families who've been affected by this tragedy.
You know, a lot of people, I think, when they first heard this news, thought that that might be the situation with his daughter. We understand that they spent a lot of time together. That was what he did. He supported his daughter in that athletic endeavors. They played soccer and basketball, and we have not confirmed this, but we had some reports that this aircraft was heading from Long Beach and going to a facility, some sort of sports venue, practice facility in Thousand Oaks, and that would make sense with a coach there who might be a teammate of his daughter Gianna, as we continue to get the information here into KCAL 9 on this continuing coverage of Kobe Bryant's death.
That's right. We have our reporters fanned out all over the area. We want to bring you every angle of this developing story. One of our reporters, Leslie Marin, is just now at Staples Center, where there has been a memorial that's growing out there, and certainly a lot of people gathered out there. Obviously, the Grammys going on there as well. So we want to check in with Leslie Marin now. Leslie, can you tell us what you're seeing out there at Staples Center?
I can tell you it is obviously, like you said, it's Grammys Sunday, which means that here at Staples Center, this place is going to be packed. They normally shut down all the streets surrounding Staples Center to begin with, so that is why police have blocked this entryway right in front of the stadium. But past that, you can see right in the LA Live area, all the screens do have in loving memory of Kobe Bryant. They have his photo pretty much everywhere in the LA Live area. We can't get a good look at Staples Center from where we're standing, but right in front of those signs, I don't know if you can see this, but there are tons of people there, and I'm seeing a ton of Laker jerseys. When we got downtown, all you can really see are Laker jerseys, Kobe jerseys, of course. We do have Evans here. He came all the way from Riverside. Obviously, you have flowers, you have Kobe's jersey on. Why did you feel so compelled to come down to Staples Center when you first heard?
Well, I'm a huge Kobe Bryant fan, obviously, and when I heard the news this morning, I mean, it just shook me to the point where I knew I had to come to Staples Center. I knew the other Kobe fans would do the same, and I just wanted to show my respect to a guy that's been my hero basically my whole life.
You told me the last time you watched Kobe play was when they played against the Clippers.
His last game against the Clippers, he was like, they were down by probably like 30. Last 7 minutes of the game, everyone knows he was hurting. He had ice packs all over. The crowd started to chant his name, and he just looked around, did a couple push-ups, and took the ice packs off, walked right past Byron Scott, and just went into the game. And that's just like the Mamba mentality.
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier. That is Kobe Bryant. That is the Black Mamba. That is what he represented. Why do you think that, what impact has Kobe had, not only obviously on you, but really on the city of Los Angeles, the entire country?
Well, I think Kobe Bryant just always showed that you can be better every day. And he never took anything for granted. I mean, he lived probably 100 lifetimes in his short life that was just cut too short. And I think he just tells people, and it resonates with people, that you can be better, hard work, dedication, and that'll take you a lot of places to the top.
We meant a lot to the Los Angeles community and people really around the world. Thank you so much for talking to us.
Thank you.
Okay, we do want to toss it back to our anchors because we believe there's a press conference that is about to begin.
All right, Leslie Marin there reporting live at Staples Center. Obviously, a lot of fans gathering there. They don't have access to the Staples Center itself. The LAPD was tweeting out a couple of minutes ago that that area is obviously closed off because of what's going on with the Grammys tonight, which is obviously going to be under a dark cloud of the loss of Kobe Bryant. Just terrible news to receive before what is supposed to be a celebratory evening in Los Angeles.
A very large memorial is growing at the Staples Center, where the Lakers is home, of course, and also at the crash site in Calabasas, as we continue to cover this devastating news of Kobe Bryant, former LA Laker, who has died in a helicopter crash this morning here on KCAL 9. As we continue the coverage here, we will be standing by. This is going to be the LA County Sheriff.
And we're taking you now to Calabasas, California. Local authorities are giving an update on today's deadly helicopter crash that killed Kobe Bryant and several others. Let's listen in.
Let's go live with Chief Darryl Osby of the County Fire Department.
Good afternoon. My name is Darryl Osby, and I'm the Fire Chief of the Los Angeles County Fire Department. I want to thank you for coming here to today's briefing of the Willow incident. Today, shortly before 10 o'clock at 9:47 a.m., the Los Angeles County Fire Department received a 911 call of a potential helicopter down in a brush fire at the intersection of Los Virgenes Road and Willow Glen Street in the city of Calabasas in unincorporated Los Angeles County. Upon arrival, our firefighters discovered approximately a quarter-acre brush fire that resulted from a crash on the hillside. The Los Angeles County Fire Department initial response was 15 pieces of apparatus and 56 personnel that consisted of paramedics, engine company, heavy rescue, truck company, hand crews, and aircraft, and a chief officer to oversee the incident. Upon arrival, during the incident, and upon arrival of the Sheriff's Department, our two respective departments entered into unified command to handle this incident. Our firefighters on scene indicated that there was a debris field and steep terrain with a quarter-acre brush fire that was occurring at the time. Our firefighters hiked in to the accident site with their medical equipment and hose lines to extinguish the stubborn fire, as it included the brush fire, debris from a helicopter, and the fire also included magnesium, which is very hard for our firefighters to extinguish because magnesium reacts with oxygen and water. In addition to our firefighters hiking into the incident, we had one helicopter flying to the incident with firefighter paramedics on board. Those paramedics were hoisted down to the incident early into the incident. They did a search of the area for survivors. Unfortunately, all the survivors on board were determined to have been perished. Firefighters and hand crews worked to extinguish the fire while carefully preserving the incident for investigation. Currently, this investigation is still ongoing. I would like to turn this over to my sheriff to continue the press briefing.
Thank you, Chief Osby.
Personnel from Los Hills Sheriff's Station responded to the scene of the crash site and assisted the fire department, and we've established a containment area, and now our Aero Bureau has a handle on traffic or aircraft accidents. However, when there's a fatality, then it switches to the National Transportation Safety Bureau, the NTSB, and the Federal Aviation Administration, the FAA. The FAA is already on scene and assisting. We're waiting the arrival of the coroner's office to assist in the recovery of the remains. As the chief indicated, there were no survivors. We have a manifest that indicates that there was 9 people on board the aircraft, the pilot plus 8 individuals. There is wide speculation as to who the identities are. However, it is entirely inappropriate right now to identify anyone by name until the coroner has made the identification through their very deliberative process, and they've made notifications to next of kin. And it'd be extremely disrespectful to understand that your loved one was perished and you learn about it from TMZ. That is just wholly inappropriate, so we're not going to be going there. And we're going to wait till the coroner does their job, and we're assisting the families of those who believe they've been impacted, and it's a tough process. And our hope goes out to all of the members that were on board, all the family of everyone who was on board this aircraft, and God bless their souls. So at this point in time, we have nothing that we can add until the coroner does their job, and we'll be making those notifications when we have the information and we know the next of kin have been notified. Then we can release the information publicly, and you'll be notified in subsequent announcements.
Sheriff, there's one thing you can confirm. Do we have a confirmation actually of 9 bodies there at the scene?
That is our belief, yes.
Thank you. So we realize at this point there are so many questions. There's a lot of information out there, and again, we understand. There's a lot of information that's floating, but we certainly have a responsibility and an obligation, out of respect, of course, for the families. And this is a very difficult time for us all, for the city. We have the mayor here of Calabasas, also City Council. We thank them for being here, and in fact, they wanted to pass on a message that for those in the community that want to gather here and are coming to Calabasas, if you do, you are welcome to join others at the Dianza Park here in Calabasas, and the cross streets there are Los Hills and Las Virgenes. Also, the Sheriff's Information Bureau will be sending out updates as to when there will be, if there is one, a press advisory out, a notification of another press conference or any other updates through our Twitter. So please look for that. And again, we thank you so much for being here today. And again, thank you for your time.
Sheriff,
we have more.
Sheriff, just a question quickly on sealing off the area. We know the NTSB has to be there to do that thing. Is the public going to be able to get anywhere nearby, or is a stretch of Las Virgenes going to be shut down for an indeterminate period of time?
It remains shut down for an indeterminate.
How big of an area? Any idea?
Enough to keep it.
Can you confirm there was heavy fog in the area?
That's Daryl.
All right, so you've been listening there to the LA County Fire Department Chief and the LA County Sheriff giving a bit more information on what happened earlier today. The bit of new information that we had not heard, according to the sheriff, you heard just moments ago, saying that 9 people, they believe, were actually on board this helicopter. Again, the sheriff saying 9 people were on board, but also emphasizing, as you heard, that they are not identifying anyone by name pending notification of kin. We were told by the fire chief, Daryl Osby, that this call came in at around 9:47 a.m. local time of a potential helicopter down and brush fire in Calabasas. They sent 56 personnel, including paramedics, some of whom were actually flown to the scene by helicopter and then lowered to the area to do a search for survivors. However, everyone on board perished. The FAA, the sheriff says, is already on the scene. They are awaiting the arrival of the NTSB investigators as well as the coroner. But that is the very latest that we have heard with respect to what happened in this helicopter crash earlier today in Calabasas, California. Right now, we want to play a bit of a report from KCBS Sports Director Jim Hill, who we've been dipping into our CBSN Los Angeles coverage, was on speaking about the death of Kobe Bryant. Let's go ahead and listen to some of that.
This is more than sad, if you know what I mean. When you have someone who is, and I say is because he still lives in all of us, who was so young, so gifted, so wonderful, we all know he's a great basketball player, but he was a better father, husband, and family man. He did so much in our community that a lot of people really don't know about. We know about some of the things that he did, but there are stories that I know of where he has helped personally to help young kids go to school. Gave them money to go to school. And I'm not just talking about junior high or high school, I'm talking about college and things like that. He made the adjustment to retirement better than anyone I've ever met. He was, you know, you always hear about athletes who, when they retire, they don't know what to do.
Right, might be lost.
They get lost, they're sick, their money is stolen, they get into all kinds of trouble and things like that. Not him. He was preparing his entire athletic life for when he was going to retire. And when he retired, he knew exactly what he was going to do. There was no guessing or anything about it. One of the things, he became an author, and one of the books is Legacy and the Queen. And I went down and did an interview with him when he talked about that. And one of the things it stuck out in my mind when I first looked at it, and I opened it up, and it says here, to Nani, Gigi, Bibi, and Coco, my 4 beautiful, spirited, strong daughters. Here's the part. When you fiercely protect your passion, no one can steal your dreams. Kobe Bryant.
Isn't that really him in a nutshell? He had so much that he planned ahead. You mentioned, you know, so many players go and hit the golf course and they retire, but he had a plan not only for when he was 18 years old to play in the NBA, but a plan for after the NBA, and he's succeeded at both.
Sure. And the other thing is, we all had our ups and downs. You're showing a tape right here of when I saw him at LAFC. If I'm not mistaken, that's the last time, no, that is the last time I did an interview with him, and that may have been the last time anyone did an interview with him. And we were talking about, I asked him about going into the Hall of Fame. And in typical Kobe Bryant fashion, no, that's okay, I'm not really concerned. I'll worry about that when it's time to. He always deflected personal, individual gain and notoriety. He always tried to put it off to the side because he knew that's not what it was all about. What it was all about is by giving back and helping our young people. And we talk about giving back. You know, we just celebrated Dr. King's birthday. And I was driving in, I was thinking, there was a statement that Dr. King said that maybe it applies to Kobe today and what he was trying to do, and that is giving back to your fellow mankind is one of the most noble things that anyone can do. And what could be more noble than helping our young people and to make sure that they don't make the mistakes that we have made. And that's what Kobe does. That's what he did. You know, that's what LeBron does. That's what Magic does. That's what a lot of it. But when you think about being at the forefront of all of those things, Kobe Bryant. And I remember the night of his retirement at Staples Center.
What a game.
Oh, he just got off on that game and stuff like that. And when he came back out with the towel wrapped around his shoulders, and the last thing he said was, you know, I'm out.
Mamba out.
Yeah, Mamba out.
Because he was ready for his next chapter.
That was it.
All right, we want to take you back now to CBSN Los Angeles for their continuing coverage. Right now, they are speaking to another NBA legend, Magic Johnson. Let's listen.
And people are going to miss his smile and just miss him because Kobe had an aura about him. And Jim, it was like I thought he was going to live forever. I thought he was invincible. I thought he was, you know, he played like that. He walked like that. He was just a confident young man. And when Jerry West drafted him, I remember him telling us when he went one-on-one against against Michael Cooper, that Kobe was the next greatest player to play in the league. And he was 17 years old. He wasn't even 18 yet. And I'm like, what? Are you sure, Jerry? And boy, was Jerry right. He was spot on. And we will always remember what Kobe did on the court, but we will remember him, what he did off the court, too, and for this city. And I don't think right now that we can probably put it into words on what he's meant for Los Angeles. It's just, I'm going to miss him, because we used to talk about Italy and being a father and husband and, you know, things that were just special to the two of us. And I'm going to miss those conversations I had with him and miss him and the impact that he made in our city.
You know, you talked about the family. He was a true family man, and he loved the idea, Irvin. He loved the idea that everyone in the family were ladies. He said, man, I live in a house full of women.
Yes, I know. We often talked about that. And he, again, you know, I got the honor of blessing him when they put both of his numbers up, and number 8, number 24. And, you know, it's just, Kobe is unique in so many different ways. And when you put on that uniform, that Laker uniform, there was nobody who took more pride in being a Laker than Kobe. Nobody. I mean, it was just amazing. And the city needs heroes, Jim. We need our heroes to be here. And this is not a good day for the city of Los Angeles, and because we needed Kobe to still be around, and our kids who idolized him, and the fan base who idolized him, and it was more for him to do. You know, he died way too early, and he's left quite a legacy, but he was still building on that. And so this is a sad day for all of us.
And I know in his post career, he was ready to retire. I mean, when he said Mamba out, he was already prepared, because he, like you, had prepared for their post career while they were still playing.
Yeah. He's a decisive young man, and he knew he left it all on the court. You know, we were all in there when he scored those 60 points, 60 or 61 points that last game. I mean, man, who goes out that way, you know? I mean, only Kobe could go and dominate that last game to say goodbye to all the fans, and he's just special. God created this special basketball player, but also this special man, and we will miss him, and we will remember him for his greatness, but also let's remember how he affected the world too, you know, because he impacted the world, and very few athletes get to impact the world like Kobe Bryant did, and then also our city, because that's the main thing, is that he touched our city, giving back. And just last night, we're celebrating, even with LeBron passing him, we were still celebrating Kobe as well. We celebrated LeBron's greatness, but we were celebrating Kobe's greatness as well. And then today, to have to say goodbye to a hero, to a legend, to an icon, and a guy that we will always love and remember in our hearts.
You remember, I was talking to Jerry West just a couple of moments ago. This was a playoff game in Utah, and the Lakers were really playing bad. And Kobe at halftime stood up and told everybody, if you guys are afraid of winning, get out of my way. I'll win it myself.
Yes. Well, you know, you know Kobe's mindset. I mean, this guy, he wanted to win, and he would do anything it took to win. Anything that, whether it's, he was a great defender besides one of the greatest scorers we've ever seen in the history of basketball, but he was one of the greatest defenders too. And if we needed a rebound, he was going to get that rebound. If we needed a steal, he was going to get that steal. But what I loved about him was the pressure moments and him like saying, give me the ball, everybody calm down, I'm going to lead us to victory. And most of the time he did just that, just so calm and the confidence that he lived with every day and everything that he was doing in his life, whether it was basketball or off the court. The man was a confident young man. But the thing that I love, he shared his talents with other young players, and he would work out 5 or 10 NBA players every summer. He would work out WNBA players, the young ladies, and anybody that called him, he would work them out and give them advice, and that says something about the man, Kobe Bryant.
And also, Magic, he, like you, were totally prepared when he retired. I mean, he didn't have any question marks at all. When he said Mamba out, he meant it.
Well, Jim, people didn't notice he was one of the greatest businessmen. That's what we talked about. We both were saying, hey, how we were prepared to leave the game, and then we knew that we wanted to get into business. And he made some of the incredible investments, and he knew what he wanted to do, and that was produce either movies or documentaries. He won a Academy Award for doing just that. And it's sad because he had so much to give and so much more to do. I'm not supposed to be doing this. He's supposed to be talking about me. He's way too young. I was supposed to pass away. He was supposed to be talking about me, not me, but talking about him. It's a sad day, man. It's just a sad day.
But we also know, Irvin, he was a practical joker. He, for as serious as he was, he had his lighter moments when he wanted to really have fun and poke fun at everyone.
Yeah, he had his side because he was a great teammate. He was a great teammate, and so he would play jokes on people, or he would make sure that everybody was okay. He also understood how he could bring every teammate along for the ride. One thing about great leaders is they know how to motivate people and how to get them to be better than they think they really are. And Kobe was a master at that, right? And he really pushed himself, and pushing himself, it also allowed him to push his teammates, because the teammates couldn't complain because they saw how hard he was working and how much he wanted to win, and so I think that's very, very important that Kobe wanted to win, but also, too, he knew what buttons to push with every teammate to get them to play at their best, too, at their highest level. And then, like you said, because of the jokes and because of he was a practical joker, then that allowed him to also get on guys, but also guys to also get on him, too, at the same time. That's why we won 5 championships with Kobe Bryant. And he will always be in our heart. We will always remember him. God bless his family, his wife, his daughters that he loved so much, and just rest in peace for Kobe and his daughter Gianna. It's just a devastating day for the basketball world, for the city of Los Angeles, for Laker Nation, for all of us who also knew him so well and who cheered for him for 20 years.
And it's amazing how after he retired, when he would come to an arena, like he'd go to Staples Center, and you would see other players step up their game a little bit more just for that evening, trying to impress him, wouldn't you?
Oh, for sure. You know, man, the king is in the building. When you got Kobe Bryant in the building, I mean, it was just like you wanted to, man, show him that you had a great basketball game as well. You know, you wanted to impress him because most of those guys who playing today idolized Kobe when they were growing up. I mean, probably every player that's playing today. And so they wanted to be like Kobe. And that's why he was special. And even the last game that I saw him at, you know, I wasn't there, but when they showed the clips on TV and how, you know, the ovation from the crowd and then LeBron slapping him 5 and, you know, and you could always know that his daughter was going to be right next to him, right by him, you know, somewhere sitting with him or the family or, you know, him making sure that they were not too far from him.
And of course, you know, he just loved life. I mean, he loved just doing things. Just getting up in the morning was a passion for him.
Well, getting up early in the morning.
Yeah.
You know, he got his workouts, you know, at 3 or 4 in the morning. You know, he was he was that guy, you know. And then also too, he would then drive his daughters to school, you know, and so yes, he was driven to be a great basketball player, but he's also driven to be a great father and a great husband too. So those things were important to him. And then what I really loved talking to him about was Italy. So we both had a passion for Italy. We talked about how many times we both win, and him speaking fluent Italian, you know, it was, and my love for Italian food. So we would both just have those conversations, and we would be sitting there for 30 minutes or so. You know, we were both supposed to be back in the game, but we'd be talking about it, and it would be great, you know. So, man, he's just special. And we don't, you know, we can't forget how special he was, not just on the court, but off the court too. And we've had so many great basketball players here that play for the Lakers, but none greater than Kobe Bryant.
And Irv, I want to end this by talking about numbers. And it's one thing to play for the Lakers, which is great. It's another thing to have your number retired. He had 2 numbers retired.
2 numbers. Well, and he should have. And, you know, again, he just, you know, when you make a decision to change your number, that even puts more pressure. Matter of fact, Kobe loved that pressure on him to still perform at a high level. And so, and what I love, when we did retire both numbers, Jim, you saw guys like myself, Kareem, you know, the old school guys who never played with Kobe, but they were there celebrating him. James Worthy, you know, Michael Cooper, on and on and on, Byron Scott, you know. So we were all there too, you know, celebrating him. And that the Lakers and Jeannie Buss, who, you know, Jeannie is just devastated. This is like her, like I told you earlier, her brother. It was just great of the Buss family to do that for Kobe, and that's how much he meant to not only the Buss family but also to Laker Nation and all the great Laker fans we have around the world.
I appreciate your time, Magic. Thanks so much, man. And like we always say, you know, we just got to keep the faith.
Yeah, this is not a conversation I ever wanted to have, and my heart's just been broken. You know, I got out of church and found this out, and I just still can't believe it. Not Kobe. But we have to pray and pray for his family, also for his mom and dad. I played against Joe, his father, Jelly Bean. So we want to pray for him and his sisters as well, and his kids, and again, his beautiful wife. And so that they can, have the strength to carry on. And Jim, thank you, and Pat and everybody at the studio for what you guys have been doing for us today, just to share the memories, share some of the clips of Kobe and telling his story as well. So thank you, guys.
All right, Irvin, thank you, man. Appreciate it. Thank you. God bless you. He's that's one of the most thoughtful individuals I have ever been around, talking about Magic, and just to hear one superstar,
that's a
megastar, be in awe of another.
For him to say, he was the greatest Laker.
Yes.
Oh my God! I immediately, upon hearing about this, and I was with some women from Michigan, 2 of them from Lansing. We happened to be talking about Irvin on our trip, and remember when Irvin retired? That was such a blow to especially Los Angeles, especially for those who had watched him play. He didn't have his family at the time, but we were so saddened to hear that he wasn't going to play anymore. And the question, who could possibly light up this city again? Who could possibly provide that spark for the Lakers to win championships? Because let's face it, right, Jim? This is a championship nation.
That's what it's
championship
about.
city.
Yeah.
And then here comes 17-year-old Kobe Bryant, straight out of high school, and just immediately became the superstar with the Lakers. And to get to listen to Irvin and to watch Kobe, both of them when they got married and they had children. So to watch them raise their kids, and really to hear Irvin talk about Kobe like that, because he really did take him under his wing. It's just it's so sad. It's also very touching and heartwarming.
He will always live in our hearts.
There's no question.
Always live in our hearts.
No question.
It's amazing what Magic said about nobody took more pride in putting on a Lakers uniform than Kobe Bryant.
And think of all the great
think of all the greats
that we've seen.
Yes.
Yeah. He knows.
Irvin, he's played with all of them. I want to say he was the first one when Irvin came to the Lakers, and now to have this to actually witness, and again, just seeing Kobe win, actually have LeBron break his record last night.
Just on Saturday,
What really I think touches most of us sitting here, and especially as Jim has been talking about, just everything that he brought beyond the game, and even beyond the business, just himself as a person, as a family man, believing in young people and inspiring them to do great things, not only in basketball. And if you didn't become as great a player as Kobe Bryant, just to really live your life well and contribute to society.
And there's only a few people that you recognize, and we talked about it a little earlier, that you recognize by just one name.
That's right.
Magic, Michael, Tiger, Muhammad, LeBron, Kobe.
Kobe. Yeah. Yes, in the sports world, that's for sure. And just very difficult.
And to have the respect of those competitors, too. Doc Rivers, Clippers coach, we also have sound from him. He's responding and reacting to Kobe's death.
I just don't have a lot to say. The news is just devastating to everybody who knew him, known him a long time. And, he means a lot to me, obviously. He was such a great opponent, It's what you want in sports. He had that DNA that very few athletes can ever have. The Tiger Woods and the Michael Jordans. It's funny. I was getting to know him more since he retired. This is a tough one. We have to go play. The news is just so devastating for Vanessa and his family, and there's just so many people he touched.
Well, you just heard a heartbroken Doc Rivers, coach of the LA Clippers. Before we go to some very devastated fans at LA Live, I do want to mention again that we did identify another person that was on the chopper, a hero in his own right. His name is John Altobelli. He is was the coach of the Orange Coast baseball team. He also perished in this crash.
We have, of course, a growing memorial that's happening at the Staples Center. Leslie Marine is with us. She joins us now from the LA Live area just across the street from Staples Center with a look at what's happening there. Leslie?
I will tell you, so many times fans came out to see Kobe Bryant and they would just celebrate in front of the Staples Center, of course. But today, a very somber mood, a lot of tears and also a lot of Kobe jerseys, a lot of Lakers jerseys. I want to show you behind me here. We're at LA Live. That's because the area in front of Staples Center is blocked off because of the Grammys tonight. But you can see every one of these TV screens out here do have Kobe's photo on them in loving memory of Kobe Bryant. It says from the year he was born, 1978, to obviously today, 2020, when he did die. But fans occasionally will start chanting Kobe every so often. They'll chant MVP. There are several memorials, several spots across this LA Live area where people are placing flowers, bouquets. They have pictures, letters. I saw a handwritten letter to Kobe. I do want to bring in a fan here. His name is Victor. He's been carrying around what you said was a pillowcase, but you felt compelled, obviously, to come down here and be here with other fans. Why was that?
I just woke up and I saw the news, and it just hit me because I guess what Michael Jordan was to a lot of people is what Kobe was to me. When they won the first couple of championships, I was a young buck. I was 10, 11, 12, and wow, he's just a legend in every aspect, in every view. I could only imagine how his family's feeling. Our hearts goes out to them and the NBA league especially. And I know LeBron, they had something going on yesterday, and I could only imagine.
As Victor's talking, you can probably hear everyone behind us. They're yelling Kobe. They were also yelling Gigi, which is Kobe's daughter, who passed away as well. Occasionally, the crowd will do that. They'll start chanting. But what is the feeling like being here with other people right now? Is it helping this mourning process?
You know what? They're our family. They're my family. Unfortunately, I didn't grow up with a real family, biological family, but these guys are my family. And every time we come together, it's just unity. It's just love. There's no hate, and that's what we're doing here. We're trying to show the world and California what we're all about, and we're here together forever.
Thank you so much, Victor, for talking to us. I really appreciate that. Of course, it is Grammy Sunday, so LAPD has asked people not to come down here. That's because many of the streets around Staples Center are completely shut down. They're blocked off. That is what happens, of course, when they hold the Grammys at Staples Center every year. But I will tell you, that hasn't stopped anyone. People continue to stop by. I would say there are hundreds of people here, people bringing down flowers, people bringing down posters. I don't know if you can see the guy behind me is carrying a huge poster. You also see some of the people that are attending the Grammys, at least it looks like it, because they're dressed to the nines. They have come down here as well to pay their respects. We're just going to scan this crowd for you. You could see a lot of Laker gear, a lot of Kobe jerseys. It's an unreal mood being down here. A lot of people describing the moment they got here, they were just in disbelief, but once they got here, it really hit them that Kobe had passed away. And you could see someone else holding, of course, more Kobe memorabilia. It's something we're going to continue to see down here, I think, throughout the day. This crowd just continues to grow. But it's definitely not the news anyone wanted to hear, and people still very much in disbelief, but they feel like if they come together, it will help them mourn a bit. And I think I can understand that, because once you come down here, you can see just the feeling. It feels good to be around other people that understand what the emotions and the feelings everyone's going through right now. Of course, we're going to be out here with fans all day, but for now, we'll turn it back to you guys.
All right, Leslie Marine, thank you so much for that. I was trying to find exactly the years, and I'm sure somebody will tell me. Kobe won championships with this guy here, the big guy, Shaq. And I'm going to read you a tweet that just came in from Shaq. He said Kobe was so much more than an athlete. He was a family man. That was what we had most in common. I would hug his children like they were my own, and he would embrace my kids like they were his. His baby girl, Gigi, was born on the same day as my youngest daughter, Miara. Jeff, I got to tell you, when they won the championships and we would have the Lakers parade, the people that we wanted to see most, obviously, Shaq and Kobe, because they were such a powerful team. And those were really happy times.
You know, it's interesting. We continue to see this thread as we talk to people like Jerry West and Doc Rivers and Magic Johnson, and you mentioned Shaquille O'Neal there. And Magic had said something very similar to what Shaquille said. And what he's going to miss about Kobe is those conversations about his family.
Oh,
and his daughters, how much of that family unit was important to him.
And he was very deep.
Absolutely.
Kobe was very deep.
Yeah.
Just, you know, he came to the NBA right out of high school.
17,
right here.
Youngest NBA player.
Yes, to Los Angeles. But just in terms of how as learned as he was, and playing, I'm sure, and living overseas in Europe, he brought a different perspective here, and I'm sure that helped him in terms of creating, you know, what kind of man he wanted to be. Sure, there were some obstacles, but you know, how else do you learn and you grow from things that are put before you, or even things that happen in your life, to come out on the other side a better person? Isn't that a great thing? And when you think about the wisdom that he can also, or he did, pass on to his own children, his daughters, and kids around the world. That Kobe Bryant basketball camp, I mean, he would show up. You know, it could be on the first day or the last day, but he would be there. He would talk to the kids and maybe tell them, like, this is, you know, you should, the drills, you should be doing a little more of this or a little more of that. So it's just one thing to say that, yes, he was one of the greatest ever, not just a Laker, but to play the game of basketball. But he also just grew so much beyond that.
You know,
Very evident.
It's interesting that you mentioned going to basketball practices. It may be that's what they were going to, was to a basketball facility in Thousand Oaks, is what we're hearing, and we've, you know, continued to get information related to that. Very rarely does the Grammys ever get overshadowed with news, but today is going to be that day. When
it is.
Kobe Bryant.
And we're going to go to Brittany Hopper at the Grammys in just a moment, but first we're going to go to Joy Benedict, who is in Newport Coast, and that, of course, is where Kobe called home for so many years. Joy?
Yeah, certainly just a heartbreaking scene out here, as so many people have been gathering all afternoon simply to pay their respects. And I want to show you a small memorial that is starting to grow here in front of this gated community, as folks have been coming by with flowers and balloons and just to really feel his presence. That's what everyone is telling me. And I know they don't want me to do this, but they're all behind the camera. I see about 30 or so people, if we can turn the camera around. But that's why they're here. They're here because they want to feel his presence, and they certainly want his family to know and offer their strength. They're coming with jerseys and T-shirts and balloons and flowers, as everybody really just wants to be around. And I know most of you are very silent, but I don't know if any of you have a story that you feel up to sharing. I know I was talking to you earlier today. Yes. You go to the same church as his family, correct?
I do. I'm a member of Our Lady Queen of Angels right here in Newport Beach, and Kobe and his family is also a member.
I guess, and you said that you guys were saying a prayer this morning.
We did, and at our 12 o'clock Mass, Father Anthony Vu said a special prayer to the entire church for Kobe and everyone involved in the entire community.
And I think it really is a loss, and you can tell that by the number of people who are here. And other things that we're hearing is everybody sort of had a Kobe story. Like I talked to a young man earlier today, and he was a teenager, and he said, you know, I would see him in the grocery store, and I asked for a photo, and I told him, you know what, I don't really play basketball, but I play football. And Kobe told him, you know what, well, what's important is you play whatever you want to and stick with it and be athletic and be a part of a team. And he really pushed that to really everybody who was out here. And so that's what you're hearing. You know, this is a community that's seen Kobe for years. So he wasn't really, you know, the novelty up here. He was the guy you saw at the grocery store. He was the guy you saw at the gym. He was the guy you saw walking across the street. And I think it was Jim Hill who said, he literally stopped traffic, and he really did, even in his own community here, as so many people are just really wanting to show their respect, and that's what they're doing here. And I see a lot of folks nodding their head at me, but not really wanting to talk, okay, just about some of those stories. I said, he's someone that you saw everywhere, and I'm assuming that's the same for you.
Yeah, absolutely. I have a collage of pictures reflecting basically my entire childhood and every single age of a picture with Kobe, so I will cherish that forever.
What do you think it is about Kobe that made him just such a magnetic personality?
He was a black mamba. He had the mamba mentality, and he always kept that with him no matter where he was, what he was doing, and he was a family man. Always saw him with his kids, always was a good father. So
yeah, somebody out here just a few moments ago had a video of him just last night at the mall walking around with, I guess it would have been his second youngest daughter, and they were sharing that. So that's what you're seeing out here is just a lot of stories, a lot of sharing. But in case you've noticed, there's also a lot of smiles, because in all of these Kobe memories, be it the championships or just seeing him at the mall or him stopping to say hello and shake their hand, like these are happy memories, right? There you go.
It's cold outside a little bit. I mean, I know California cold's a little different than real cold, but gotta represent the t-shirt. Always love Kobe.
Absolutely. No matter which number your jersey you have, an 8 or a 24, really, it's just a lot of heart and a lot of memories. And, as I've been saying all afternoon, he was just a force to be around, be it on the court, in the locker room, in the community, wherever he was. Kobe Bryant just had that magnetic personality as people would follow him all around. I'd see people follow him through the hotel lobbies and follow him out through the halls. Like everybody just wanted a chance to be like, hey, Kobe, I'm so-and-so. I'm a big fan of yours, and I just love having you around, and that's just the kind of person he was, and it's a memory many are going to have, and it's a presence that will surely be missed by many. Guys,
there's no question about that, Joy. And we're going to go to an event, major event here in Los Angeles, the Grammy Awards. Now, you talk about your celebrities and your music stars. So many people there, I'm sure, are saddened today because they were in awe of Kobe. If I could have a list of all the songs that Kobe Bryant's name showed up,
sure,
we would be here forever. But these are people that in their own right are music geniuses, but they also just idolized Kobe Bryant for who he was and what he did.
And this is happening at the Staples Center. All those great games that Kobe had there for the Lakers, and his 2 jerseys, number 8 and number 24, will be hanging from the rafters during the Grammys tonight here in Los Angeles.
And I bet when we talk to Brittany Hopper, Jeff, I am sure that they probably scrambled to make some changes to tonight's show. Here's Brittany now. Brittany?
Yeah, that's absolutely right. I mean, we are basically at his home away from home, and I can tell you that when news hit, this tragic news hit, I mean, it just sent shockwaves through this red carpet. There hasn't been really a dry eye when I talk to folks here on the red carpet. Here with me live right now is Robert Kraft. You've been in the sports world for so many years. Can we talk a little bit about the legendary Kobe Bryant and what was your feelings, your thoughts when you heard this tragic news today?
We're just shocked, and it makes us all realize how we can't take anything for granted, and make sure you give a special hug and kiss to everyone who's dear to you. And seeing his beautiful little beloved daughter, I mean, that is 13, and I know the pride he took in her. So it's a little here we are at Kobe's home in the Staples Center, and I had a chance to see him at his one of his last games here, and he was such a gentleman, a great competitor. So
and so incredibly charitable, so fatherly. I mean, everything positive you can say about this man.
And that's what makes this so sad. And for those of us who are privileged to wake up every day in good health and you have good family around you,
amen to that.
Make sure you give them a special hug and kiss today.
Absolutely. I mean, within the sports world, though, what have you talked to anyone personally?
I got like 50 texts and emails from people who are just, this has really shocked. It's a global impact, so.
Absolutely.
And it's just, everyone should just step back and think and count their blessings.
Absolutely, absolutely. Nice to see you. Thank you so much for talking to me on live TV. You know, and I also, with what he just said, I also want to go to a couple of sound bites because we talked to Rick Ross. Rick Ross is up for Best Rap Song. Rick Ross is not a man who really shows a lot of emotion. And he told me that he actually, when he heard the news, he had his driver pull off to the side of the road. He had to take a moment and just say a prayer for Kobe Bryant's family. Skrillex is another one that I talked to. He's this huge music producer and also up for a Grammy nomination. And they both said that it's difficult to even celebrate the Grammys and their nominations. Skrillex was born and raised here in LA. He said it perfectly. LA is Kobe Bryant. Kobe Bryant is LA. Take a listen.
A big deal, losing a massive superhero for us like that, and
definitely heartbroken. We grew up to Kobe, man. Like I know the city's hurting right now. I'm definitely hurting, but most important, praying for his family, you know, his wife and his 4 kids. So hopefully God will comfort them right now. You know what I mean? So. You know, shout out to Kobe, long live Kobe. We in Kobe's house right now, and it's Kobe's house forever.
Not even sure how I could put that in words. You know, I just got the news, and like I said, I was actually getting dressed maybe a little over an hour ago, and somebody told me that, and, you know, I just stopped what I was doing, and, you know, I waited a minute or two, and I asked him, reconfirm that, because either
I think all of us did.
Yeah, it's either I don't believe this, or I just don't want to believe this. But every time we ever came across each other's paths, I let him know I was a genuine fan of his work. He always moved himself in silence. He was always so classy. He was a great example on so many different levels, and a huge loss.
Right. I mean, just so unbelievably sad. And unfortunately, we're here at what's supposed to be a joyous event. So many people have worked so hard on their music and to get their music out and to get nominated for a Grammy, which is, you know, music's biggest night. But it's difficult. It's difficult to celebrate because, as you mentioned, Pat, I mean, Kobe had that effect on not only people in the sports world, but people all over, including myself, who was a fan from the moment he started at the Lakers. I mean, and as I mentioned earlier, as a mother, I mean, your heart just naturally goes out to Vanessa and really everyone here walking. Like I said, it's supposed to be a joyous night, but it is definitely turned into a somber evening. I'm also being told that the Grammys are going to perhaps pay some type of tribute tonight to Kobe Bryant. Naturally, of course, we would expect that. For now, we're going to continue getting reaction. For now, we're live at the Staples Center. I'm Brittany Hopper. Back to you guys in the studio.
All right, Brittany, I know that Nipsey Hussle is going to be.
Few minutes.
All right, we're going to go to a National Transportation Safety Board news conference.
We're likely to have a media briefing sometime tomorrow. Please monitor our Twitter, which is NTSB_newsroom, for those announcements. I have time for a couple of quick questions. If you'll raise your hand, state your name and your affiliation.
Ashley Trujillo, NBC News. What types of things will you be looking for in the wreckage?
The question is, what types of things will we be looking for? Our team will be looking at the history of the pilot and whatever crew was on board. We'll be looking at maintenance records of the helicopter. We will be looking at records of the owner and operator of the helicopter and a number of other things that we look at as part of the investigation.
Greg Clare with CNN. How soon do you anticipate getting to work tonight once you land in California?
That's hard to tell. The question is how late will we be getting to work? We do have somebody who's on scene or en route from our Western Region office, and so when we get on scene, we'll have to assess what we're able to do at that time.
Van Applegate, Fox 5. Media on the ground is reporting 9 people were killed in that crash. Does the Sikorsky typically carry 9 people? Was it a helicopter that can be capable of carrying that many people?
The question is how many people can be carried in the Sikorsky 76B. We are trying to figure out what the configuration of that helicopter is. It really just depends on the configuration. So that's something we're still trying to verify. One more question.
Matthew Van, ABC, you mentioned 18 investigators. Is it typical for the NTSB to send that large a number of staff to this kind of investigation? Is there a profile of the person on board on them?
Is it typical to send 18? And I should clarify, it's not a total of 18 investigators. That includes our investigative staff. That's there's the investigative staff, there's the board members, there are a couple from media relations, there's our family assistance team, and I think that covers it. But it's typical for any of our investigations. This does not change anything. This is just how we would respond to any investigation. Like,
Does this type of helicopter typically have a black box?
does this type of helicopter have a black box? That's something we'll have to look to as part of the investigation. We're still on our way there. So thank you very much.
That wraps up the NTSB quick press conference here related to that helicopter crash involving Kobe Bryant. The person there had said that they're in the process of verifying the seating aboard that Sikorsky S-76. Reports are there's up to 12 people that can be seated inside this helicopter. We understand there were 9 people on board at that point in time. They have 18 people, Pat, as part of the NTSB investigation. They say this is no more or any less than what they have on a normal investigation of a fatal crash like this. But they will be investigating and heading to that scene. Now, we know that Sheriff Alex Villanueva said those 9 people on board and the bodies remain at the scene in Calabasas, but he would not confirm those identities on board. However, we've confirmed, through CBS
John
News.
Altobello.
Yeah.
And we do have someone else. We want to, and I don't want to give that name until we start our newscast, which we are about to momentarily. We do have the name of another person who was born, who was aboard that helicopter crash, but also picking up on what you said from that news conference from the NTSB. They're going to look at the pilot, of course, the weather conditions, the owner of the chopper, and which would also be normal in terms of them conducting an investigation, but to try to get some answers, if we can, as to why that helicopter went down. And we will have more news coming up in just a second. A full newscast for you here on KCAL 9, where we have more information about who was on board the chopper that went down. And we, of course, will also be giving more information, condolences coming in from people that you all know, our viewers know, and people really around the world.
Absolutely. We continue the continuous coverage here on KCAL 9. We'll go throughout the evening here as we continue to follow the story of this helicopter crash in Calabasas that happened earlier today involving Kobe Bryant.
Breaking news, Lakers legend Kobe Bryant killed in a tragic helicopter crash in Calabasas, including Kobe's 13-year-old daughter. The stunning news leaves fans around the world in complete shock.
Just devastating, beyond devastated. Kobe's the best, man.
I just didn't want to believe it because he's such a good guy.
Everyone from fans to celebrities to those who knew him best left devastated by the heartbreaking news.
This has been one of the most horrible days of my life. I felt like I've lost a son.
L.A. has certainly lost a legend. The world joins the city in mourning the sudden death of Kobe Bryant.
Here's what we know at this hour about the tragedy that is hitting almost everyone very hard today. 9 people on board that aircraft when something went wrong. This was over the city of Calabasas. We're told that they were on their way to a travel basketball game when that chopper went down.
In addition to Kobe and his daughter Gianna, Orange Coast College baseball coach John Altobello has been identified as among the victims. The NTSB is on the scene investigating how the helicopter went down.
And here on KCAL 9, join us live is CBS 2 Sports Director Jim Hill.
And Jim, you knew Kobe very well for the 20 years that he's been here in Los Angeles.
Kobe Pat and Jeff, as you know, one of the more remarkable individuals that I have ever met. And he had a great work ethic, and it wasn't even, no one could surpass it. And even Magic Johnson a little while ago was talking to us about how he affected him. A tragic day as Kobe Bryant has died in a helicopter crash. Now, we've spoken with Laker legends Jerry West and Magic Johnson on the loss of one Kobe Bean Bryant.
I don't think right now that we can probably put it into words on what he's meant for Los Angeles. It's just, I'm going to miss him, because we used to talk about Italy and being a father and husband and, you know, things that were just special to the two of us. And I'm going to miss those conversations I had with him and miss him and the impact that he made in our city.
I really felt like a surrogate father to him. And then as his career blossomed and, he started to establish this enormous reputation as a player and also filled with accomplishments. But his charisma on top of it was something that most great players don't have, and he had it. But to wake up to this news, this has been one of the most horrible days of my life. I felt like I've lost a son, and frankly, not doing very well.
And one of the things I think about when I think about Jerry West, I think about someone who cares. I think if it hadn't been for Jerry West, Kobe probably wouldn't have come to be here with the Lakers. And of course, there's a lot more to talk about Kobe Bryant and what he has done for the basketball, for our community, for his family. He was a terrific basketball player.
We know that.
But he was a better father, husband, and family man than he was a basketball player.
I'm going to say this, Jim. Can you imagine the playgrounds around Los Angeles? We have heard from people that have given their reactions in terms of celebrities and stars, a lot of people that we know, a lot that are in the media, the athletic world. But I just can't imagine the young children that are that play basketball around this city, that just looked up to Kobe Bryant. Maybe some who have never met him before, may not have had the opportunity to go to the Staples Center to see a game, but they do know Kobe Bryant, or they did, and they just admired him so greatly. That's really touching me right now, because I know that's true.
He's one of a kind, and we shall never forget. And I mentioned it before, and I hope people aren't getting bored with it, but when I think about him, I think about a saying from Dr. King when he said, giving back to your fellow mankind is one of the most noble things that anyone can do. And that's what Kobe did.
Yes.
He was giving back to his fellow mankind, especially the young people, showing them the way.
It's nothing like just looking up to someone like that as a child, in whatever your circumstances is. But primarily to me, I'm thinking about those who didn't have the opportunity, or maybe a little less fortunate as others, to attend a professional basketball game, but still loved and admired him nonetheless and wanted to be like Kobe Bryant.
When you say loved and admired, let's underscore that with a live look here from Sky 9. This is going to be over the Staples Center, just the throngs of people that have arrived as a result of Kobe Bryant. So, Jim, tell us a little bit about how you feel when you see this. You know him better than anybody here. You've talked to him. You know his spirit. You know his legacy. What does this tell you?
He's loved. That's pure and simple. You don't do this. You don't have this kind of reaction for people that you don't like, or people that you despise. You do this for people that you respect, you admire, you appreciate, you love, and now you just want to say thank you.
Exactly. Thank you, thank you. All right, thank you, Jim. We'll be hearing more from Jim, of course, throughout the newscast. Now, reaction also from Lakers legend Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
That's right, he posted this on Twitter. Let's take a look.
It's very difficult for me to put in words how I feel about the loss of Kobe Bryant. As a young boy, I met him when he was 11 or 12 years old. I was friends with his dad, Joe. We were former adversaries. Joe played for the 76ers, but he was a good friend and someone that I shared a friendship. And it's hard for me to understand now how this is affecting Joe and his wife. So to Kobe's family, I want to send my most sincere and heartfelt regrets and prayers, and my thoughts are with you guys. Kobe was an incredible family man. He loved his wife and daughters. He was an incredible athlete and a leader in a lot of ways. He inspired a whole generation of young athletes. He was one of the first ones to leave high school and come into the NBA and do so well, dominating the game and becoming one of the best scorers that the Los Angeles Lakers has ever seen. I had the privilege of being there when he scored his 81-point game, and it was something that I will always remember as one of the highlights of the things that I have learned and observed in sports. Kobe, my thoughts are with you, absolutely. Rest in peace, young man. This loss it's just hard to comprehend. Go with God.
That's the great Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. Told you at the beginning of this newscast that we were able to identify another person who was on board that helicopter crash. The husband of Christina Mauser, you're looking at her picture now, is posting on Facebook that she died in that helicopter crash. Mauser was a basketball coach at Harbor Day School, where Kobe's daughter attended school. Mauser's husband says he and his children are devastated. Hearts go out to them as well.
Absolutely. 9 people on board. That goes to Kobe Bryant, Gianna, John Altobelli, and now Christina Mauser are the ones that are identified. 4 out of the 9. We understand the pilot as well. Nobody survived that plane crash that happened in Calabasas. And speaking of Calabasas, that happened at 9:45 this morning. Greg Mills continues our live team coverage from the crash site with the very latest.
Greg.
And Jeff and Pat, I am here at Willow Glen Street and Las Virgenes, and about 100 people here now, maybe a little bit more, and the crowd we've noticed has turned over a few times, so I can say safely hundreds have been out here today, many wearing Kobe Bryant jerseys and other Laker memorabilia. Very solemn scene out here. Very, very quiet. People talking quietly among themselves and just frankly just staring up at the hill. We got video for you of the hill where the crash was, and you'll see very little left of the helicopter and a debris field that people estimate at about 200 feet at least. Very big debris field on this hill here at Willow Glen Street and Las Virgenes up in the hills there. Got a chance to talk to some of the folks who came out, and people have been coming here since just after hearing about the crash and that Kobe Bryant was involved.
Kobe's the best, man. My wife and I, we just got married on 8/24 for Kobe.
Sorry, it makes you just want to hug your daughters.
I feel like really sad that he died, and I wish that he would still be alive.
My heart goes out for his family. My son's name is Bryant, and he was lucky enough to grow up to see him play. It's just a tragedy.
Tragic
day for LA and for the whole world.
It's just incredible. I mean, I'm in shock. Kobe was GOAT. He was the God.
He was GOAT, greatest of all time. One of them.
Incredible athlete and an incredible person, and just devastating.
It's just shocking. It's just so sad, tragic. We lost a legend. He means so much to so many kids, so many people who are basketball fans and non-basketball fans. He's accomplished great things, and it's unbelievable. Just so sad.
I loved him as his player, his work ethic, but he has a family, and their grief is going to be way worse than ours.
A lot of tears out here today, really having a tough time. People just really in disbelief still, trying to grasp what happened on this hillside here in Calabasas. A couple of people we talked to that were out and about at that time said it was very, very foggy here. One man said it was foggy. He was out walking his dog, and suddenly he just heard a massive explosion. Reporting live from Calabasas, Greg Mills, CBS 2 News. Pat and Jeff, back to you.
Okay, Greg, thank you so much. We have another victim identified, Orange County Community College baseball coach John Altobelli. We're told among the victims there in that helicopter crash, Altobelli was entering his 24th season as head baseball coach. We're told in 2019, Altobelli was selected as the American Baseball Coaches Association's National Coach of the Year following a season in which he led the Pirates to a state championship. Altobelli's brother confirmed for us that John's wife and daughter also on board that helicopter and killed in that crash.
Okay, we talked earlier in the news conference from Sheriff Alex Villanueva. He gave a total of 9 people on board the helicopter crash. I think right now we have identified 6 people.
6 out of the 9.
So we still have 3 other victims that have yet to be identified, and we will give you that information as soon as we can. In fact, we're going to go to Kara Finstrom now. She has more information from that sheriff's news conference. Kara.
Pat, there's also a sense of shock, deep sadness here amongst the first responders and the local leaders who are bringing us what news they have. At this point, we understand that inside the sheriff's station here, there are some area NTSB investigators meeting with coroner's officials. We do expect to get another update at some point, but within the last hour, as you mentioned, Sheriff Alex Villanueva spoke, confirming a total of 9 people were killed.
There were no survivors. We have a manifest that indicates that there was 9 people on board the aircraft, the pilot plus 8 individuals. There is wide speculation as to who the identities are. However, it is entirely inappropriate right now to identify anyone by name until the coroner has made the identification through their very deliberative process, and they've made notifications to next of kin.
The fire department says they got a 911 call reporting a helicopter down a brush fire at 9:47 this morning. They say firefighters with medical equipment hiked in. Some others were dropped from a helicopter to try and get to anyone on board as quickly as they could, but sadly, again, all 9 people on board died. Fire Chief Daryl Osby also spoke here. He referred to one of the specific challenges fire crews had to face as they tried to put out the flames.
Our firefighters hiked in to the accident site with their medical equipment and hose lines to extinguish the stubborn fire, as it included the brush fire, debris from a helicopter, and the fire also included magnesium, which is very hard for our firefighters to extinguish because magnesium reacts with oxygen and water.
And again, the Sheriff's Department not confirming at this point that NBA legend Kobe Bryant was on board. They do want to wait for that final confirmation from the coroner's office. Back here live, you can see some of the folks from the fire department that are here, a number of officials here. So, Pat, we do expect to get an update again at some point. But I can tell you when that press conference was held and we learned that not 5 but 9 people had died, there was just a gasp that went up from everyone here. So much loss here today.
So much loss indeed, Kara. And again, that's why we wait for information to be confirmed, because this is something that we found out just later today. Thank you, Kara. We have more breaking news now. I believe we're going to go to Jim, who's going to talk with someone who was also beloved by Kobe Bryant.
Absolutely, Pat. He is John Ireland. He is the voice of the Los Angeles Lakers. John, now you and I have been talking a little bit already, and I know you are in shock as the rest of us are.
Jim, I've been traveling with the Lakers for 22 years and hundreds of flights each year, and this was the worst plane flight I've ever been on. About an hour into it, we normally fly home after the games, but our game in Philadelphia was so late last night. It was a nationally televised game. Didn't start till 8:30 in Philly, and so because of that, the decision was made to spend the night there and fly home this morning to keep everybody on a regular sleep schedule. And about an hour into the flight today is when that news broke, and we were all hoping and praying that it was wrong. You know, in this era of social media, you see somebody or some entity tweet that something as horrible as this has happened. We were just hoping that it was some type of sick hoax, and when we found out it wasn't, you can imagine everybody on that plane is connected to Kobe, and he was the brightest star in our galaxy for every year we were there, and to get this news in the air and to watch the reactions of everybody on board was the worst.
John, what were some of the reactions coming from the players who were in shock on the plane?
Disbelief. Like, come on, what now, Jim, is going to turn out to be his last tweet came last night after LeBron passed him on the NBA's all-time scoring list, and he was very magnanimous. He's been doing a lot of interviews lately talking about how he thought it was kind of a cool thing that a guy in a Laker uniform was going to, move by him on that list, and how he was happy for LeBron, and that was the tweet. He said, way to go, man, keep it moving, and nothing but nice things to say about LeBron, and those guys have always been kind of a mutual admiration society. And Jim, the people I thought about the most were, we've got people in our traveling party that, and I'm on this list, that, our livelihoods and our jobs are as good as they are because of him. I mean, he created, again, I keep using the word star. You know that Hollywood and Los Angeles is a star-driven town, and he was the brightest one of all. He came to the Lakers and teamed up with Shaq and brought us all that excitement when Staples Center opened. And you'll remember this, Jim, that when Kobe and Shaq won those titles, there was no LA Live. Where you've been thrown to reports down at LA Live where all those people are gathering. LA Live didn't exist and maybe never would have come along if it weren't for Kobe. Those guys kind of built the downtown Staples Center energy up, and then they put the big hotel up, and they put up the Nokia Theater, which is now the Microsoft Theater, and so it's just the news today is my reaction to all this is kind of between sadness, disbelief, and shock, equal parts, all three.
John, you are one of the few people that have seen Kobe from day one up until today, and you know exactly how he operates, how he feels, the passion that he has in his heart. He was a guy who really, really cared about wearing that purple and gold.
Maybe more than anyone ever, Jim. If you ask people who's the greatest Laker of all time, some people will say, well, the most popular Laker was Magic. The all-time leading scorer in the NBA is Kareem. The Lakers have a rich history. But the brightest Laker star ever was Kobe. He's the only one who played 20 years with the Lakers. He holds almost every Laker record. And so because of that, we used to use his name as a verb. We used to tell people when we were, when I was working with you and at Channel 2, and then when I transferred over to become one of the Laker broadcasters, we'd say, well, if we could keep this game close, then we can just Kobe it in the fourth quarter, which was code for we just give him the ball and let him win the game. And he was like the Pied Piper. He had such a following because of that, because he brought so much fun and so much energy and so much star power to the Lakers. And I think that's why everybody today is reacting with so much emotion, because even people he had never met, he had brightened their world just by performing as well as he did. And that's why you're seeing these reactions from all your reporters when they're asking people about this news. And Kobe's work ethic and his drive and his positivity is something you can take if you're a policeman or a fireman or an actor or an accountant or a sportscaster and apply it to you. It's the thing we always used to call the Mamba mentality. And so I think that's why you're seeing the reactions you're seeing today, is because he had that energy around him wherever he went.
John, appreciate your time. Keep the faith, buddy.
Good talking to you, Jim.
Okay, that's John Ireland, who's the voice of the Los Angeles Lakers. Pat?
All right. Thanks for that, Jim. Yes, just a tremendous work ethic, that's for sure. We always wanted to see those last shots that Kobe Bryant would make to win the game for the LA Lakers. We've been talking about Kobe, obviously, and his beautiful, lovely daughter. There are other people on board that plane, 7 other people to be, in fact. And our Michelle Gili is live with a family member of one of those victims. Michelle?
Pat, that's right. For the past few hours, there have been hundreds of people coming out here to Orange Coast College, specifically onto the baseball diamond. People here grieving, and that is because Coach Alto, as he was known, John Altobelli, the head coach for many, many years here on this campus, is believed to have been one of those killed, along with his wife, Carrie, and his daughter, Alyssa. With me here is John's baby brother, Tony. And Tony, let's just first talk about how, with regard to the crash, there's so little that you know at this point.
Yeah, I first heard about it. I was walking around Balboa, and I'd got a text message from my older brother asking if I'd heard about Kobe's chopper incident, not even knowing, he didn't even know that my brother may have been on that chopper. So I didn't hear anything about it. I started checking internets, and everything was completely overloaded, so I couldn't get any responses from that. So I reached out to one of our coaches, and my coach asked about my brother, and that made me curious. So I started texting coaches on this baseball field, and one of my assistant coaches called me and told me the news, and that was the first I'd heard of it.
We're going to step aside, Tony, as we continue to talk, just so we can see all of these players who are showing up here, embracing one another, families. There are so many tears being shed, and what they're telling me about your brother, Coach Alto, is that this was a family. He was a father. He was a mentor. Yes, it was about baseball, but there was so much more going on here.
Yeah, we always talk about at Orange Coast the Pirate family, and we talked about that today. We talked about just what Alto meant to everybody, not just the players, but the parents and the time and the effort he's put in over the 28 years he's been here. To just look at this field is the perfect testament of my brother. This field was not in the greatest of shape when he took over the program, and it's now one of the top programs in the nation. So it's a legacy that unfortunately was cut off way too short, but it's going to live on for many, many years.
I want to mention that your brother won 4 national championships here at Orange Coast College last year. He was the National Coach of the Year. So we want to thank you for sharing with us, and we know that you've lost not only your brother, but sister-in-law and a niece, and we appreciate it, and we're all as a community grieving with you. Thank you so much. We'll throw it back to you guys in Studio City.
Michelle, thank you so much. Well, the red carpet is going on in anticipation of the Grammys. Brittany Hopper is there with the Vice. Brittany?
Okay, we're expecting to hear from Brittany Hopper any minute now, because that live show, or the red carpet show, is going to start pretty soon. So we did want to get a last-minute hit with Brittany to get some more information from her. There she is. Brittany, can you hear us?
Heated right now. A lot of people are starting to show up on the red carpet, and it's a very somber feeling, I can tell you. If we could just move the camera over here, we have Little Nas and Billy Ray Cyrus. We just saw Blake Shelton. And if we can bring the camera back over here, because I want to go live with Sheila E. You are an inspiration to many in the music world, but you sadly were telling me earlier today you got done with rehearsals, because you will be performing tonight. And tell me what happened when you heard this horrible, tragic news of Kobe Bryant.
Yeah, we just got off stage and they let us know that Kobe had passed away, and they grabbed my arm and just said, "We have to tell you this," and my knees buckled, and I just broke down in just disbelief. And we're in Kobe's house. I mean, and we're doing a celebration of Prince tonight as well, and just the loss of the great
and Nipsey Hussle
as well. So it's horrible what has happened today, but we need to really just enjoy and celebrate life, and then we're going to do that tonight as well.
And clearly, Kobe Bryant, he was obviously such a huge fixture in the sports world, but also in everyone's world, right?
Yeah, he's affected people, their lives, not just with basketball, but the things that he's done with his philanthropy and all this. There's tons of things. Yes.
So charitable man, and a father and a husband. And
this loss and his daughter is tragic.
It's tragedy. Well, as much as you can, have a nice time tonight. Enjoy yourself, and I appreciate you coming and talking to us on live TV. Thank you so much. I've been a huge fan of yours for a while, so thank you. We talked to a lot of other people here tonight as well, and it's the same thing, just a somber day. I think we're going to go to a couple of sound bites. I spoke to Rick Ross earlier, and he too, I keep saying this, a man who does not show much emotion, but he showed a lot of emotion. Take a listen.
A big deal, losing a massive superhero for us like that, and
definitely heartbroken. We grew up to Kobe, man. I know the city's hurting right now. I'm definitely hurting, but most important, praying for his family, his wife and his 4 kids. So hopefully God will comfort them right now. You know what I mean? So. Shout out to Kobe, long live Kobe. We in Kobe's house right now, and it's Kobe's house forever.
Not even sure how I could put
put that in words. You know, I just got the news, and like I said, I was actually getting dressed maybe a little over an hour ago, and somebody told me that, and, you know, I just stopped what I was doing, and, you know, I waited a minute or two, and I asked him, reconfirm that, because either
I think all of us did.
Yeah, it's either I don't believe this, or I just don't want to believe this. But every time we ever came across each other's paths, I let him know I was a genuine fan of his work. He always moved himself in silence. He was always so classy. He was a great example on so many different levels, and a huge loss.
We're told the Grammys have had to change things up tonight in order to pay tribute to Kobe Bryant. We are live tonight at the Staples Center, Kobe Bryant's home away from home. I'm Brittany Hopper, back to you guys in the studio.
Thanks for that, Brittany. You know, before we move forward, Jeff, when Brittany talked about changing the show at the Grammys, so many things have happened during the Grammys period, and you know, coincidence of course, but I can remember, I believe it was several years ago, maybe 2012, when Whitney Houston died prematurely, and they had to change the show for tributes to her. Something like this happens with a superstar like Kobe Bryant, beloved by so many, and so, as she said, that's his house.
Yeah.
All of them said that. That's
in Kobe's house.
Kobe's house, right?
What's so interesting is to have somebody like Kobe that transcends the sport and is somebody that influences music and culture, and to have this happen in his house, the Grammys, on the night of his death. It's amazing how all this kind of intertwines, doesn't it?
You know, I heard someone on the radio earlier, Jeff, because I had just landed coming to work, and they said, now, to say this, you remember where you were when John Kennedy died, when President Kennedy died? There are so many people that will say, I can remember what I was doing when Kobe Bryant died, because he was part of a new generation.
Yeah. We're going to be breaking away from CBS 2 to take you to the Grammys, but we will continue our conversation here and the Kobe coverage on KCAL 9 throughout the evening. So we'll continue to bring that here on KCAL 9 and KCAL9.com, and CBS 2 goes to the Grammys.
All right, well, the world joins the city in mourning over the sudden death of Kobe Bryant.
Here's what we know at this hour about the tragedy that is hitting almost everyone very hard. 9 people on board that aircraft, that Sikorsky S-76 helicopter, when something went wrong over Calabasas this morning. We're told that they were rather on their way to a travel basketball game in Thousand Oaks when that chopper went down.
Well, in addition to Kobe Bryant and his daughter Gianna, Orange Coast College baseball coach John Altobelli has been identified as among the victims. The NTSB is on the scene investigating how the helicopter went down. We're looking at the weather conditions right now, and it seemed to be very, very foggy.
There was quite a bit of fog this morning, correct. So many fans shocked and saddened about the news, of course, of Kobe Bryant's death.
Well, we're going to go to Staples Center, where that's Kobe's house, let's face it. And we have so many fans that are out to give their respects to Kobe and his family. Our Leslie Marine is live there now. And Leslie, I can just imagine the sea of fans showing up for a very different reason today. You could think about all the times there were just thousands of people who showed up for a Lakers parade to cheer Kobe Bryant, and this time it's very, very different and very painful.
Yeah, I would say it's surreal for a lot of people, a lot of shock. We can switch our camera around here because you will see grown men and women in tears as they drop off just flowers, jerseys, basketballs, photos, whatever they had to pay their respects all to Kobe Bryant. There are literally so many people just in tears. You could feel the emotion. It is somber. Many people telling me the reason they came to Staples Center because this was Kobe's second home. This is where they had joyous moments with him. If you wanted to see Kobe, you could find him here. Even after he finished playing for the Lakers, he would always attend games, and fans would look forward to that, possibly seeing him courtside. So yeah, people bringing down what they have that obviously can memorialize Kobe Bryant. We do want to speak to Gabriel here. He actually was one of the first fans here. He brought down a floral arrangement. Gabriel, what does it feel like for you to be here? I know this moment feels very surreal for a lot of people.
Well, we're here and it's a somber moment, and at the same time we're celebrating Kobe.
for all the greatness he's brought to LA, being an amazing father, a husband, a friend, a brother, everyone that he's been here, a son, and the best basketball player out there.
You told me that you were actually out doing things when you heard this. You immediately went to go get that floral arrangement and came down here. Why did you need to be at the Staples Center?
Because this is the house that Kobe built. This is his domain. And I felt compelled that as his fan to bring and pay our respects to Kobe, Gigi, and everyone who had passed. And I just felt that I had to come down here.
And I know when you first brought this arrangement, it said, rest in peace to Kobe Bryant. You later obviously found out about his daughter, Gigi. Why you went back out, got another ribbon? I mean, just as I'm sure a father, can you imagine this ever happening?
Yeah, no, it's so, we're all in shock. It's just terrible. But when I found out that his daughter was involved as well, it's even more heart-wrenching for everyone. I mean, everyone's with broken hearts, and I felt that she needed her memory to be shared as well, as long as everyone else that was involved in this. And I feel that everyone here is just, we're still in shock, and we're showing our love for Kobe, his family, and everyone.
Thank you so much, Gabriel, for talking to us. As Suzanne would show you, there are plenty of Kobe memorabilia around here, but also all the TVs here at LA Live have this in loving memory of Kobe Bryant sign flashed across the screen. You can see it all around here. Every so often, fans will start to cheer Kobe. They're going right now. You can hear them. They'll be chanting MVP. I will tell you, we've been here for about 2 hours now, and some fans that are standing right in front of this memorial have just not left. They're in tears. They're in disbelief. Across the street, of course, the Grammys going on. And LAPD has alerted people not to come down here. Obviously, it hasn't stopped them, but they want to continue to stress. Obviously, they have all the streets around here blocked off because the Grammys is going on at Staples Center. But as you can see, hundreds of fans here. I'll tell you, as time goes by, this LA Live area gets even more packed. But you can see people bringing down flowers. It's very emotional to be out here because, Pat, like you were saying, people came here to celebrate Kobe for so many years, celebrate the championships, celebrate his retirement, celebrate his jersey being retired. Any time that they want to celebrate Kobe, they would come down in front of Staples Center. And today they're remembering this great legend at his second home. Pat, Jeff?
Okay, Leslie, you're mentioning some of the statistics there, Pat. We should probably take a moment to just kind of unfurl just the success that he had. He was a 5-time NBA champion, Kobe, 18-time NBA All-Star, 2-time NBA scoring champion, and then after basketball, he won that Oscar. And he's also a 2-time Olympic gold medalist.
Dear basketball, yes. And I'm hoping that we can get some video of that later for our audience. That was just a very beautiful piece, touching piece. And you mentioned him winning those gold medals for the United States.
That's right.
He's just such an accomplished young man, but more importantly, I believe, a family man.
Just as Jim had mentioned, there are very few people out there that are known by their first name, and Kobe is definitely one of them.
He is certainly one of them. We couldn't call him anything but Kobe. Well, the chopper that Kobe Bryant and 8 other people were riding in was actually headed to a youth basketball tournament in Thousand Oaks.
Kick It On, Jake Reiner is live outside the Mamba Sports Academy, where Kobe's daughter was set to play later on today. Jake.
Jeff and Pat, we've been talking all afternoon about what Kobe has meant to the community, and I think this illustrates it. I'll step out of the way so you can take a look at the crowd that's gathered here outside the Mamba Sports Academy in Thousand Oaks. People have been coming by, dropping off flowers, telling Kobe stories. I spoke to a father earlier who told me that his daughter was set to play here today, but all of those games have been canceled. He also told me that Kobe was supposed to be here to coach his daughter in a basketball tournament called the Mamba Cup, which is a series of basketball tournaments for youth basketball here, and it is a weekend tournament that was supposed to end today. He was supposed to be here at 2 o'clock to coach that game. So very somber mood here, people sharing stories, and obviously tears as well. I spoke with a number of the kids that have benefited from the Mamba Sports Academy today. One of them actually got to spend some time with Kobe during a basketball camp one summer, and I spoke to him about what it was like to learn from the great Kobe Bryant.
I was starstruck, and it was amazing. It felt like I was in heaven, having fun, learning stuff. I learned that how to get after a defender and like get off of him and stuff.
How are you feeling today, buddy?
Sad.
Yeah.
Depressed.
What did Kobe mean to you as a Lakers fan or basketball fan?
He meant to me as my dad.
And that kind of illustrates how a lot of kids looked up to him as a father figure, as someone that was very influential in their lives. And back live, you can see the crowd still out here. They have been coming in droves all afternoon, and it's just remarkable to hear everybody's story, their connection when they've either seen Kobe at a game or met him in person. I know that I've had many arguments over my lifetime about, who the greatest basketball player is of all time, and I'm always arguing that if you want someone in the fourth quarter with the ball, the game on the line, it's a close tie, I think, between Kobe and Michael Jordan. But as someone that's grown up in Los Angeles, of course, I would take Kobe Bryant in that matchup. And of course, with the game on the line, you got to give it to the Mamba. So yeah, that's the scene out here. We'll continue to bring you the latest, and stick with us on KCAL 9 and CBS 2. We'll send it back to you, Pat and Jeff, in the studio.
All right, thank you for that, Jake, and love those memories, Jake. I certainly know exactly what he's talking about. For those of us who have grown up with so many of these wonderful players, to hear Jake say that, yeah, I don't know, would it be Kobe, would it be Michael Jordan? And just think of the ones coming up later. I'm just going to mention LeBron, since he did pass Kobe's record last night.
Just on Saturday.
He is also going to be spoken of, or he already is in that vein. But from the barbershop talk around the country, can you imagine what it is now, what it is going to be? And that's all because of what he brought to the game. Very quickly, Jeff, I interviewed Kobe, I want to say maybe 2008. We were still showing the Lakers on KCAL. I went to meet him actually in Scottsdale, Arizona, and I talked to John Ireland before I did it to say, I'm not going to talk to him about stats and things like that, because that's not my lane. And you heard so much about how Kobe was pretty quiet. He didn't just like to talk to everybody, He didn't like to answer a lot of questions. And he says, Pat, I bet if you asked him about his family, he'll just open up. And that's exactly what I did when, at the time, the two oldest girls were born. And it was like we were talking about each other, like on a living room sofa, talking for the first time, laughing and smiling. And, I'm obviously going to remember that, but again, I was such a huge fan. And just remember when he came.
And that was the thought of so many people on their mind this morning when they heard Kobe Bryant, was that he possibly was with one of his daughters, because he supported his family, he supported his daughter so much. Obviously, he was going with his daughter to the Mamba Sports Academy for a basketball game, and that is just like the family man that we've heard over and over and over again. And what's interesting is you mentioned John Ireland. He had mentioned before in that interview with Jim Hill about there was a point in time where Kobe's name became a verb, and they would just say, we would just Kobe it. We would just Kobe it at the end, and when in a tight game, and he would just take them over the top. As we take a look at these live pictures, this is the Staples Center where the Grammys are, and these throngs of people are there for Kobe Bryant.
Again, well, we have seen this outpouring before, but for very, very different reasons. Remember when he retired, when his jersey was that was one of the most illuminating nights, not just in sports history, but history period, because for people to come up and show the love and to thank him for all those years that he gave to the city of Los Angeles, the 5 championships, just the 50% effort that he gave every time he was on the court. To see them now, I wouldn't be surprised if this is something that is not just this evening. And again, I can't help but think about so many of the young people that he touched and want to be like Kobe, but also were just inspired to better themselves because he proved what you can do through hard work, and that's what he was about.
Yeah.
I think that's another reason why in the beginning he wasn't as, he didn't just welcome media attention because he was about the work, and he let the work speak for itself.
We began a lot of reaction here on KCAL Night. We had Jerry West, we've had Magic Johnson, we've had Doc Rivers. We continue to follow all of that reaction coming in on social media.
There's so many people that have weighed in on social media, including President Barack Obama, President Donald Trump. We're going to go to Tina Patel now. She is live in the newsroom with more on this. Tina?
Yeah, I mean, you can imagine just everyone seems to have an opinion because Kobe has been part of our collective lives for so long. As you said, President Barack Obama, Shaq, just a few of the people tweeting about this sad news. Take a look at this. Shaq tweeted, "There's no words to express the pain I'm going through with this tragedy of losing my niece Gigi and my brother Kobe Bryant. I love you and you will be missed. My condolences goes out to the Bryant family and the families of the other passengers on board. I'm sick right now." And this is the tweet from Kanye West. "Kobe, we love you, brother. We're praying for your family and appreciate the life you've lived and all the inspiration you gave." John Legend tweeted, "I'm so sad and stunned right now in Staples Arena, where Kobe created so many memories for all of us, preparing to pay tribute to another brilliant man we lost too soon, Nipsey Hussle. Life can be so brutal and senseless sometimes. Hold on to your loved ones. We miss you, Kobe." And former President Obama tweeted, "Kobe was a legend on the court and just getting started in what would have been just as meaningful a second act. To lose Gianna is even more heartbreaking to us as parents. Michelle and I send love and prayers to Vanessa and the entire Bryant family and on an unthinkable day." And that is what a lot of people are saying. It's just unthinkable that Kobe Bryant, who's known to so many in so many different worlds, is gone. Just a few of the tweets that we're seeing all of these folks talking about on social media. Live in the newsroom, I'm Tina Patel. We'll send it back to you.
Very big outpouring, Tina. Thank you so much. All of that coming to us from social media. Let's take a look at this picture here. This is going to be the live look at the Staples Center. This is where the Grammys are tonight, but you see there in the billboard, you see the crowds. They're all there for Kobe Bryant. And we can tell you that the flight from Long Beach was to Mamba Sports Academy in Thousand Oaks when that helicopter went down about 9:45 this morning in Calabasas. 9 people on board, and we have confirmed now of 6 victims. We have Kobe, of course, his 13-year-old daughter Gianna, John Altobelli, also known as Coach Alto, Orange Coast baseball coach, his wife Carrie, and daughter Alyssa, along with Christina Mauser, who's a basketball coach at Harbor Day.
Just a really horrible day. Good evening, good afternoon, everyone. And Sarah Donchie, Pat is taking a moment off now. And something that she said before she left the set was really interesting, and I think is actually something we're going to see play out over the next couple of days. This is not a scene that we're going to see just for this evening. I think people are going to be creating more memorials and gathering in places all over LA for the next several days. Right. You have to imagine now there are funerals that need to be planned for Kobe Bryant. I imagine that will include some kind of a large public gathering here in Los Angeles.
I would assume the Staples Center would be.
Absolutely. And, of course, we don't have details on any of that yet, as this is just developing, and this is news that we just got this morning. So a lot needs to be done to process this information, for the families to process this information. But this is something that we will ostensibly be seeing in the coming weeks. And I think that is going to be another moment when the city pauses and realizes the impact that Kobe Bryant had on this community. And lovers of basketball, I know you're a huge basketball fan.
Sure.
People really, especially growing up here, people really bonded over Kobe Bryant and what he did for the Lakers. And people really bonded just, families. I've been getting texts from friends who just are talking about what an incredible role Kobe played in their childhood, in their adulthood, in just their love of the game of basketball. It's transformative, and it's a really sad day. And I do want to say it's such a sad day for his daughter, for Vanessa and their family, and for the families, this coach's family, and all of the victims in this plane crash. This is an equally sad and devastating day for them.
You mentioned those memorials, and those are growing. growing. We have them at the Calabasas crash site. We have them at Staples Center, which you see there. We know it's at home in Newport Beach, and we also understand it's out at the Mamba Academy in Thousand Oaks. And that's just the beginning of this. This is just a few hours old, and this is going to grow and grow and grow.
I mean, look at this live shot. It's just amazing to see how many people are gathered down there. I do know that we've been reporting on this, Jeff. I know we've been talking to Leslie Muddy in the last hour or so, saying LAPD was actually asking people not to gather. Obviously, resources are going to be stretched thin on a day with the Grammys, where you have such high security there, and all the resources being poured into that event to make sure that is safe and secure. And now you have this large gathering of people, which LAPD now has to contend with. So they are trying to do their best to make sure people stay safe in this kind of a situation. I think that's probably why they're asking people to stay back. But this goes to show just how much people really love Kobe and what he means to them, and how much he'll be missed.
On the ground right now is the NTSB. They will be investigating this helicopter crash in Calabasas. There are 18 members of the NTSB. We had a press conference earlier. They say this is no smaller or larger than any other NTSB investigation. They said that the 9 bodies remain there on the scene, and that's part of the investigation that will continue with the NTSB. Any new information we get on that, of course, we'll bring that to you here on KCAL 9. But Sarah, it's interesting to bring up all the reaction and the people that we've talked to. We talked with Jerry West, who said that Kobe had an enormous desire to succeed, was an inspiration for all. Magic Johnson said nobody took more pride in putting on a Lakers uniform than Kobe Bryant. And one of his competitors, Doc Rivers, the Clippers coach, says a great opponent, and that's what you want in sports, somebody to play against like Kobe Bryant.
And he was really, really emotional as the Clippers had their matchup today. And
they have a game tonight.
Crying to the media, talking about how he needed to go talk to the team. I mean, his voice was shaking. It was really, really sad just to see how much pain he was in. The Rockets playing, Tyson Chandler was crying. Sometimes some of the players in the last couple of hours were getting the news on the court. There was a lot of conversation about, whether the games should be played or why they are still being played. And obviously a lot goes into canceling games at the last minute. Certainly fans are being considered in this process as well. But it is a hard day for players in the NBA today who have to go on and play their games like nothing happened. And this man was a friend to them. And obviously just this loss of life is so devastating for these players. And we do have some new information. Our producer's letting us know, aside from Kobe Bryant, we have confirmed identities of some of the other victims. We're working to bring you that information right now. A lot of people have been asking about, who else was on this aircraft. We know multiple victims involved. We've confirmed Kobe Bryant's 13-year-old daughter, Gianna, was also killed.
That's right. Kobe had also coached Gianna's AAU basketball team out of his Mamba Sports Academy. That's the facility in Thousand Oaks where Jake Reiner was just a few moments ago. That was for the past 2 years. They were all reportedly headed to that AAU game when that helicopter crashed.
Yeah, now we know Orange Coast Community College baseball coach John Altobelli was among the victims, as well as his wife and daughter. Just devastating for this local family. Altobelli was entering his 24th season at Orange Coast College as Orange Coast College's coach. In 2019, Altobelli was selected as the American Baseball Coaches Association National Coach of the Year after a season in which he led the Pirates to a state championship. Jeff, you're a family man too. It is just hard to imagine what Coach Altobelli's family is feeling right now. And we want to send our deepest, deepest condolences to them. This is just a terrible day for that community, for that family as well. He had a beautiful family, and we're just thinking about them right now.
And this is a picture of Altobelli's wife here. Her name is Carrie. Now, John Altobelli, affectionately known by his baseball squad as Coach Alto, said that she and the couple's daughter, Alyssa, also on board that plane when it crashed. And the husband of Christina Mauser posting on Facebook that she died in that helicopter crash as well this morning in Calabasas. Mauser was a basketball coach at Harbor Day School where Kobe's daughter attended. Mauser's husband says that he and his children, of course, devastated.
Oh, it's just really, really a tough day for all of these families and all of these communities. We're thinking about all of them today, and the pain that they must be feeling is immense. Obviously, Kobe Bryant was well known, but all of these people had families who cared about them, some of them losing multiple members of their families, and it's just really, really hard and a difficult story for us to cover for sure. We have reporters all over the area. I know that Jeff Nguyen was at the practice facility in El Segundo.
He's with the Lakers practice facility. Let's go to him now. Jeff, what's the latest?
Hey, if I may, I'm going to ask Mike Armijo to kind of pan the camera off me right now and show you the dozens of people who have gathered out here. There is a growing memorial of people who are here shedding tears, but also smiling and sharing their stories about Kobe Bryant. And some of the people who are sharing some of those stories are my new friends here, Taylor and Keenan. Taylor, let's start with you because you're from Westchester and you coached some young players that Kobe was very active in coaching as well. Talk to me about his participation in that program and what he meant to the kids and to you.
At Westchester, I graduated in 2011, and we had a championship basketball team for years and years. Shout out to Coach Zam. You know, he was the one who got Kobe to come, and Kobe would literally come and sit with all of our basketball players and tell them, because Westchester was a predominantly black school, and it being a predominantly black school and just growing up as a minority, you know, you're pretty much told, you know, like, you won't make it. It's not a possibility. And he would come and tell these kids that as long as you have that work ethic, as long as you keep trying, anything is possible. And that man had so many rings, so many rewards, just did so much for the community, and he wasn't even from here. And for someone to not be from LA and work so hard to make sure kids that live in LA, black kids, Hispanic kids, just any minority and everyone in general, just that's not common out here, and especially for a celebrity. And so someone who has that big of just everything upon him. You can't put one thing on this man, and he did everything in his power to make sure that those basketball players knew that it was possible. And a lot of them did go and get scholarships for basketball, and a lot of them are very successful now. And I'm pretty sure they could say the same thing, like meeting him those 4 years changed their lives. I mean, it changed my life, and I just got to work with the man. So imagine playing with him.
You know, you mentioned young people of color in Westchester. For those of us who are familiar with Southern California, this is a working neighborhood, right? And to see someone like Kobe, who was fluent in Italian, fluent in Spanish, talk to me about the impact that had on young people of color.
Yeah, I mean, I've never been to Italy, but if you know, growing up in LA, you have friends of all different ethnicities, and we all know every ethnicity has different cultures. And this man made all the cultures he learned into one cohesive thing and taught everybody all of that. And his temperament, I mean, me being an athlete myself, we all know that when you get on the court, everyone's an enemy. Everyone's an enemy. It doesn't matter if you guys have grown up together, are brother and sister, but off that court, he was a gentleman. He did things for people that you wouldn't even expect a celebrity to do. He put his hand out to shake people's hands, and some celebrities just walk past. You know, he did a lot. This man played with a torn Achilles. Like, there's things that this man has done not only for himself, for his team, for his family, for everyone in LA that will forever be remembered. And the different cultures that he learned definitely made him a better person, because the temperament he had, just the way he carried himself. To say that the cultures that he embraced didn't have anything to do with that would be insane.
You know, you talked about he played with a torn Achilles, and if you are someone from a working class neighborhood, the idea of having to grind it out day in and day out without the multi-million-dollar contract, that's a template, no matter being a butcher, baker, candlestick maker, regardless, right?
Mm-hmm. I mean, I remember being 17 and my senior year, and I had surgery on my stomach, and they told me that I couldn't play volleyball. I was like, no, I'm going to play. And then the only thing in the back of my mind was, I mean, if Kobe's going to play with a torn Achilles, 10 stitches in my stomach isn't going to stop me. And so many kids did that, you know, just not me, just not Keenan, just everyone. Everyone who was a fan of Kobe, if they ever got hurt and was an athlete, they're like, psh, if Kobe could do it, I could do it. You know, so Kobe had an impact, whether you were a female, a male, no matter what you did in life, you said Kobe. You shoot a paper ball inside of a trash can. Kobe, you know, so it was like Kobe is synonymous to LA. You can't get any better than Kobe. And so the fact that he's gone, Gigi's gone, you know, her teammate, that teammate's parent, it's sad. That pilot, it's really sad. It's one of those situations to where you would never think that someone like Kobe, and especially his 13-year-old daughter, would be taken like that, especially on something that he does on a daily basis. You know, like, I've passed that helicopter pad before, so it's a little shaken. You know, it's tears have been falling. Today's going to be a hard day for everyone in LA for sure.
You know, I don't want to be rude to Keenan because he's been polite here, so let me turn the mic over. Hey, Keenan, you know, you led the folks here in a chant, and you're smiling about it. So why don't you go ahead and tell me about that chant, because a lot of people gave you a lot of props for it when they passed by earlier as we were waiting to talk. So can you kind of replicate that for me?
Of course, no problem. I was kind of just saying, in an instance, if Kobe and his daughter were being introduced into heaven, you know, to whoever you believe in, God, Allah, Buddha, whoever, it would go a little something like, you know, introducing the 6'6" shooting guard from Lower Merion High School, 18-time All-Star in the NBA, 2-time MVP, holds the second most points in a single game at 81, first-time unanimous ballot for the Hall of Fame. Introducing, God, you got a good one, Kobe Bean Bryant. So something like that, you know what I'm saying? They loved it, you know, and it made me feel better too, you know what I mean? Because I've been down, and she tell you too, I'm a shoe connoisseur sometimes. So came and brought my Mambas out, signed them, and yeah, she said it's going to be a hard day, but as we were saying earlier too, Kobe really did put a template out, you know, just to say something's Kobe's system. I'm playing hurt. Doing things, like I said, the language thing you even spoke of, he actually used that on the court, you know what I'm saying? Learned French for a game to talk mess to Tony Parker, you know what I mean? Learned what he's talking to Luka Doncic on the sideline the other week, like, and just now, you know, we're sitting here looking at him from this side of things, and his daughter and, you know, the people who unfortunately were on the helicopter, but yeah, I'm just glad, as I said earlier, of course, my children, when I do have them, one day they won't be able to say they could do the same, but I'm happy and blessed to say I lived in the same world as Kobe Bryant.
You know, you said that his legacy isn't just basketball. The man won an Oscar.
Yes.
He's behind a $100 million investment fund. As a young man of color, to see someone put forth his money to make these sort of investments and tell stories that otherwise are not told, your reaction to that?
It was definitely necessary, and it still is necessary. Like I said, the fact that, you know, you come across athletes and things of that nature, and once it's just, you know, football, basketball, baseball, most of the time they're done. You know, so I'll coach maybe, I'll do some training on the side. Kobe won an Oscar, Kobe wrote books, Kobe directed, Kobe produced things, Kobe coached, everything, just to show that I'm not going to stop. And I feel like that's kind of the meaning. I keep taking it back to early years, but that's the meaning of that Kobe says something. You don't put a ceiling on yourself. Whatever it is, you be a different animal, but the same beast. And I might get that tattooed on me, sir, so we'll see.
Hey, I don't know if the control room wants me to toss it back, but if I can keep on going. Taylor, let me turn the camera back to you one more time, because you were talking about the sort of dad that he was. You know, a lot of people ask Kobe about not having a son to kind of carry on his basketball legacy. You're smiling, and tell me why you're smiling, because I don't want to put words in your mouth.
For one, I am the middle child of 3 girls and 2 actual stepsisters. So my dad is one of those dads, you know, who is an amazing man who didn't have a son to continue that legacy. But just like Kobe would say, and my dad would say, it doesn't matter. You know, Gigi played basketball just like he did and was an amazing player. He has 3 other daughters who are amazing in whatever they do, you know, and he was that type of father who it was really like, I don't care if they don't want to play basketball. I have 3 beautiful, healthy girls, well, now 4, and that's all that I care about. If they want to play basketball, cool. If they don't, that's fine. As long as they're successful and have passion with whatever that they do, that's every father's dream. And just thinking about how my dad is with me, and just like, if I don't follow in his footsteps, he won't be completely upset. And that's exactly how Kobe was. And it's very, very sad and heart-turning to know that those 3 girls have to now grow up and be like, well, my dad will love for me to do this. And I know those girls are going to bleed Kobe for the rest of their life. You know, that's all they knew, and not having a son is not the biggest downfall.
Well, you were both so gracious. Thank you for sharing those stories. It was lovely to meet you. Thank you so much for your time.
Definitely, sir.
Thank you so much. And before we hand it back to you, I'm going to go ahead and step out of the way so you can get one more look at the growing memorial here. But from El Segundo, we'll send it back to you.
Yeah, one of the many memorials across the Southland. This is at the LA Lakers practice facility. That is where people are gathering. They're also gathering, of course, at the Staples Center. That's home of the Lakers, as well as the crash site in Calabasas. Also in Thousand Oaks at the Mamba Center.
That was just one of my favorite interviews of the day, I think. That was just so touching, their experiences. Jake Reiner, who I know is a major LA sports fan, including the Lakers, a big fan of Kobe Bryant. Jake, I know you grew up here too, and that this is hitting you hard personally. You're standing in Thousand Oaks at the Mamba Sports Academy, the training facility established by Kobe Bryant, and you're standing with a fan now. Tell me who you're with.
Hey there, Sarah. Yeah, it's been a really tough day for everybody here that has been growing up a Lakers fan. And obviously here in Thousand Oaks, we're at the Mamba Sports Academy, which was Kobe Bryant's way of giving back to the community. I'm joined by Laker fan Josh Alpert. Josh, you came here today. Kind of tell us why you decided to come out. I saw you, staring at the growing memorial here. You were gotten very emotional.
Yeah. Like everyone else, this morning started out as a regular day, and all of a sudden, one of my neighbors from the Calabasas area posted that Kobe Bryant was dead, and I just had like a panic attack, and I broke down, and I thought it was like fake news for a moment. I couldn't imagine that it would be true, and then went crazy looking for some credible news sources, and found out it was true, and just sat in my chair all day watching, different news clips of whatever was going on, and I'm just sitting there like I'm mourning, almost like a family member. I haven't felt this way since my father died, like maybe 10 or 11 years ago, and I kind of feel crushed by it. Kobe was, not only was he a superb athlete, he was an icon. He wasn't only a Los Angeles icon, he was a worldwide icon, and this one just hit extra hard. There's celebrities and athletes that die all the time, but this one really got to me, and I felt like I had to come here, being that it's within reasonable distance, and pay my respects like everyone else.
What is it like to be here with all of these Lakers fans kind of mourning together?
It's no different than being at a funeral. It's very somber, and it's terrible. I don't know how else to describe it. It literally feels like no different than being at a cemetery right now. It's pretty bad.
Some fans have been sharing their Kobe memories. Everybody has a story, whether you met him or you were at a pivotal game. Do you have any memories or thoughts that you can share with us?
So I moved out here 4 years ago. Grew up in New York, and I was always a Kobe Bryant fan from across the country. Even before I claimed to be a Lakers fan, I would always catch him in Madison Square Garden whenever possible. And I caught the end of his career out here when I moved here a few years ago. And I think my best memory surrounded by Kobe was the day of his last game. I had full intentions of going to that game, and I forgot that I booked a business trip to New York, and I was so angry because I really wanted to be there, and because I knew it was going to be special. And you can't watch these things live on the plane, but somehow my flight got canceled, and we had to take another flight with JetBlue, and they happened to have DirecTV, and I got to watch the whole game going home, and it was just such a happy moment. That was just one of them. There's a million different ones, but that one is probably the one that sticks out of my mind the most. That experience, and the fact that he had such an extraordinary outro for his career.
Right, and we're here at the Mamba Sports Academy, where he, according to a number of people here, was supposed to be here today to coach his daughter in a basketball game as a part of the Mamba Cup tournament series here, and it just adds to the whole day just being just a horrible tragedy. But it also shows that he was always willing to give back to the community, and I think that that's kind of what's defining him today.
Yeah, you're right. He was supposed to be here. As a matter of fact, he was here yesterday. They have this big tournament going on. I was supposed to be here last night. I decided at the last minute not to go. And I do know from people that were playing in the tournaments today between here and Oaks Christian, they found out and just everything got canceled. He was absolutely supposed to be here with his daughter to continue playing. So yeah, it's very heartbreaking. I don't even know what to compare this to. Like, besides when a close family member could die, I don't know exactly exactly why I felt he was a close family member, but I guess that's the impact that someone who brings so much joy to your life after 20 years has on people.
Right, and he spent every year with the Lakers.
Yes.
You know, all 20 years he spent here in Los Angeles. That means something. You don't see that every day from players.
No, not at all. It's a very rare thing for players to have longevity with any team. A lot of players, go hopping around for more money or to win rings, and he was lucky enough on draft day to get traded to LA, and he had the best platform possible to go on and win his 5 championships, and he did it all here, and that's very special, something you don't see very often anymore.
Josh, thank you so much for joining us today. Appreciate your thoughts and your emotions as well here at the Mamba Sports Academy. If I can just step out of the way just to kind of show you guys kind of the crowd that's been gathered here all afternoon, people coming by and dropping off mementos, pictures, jerseys, balloons, flowers, you name it, people sharing their stories about what this guy meant to not only the Lakers but to Los Angeles and to everybody around the world. He defined that mentality, that Mamba mentality of never give up. You always have a shot to win a game. I mean, as a fan watching, to have a player on your team knowing that at any point, no matter what the deficit was, you always had a chance to come back and win. It was just such a thrill to watch from a fan standpoint, and being out here today is also special to be amongst everybody here paying their respects to Kobe Bryant. We'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
Yeah, that gentleman there really kind of says what most people are feeling. It's like a member of your family has passed away. I have friends in Chicago, San Antonio, Houston, Detroit. I mean, and all of those people from those different areas outside Los Angeles texted me today to talk about Kobe Bryant. It just shows the global appeal, and it really truly is like somebody has lost a member of the family, especially here.
I just think that, for so many years in LA, that Kobe's milestones were almost all of our milestones, that they punctuated so many important moments in all of our lives. And just a couple of months ago, I remember going on YouTube and watching Kobe Bryant's 81-point game in 2006, every point that he scored, and it was just I feel fortunate now to be able to have watched him play in person at Staples Center, and I think so many people who had the opportunity to see Kobe play over the years feel that very same way, that it was a privilege to be able to watch him play that game the way very few people have been able to do before or since.
And I was here in 2016 with that last game. That season was not a very good season for the Lakers, but that last game of Kobe Bryant, he rose to the occasion. It just was amazing how you saw him put in the whole career, the whole life effort into that last game.
It was such an appropriate way to end his career.
Life.
It was, that game, was so important for so many reasons, for so many people, and it was so important for Lakers fans to see him end that way.
Right.
And it was just so fitting for the way that he'd played throughout his entire career. And Jake brought up a good point. And I remember just being so excited watching him play, even games where the Lakers were struggling.
Right.
Like Jake said, if Kobe was on the court, you knew that there was a chance. This was just a generational talent, just an athlete to marvel at, and truly, by all accounts, a person who's impacted the LA area in a lot of ways beyond the sport of basketball.
And the play-by-play radio announcer, John Ireland, said that it just got to the point where he would put the team on his back, that they would use the name Kobe as a verb, and if they could just get to the fourth quarter, then they could just Kobe it into the victory column. It's amazing. We've talked to so many people here live on KCAL 9 and CBS 2 throughout the morning here. Jerry West had said, Jim Hill said he's largely to be credited for discovering Kobe. Former Lakers player, GM of the Lakers, said he's one of the most horrible days of my life. It's like I lost a son, just like that gentleman said he lost a family member.
Just a feeling that a lot of us, I think, are feeling today. And Jeff Nguyen is at the Staples, at the Lakers practice facility in Thousand Oaks. I have to say, you had a couple of my favorite interviews of the day. Both of those people who are talking to you about their experiences with Kobe as players, about how he taught them to play through adversity and to play through injury. I just thought what they had to say was what a lot of people got out of how Kobe Bryant was so inspiring as a player.
Yeah, I think that's the running theme here, is that work ethic, that Mamba mentality that so many of us remember and so many of us speak about. Right now I'm being joined by Rick Murcia, who grew up in Inglewood, which is in the shadows of the Forum, where Kobe played initially for Dale Harris before the team moved into Staples and were led by Phil Jackson. So for you, you know, when Kobe was 17 and when he was 19, when he won that first championship, you were a young man. Talk to me about some of the memories that Kobe brought into your family, because your mom and your wife and your sister are here with you.
I saw his first game at the Long Beach Pyramid with D-Fish. Great memories. I saw him play at the Forum. I saw him move to Staples. I saw him win his first championship. I seen him lose his first championship. I had so many great memories of him. He's like family to me and my family. I mean, me and my wife had our engagement photos at Staples Center because of him. I'm going to name my first child after him, and everybody told me I was crazy. It's a blow today, but, you know, I miss him like crazy. I feel so bad for Vanessa and the kids and Gigi and everyone. I mean, I'm just in utter shock right now, but I'm trying to hold it together, but I'm really trying to remember some of the good right now, but it's just tough. But I can remember my first Laker game that my wife took me to for my birthday. Kobe shook one person's hand. It was my hand by luck, and she was more excited about it than I was. And memories like that will always stick with me. I mean, he's an amazing human being. I always wanted to be like him, talk like him, move my mouth like him. He was a spitting image of Michael Jordan sometimes, and you know, he was probably the greatest player I ever got to see live.
You know, for those of us who are Gen Xers or younger, his coming of age, in a sense, was our coming of age. You mentioned Vanessa. You know, when he won that first championship, she was on the bus with him, you know, wearing her braids and whatnot. You're smiling. Talk to me about, you know, what that was like for you as a young person, you know, the city getting that first championship again after the eras of Magic and Kareem.
It was wonderful. I remember it. We had a barbecue. We saw them win their first championship. Everybody was popping champagne. I remember being one of 1 millionth that showed up to that parade and seeing Kobe and Vanessa on the truck, and it was wonderful, and it was a wonderful thing to see, and I'll never forget it.
Growing up in Inglewood, was it even an option to like any team other than the Lakers?
My dad was a Magic guy. We grew up in a Laker household. There is nothing else but to be a Laker fan. That's the truth.
Gotcha. Do you think your wife would want to talk to you? Do you want to come over and join us, or mom? No, you guys are too kind of sister? No? You know, whose idea was it to come down as we're kind of showing them?
My mom, my sister, they said, what are you doing? Let's stop being here and let's go pay our respects. And I told them, let's go. We went to the Forum, and then after we went to the Forum, we decided to come down here, and we just wanted to lay some flowers and say some good things about him and send out our prayers to his family and the rest of the families that were affected by this.
Rick, thank you very much for being so gracious to give me your time. Pleasure. Mrs. Murcia, nice to meet you. You're very kind. Thank you so much. And from the Laker training facility here in El Segundo, we'll send it back to you.
Hey, Jeff, thank you so much. Live from the Laker training facility, serving as just one of those places where people are gathering throughout the Southland. We know it's there. We know it's in Thousand Oaks at the Mamba Sports Academy. We know it's at the crash site in Calabasas, as well as his home on the Newport Coast, as well as the Staples Center.
Just unbelievable to see the video of how many people are outside Staples. I suppose that should not be surprising, but, you know, considering the Grammys are down there as well. You know, LAPD, by the way, keeping an eye on that. They want to make sure everyone stays safe, and obviously they were, you know, planning for the Grammys. That's a high level of security over there, and now they have this large gathering of people to contend with. I'm sure they want to make sure that everything stays calm in the downtown area. So they were initially asking people not to show up, although there are now hundreds, if not thousands, of people there.
It appears that they are embracing that, which is a good thing, because LA Live, right across the street from the Staples Center, they put a billboard up in remembrance of him, and I think that's a very good opportunity for people to go down there. I mean, as somebody said earlier, this is the house that Kobe built. This was his home. Staples Center is him. It really is. And we've had a chance to speak to a lot of people throughout the morning and the afternoon and into the evening here on KCAL 9. Magic Johnson, Doc Rivers, and Jerry West as well. Let's hear from Jerry now.
To hear this news this morning, frankly, at first I was shocked. And then after a while, it's really sunk in. And to see the transformation of him from a 17-year-old kid who used to spend time at my house with me to my son Ryan driving him around because he couldn't drive. He couldn't even sign a contract because he was too young. To him, the constant questions about the NBA, wanting me to go to a gym with him to watch him work out and maybe make suggestions to him. It was more than, I really felt like a surrogate father to him. And then as his career blossomed and he started to establish this enormous reputation as a player and also filled with accomplishments. But his charisma on top of it was something that most great players don't have, and he had it. But to wake up to this news, this has been one of the most horrible days of my life. I felt like I've lost a son, and frankly not doing very well.
I think some of the most emotional sound that we've heard and interviews that we've gotten have been from NBA executives, former NBA players, just, current players are out there playing games right now. There are NBA games scheduled and they're ongoing as we speak. And it's just been so hard to see their reaction to this. And some of them finding out on the court, it looked like, from some video from earlier. So this is just a really hard day. Obviously, Jerry West, incredibly emotional. And some other players and former players are posting online, too.
It's amazing because Jerry West went on to say that Kobe has an enormous desire to succeed and inspiration for all. And that's really one of the reasons why he transcended the sport. He was an inspiration for everyone, not just people that were into athletics. We had a soundbite earlier from somebody who said, I think it was from John Ireland, that said it didn't matter if you're a police officer or a plumber or a doctor. You found inspiration from Kobe Bryant.
I think that's so true. And, one of the players that posted, former players, I should say, legends, NBA legends that posted about this on social media with a video response fairly quickly after this news spread was Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. He went to Twitter to post a video reacting to the news of the death of Kobe Bryant. Here's what he had to say.
It's very difficult for me to put in words how I feel about the loss of Kobe Bryant. As a young boy, I met him when he was 11 or 12 years old. I was friends with his dad, Joe. We were former adversaries. Joe played for the 76ers, but he was a good friend and someone that I shared a friendship. And it's hard for me to understand now how this is affecting Joe and his wife. So to Kobe's family, I want to send my most sincere and heartfelt regrets and prayers, and my thoughts are with you guys. Kobe was an incredible family man. He loved his wife and daughters. He was an incredible athlete and a leader in a lot of ways. He inspired a whole generation of young athletes. He was one of the first ones to leave high school and come into the NBA and do so well, dominating the game and becoming one of the best scorers that the Los Angeles Lakers has ever seen. I had the privilege of being there when he scored his 81-point game, and it was something that I will always remember as one of the highlights of the things that I have learned and observed in sports. Kobe, my thoughts are with you. Absolutely. Rest in peace, young man. This loss it's just hard to comprehend. Go with God.
Another Laker great, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, talking about Laker great Kobe Bryant.
And we are going to be hearing tributes all throughout the evening. Another gentleman who really stands out in particular because of his greatness in coaching these basketball players, but at the same time, him being a father also. He was so emotional today. Really, our hearts feel bad at the same time for Clippers coach Doc Rivers, and we do have some sound from him that we want to play right now.
Listen,
play a game right now?
I don't know.
I just don't have a lot to say. The news is just devastating to everybody who knew him, known him a long time. And, you know, he means a lot to me, obviously. You know, he was such a great opponent, you know. It's what you want in sports. He had that DNA that very few athletes can ever have. You know, the Tiger Woods and the Michael Jordans. You know, it's funny. I was getting to know him more since he retired. You know, yeah, this is a tough one. I mean, we have to go play. I mean, the news is just so devastating for Vanessa and his family, and there's just so many people he touched, you know. And you know, it's looking at my young players and seeing how emotional they are. They didn't even know him, you know, and it just tells you how far his reach was. So, I mean, this is just shocking news for all of us. And sorry, I don't have a lot to say. I just can't. I have to go talk to a team before a game and tell them to play a game.
What was your last interaction with Kobe like?
It was great. We were at a function about 3 or 4 weeks ago, and we sat and talked for probably 45 minutes. You know, we always like to reminisce. We would always laugh at our versions of our losses. You know, when we beat them in 2008, he had his version, and when they beat us in 2010, I had my version, and we would laugh at how different we looked at the games. You know, this is a great loss for the league, and I thought he had so much more left to do. You know, and he was starting to do it. Never seen him happier, you know. So, I don't know.
Do you feel blessed that you were able to?
Yeah, I'm lucky that I was part. You know, I'm lucky that I, you know, got to coach and compete, you know, against him, and you know, and I feel for so many people. I mean, it's obviously his family. You know, I can't imagine. You know, Lou played with him. Ty Lue played with him. Cliff coached with him. Kawhi was very, very close with him, and so was Paul George. And he meant a lot of good for our league, and especially the competitive part of our league. So, you know, sometimes things don't make sense, you know, and there's times you should feel, you know, you just feel sad, you know, and this is one of them, and you know, you have to get through it. We all will. We all have to be strong. You know, we laughed and joked about the mama mentality, you know. We're all going to need it right now, you know, and there's nobody, I think everybody right now is a Laker fan, you know. We're all Lakers today. You feel for that community, for Jeannie and everyone else. I think people think because you compete against people sometimes that you don't have a relationship with them and you don't like, and it's probably the exact opposite. I think sometimes the more you compete, the more respect you have for the opponent, you know. I would say that's the way I felt with Kobe, and so that's all. I just don't have a lot to say.
Just moving statements there from Coach Doc Rivers, a father, someone who knew Kobe Bryant very, very well. And then just picking on some of the more poignant statements that he made. He still had so much to do. He had so much left. And how true. He has a baby girl who either is a year or hasn't quite turned a year.
Right.
A 3-year-old, and then the other two girls and Gianna losing her life today, and thinking about Vanessa, and I believe Jim had mentioned it earlier. Remember Joe Jellybean Bryant, his dad, his mom, his sisters, and then Vanessa's family. There's just so much heartbreak and sadness in a very close-knit family, and then such a wide family, such as the Laker Nation. People of Los Angeles who may not necessarily have been Laker fans, but still admired and respected Kobe Bryant. And you certainly couldn't take that away from him, not only his ability to play basketball, but just his tireless work ethic. I could remember kids, Sarah, just, you know, I'm going to practice like Kobe, because that's how I'm going to improve my free throws. I've got to be in the gym.
A generation, you know, including you know, me and so many of my friends. Just you know, the way he played the game, it just made you love basketball and the sport that much more. It was just really incredible. And I know, Pat, as a mom, that you feel the same way that I do. That it's just so awful to hear about the loss of a child. Losing a child is obviously not natural, and we feel so bad for not only Kobe Bryant's family, but for the families who lost loved ones in this crash. Remember, you know, multiple victims in this plane crash, and a lot of questions about what happened, certainly questions that are trying to be answered right now by the investigators.
Three people who still have yet to be identified. Our Kara Finstrom is standing by in Malibu at the Lost Hills Sheriff Station, and she has some more information for us now. Kara?
Yeah, Pat, we have learned from the Sheriff's Department that it is unlikely we're going to get any further information about the identities of those 9 people who lost their lives tonight. They are telling us that they are now waiting for the coroner's office to do their very difficult work, and also for NTSB investigators who are flying in from the East Coast to arrive. They say it's most likely we'll have another update tomorrow. But here's what Sheriff Alex Villanueva told us earlier today.
There were no survivors. We have a manifest that indicates that there was 9 people on board the aircraft, the pilot plus 8 individuals. There is wide speculation as to who the identities are. However, it is entirely inappropriate right now to identify anyone by name until the coroner has made the identification through their very deliberative process, and they've made notifications to next of kin.
The fire department says they got a 911 call reporting a helicopter down and a brush fire at 9:47 this morning. They say firefighters with medical equipment hiked in. Others were actually dropped from the helicopter to try and reach and help anyone who was on board. But again, sadly, they then discovered that all 9 people on board had died. Fire Chief Daryl Osby also spoke about one of the specific challenges fire crews had to face as they worked to put out those flames.
Our firefighters hiked in to the accident site with their medical equipment and hose lines to extinguish the stubborn fire, as it included the brush fire, debris from the helicopter, and the fire also included magnesium, which is very hard for our firefighters to extinguish because magnesium reacts with oxygen and water.
And Pat and Sarah, very emotional day out here for all the first responders as well. You could see that there was a sense of shock, disbelief amongst the leaders as they held that news conference. Everyone just really hard to grasp and to accept that this happened earlier today.
All right, Kara, yes, as you mentioned, it's going to take some time to get all the information together to find out exactly why this chopper went down, for one, and of course to identify some of the other people that were on board that plane, 3 other victims, because they have to notify next of kin. This is just a very, very emotional day all around.
Well, this is just in the preliminary status when it comes to the NTSB investigating. They brought 18 people in. It's called their GO team to come to that location. As we understand it through the sheriff's press conference, the bodies remain there at the scene, and that'll be part of that investigation. And so when they get there, they have to go through and find out all that they can, and that is going to be, you know, several weeks, I'm sure, before we get the actual cause.
Time consuming, but hopefully we will get the identities of the other people, the other victims, especially for the family members.
Absolutely.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay, well, we've been following breaking news, of course, all day since this happened at 9:45 this morning, I believe, but the death of Lakers legend Kobe Bryant and his daughter. We have 6 other people that were killed in that plane crash. Some of note, when I say that could be well known in the Orange County community, Mr. John Altobello, his wife and daughter on the plane.
That's right.
Right, and we have another gentleman that was also.
We'll have Christina Mauser. She's a basketball coach at Harbor Day. You mentioned Kobe and Gianna, and then John Altobello, who is affectionately known as Coach Alto at the Orange Coast. He's the baseball coach there. His wife, Carrie.
24 seasons.
Yeah, and daughter, Elisa. And we believe that Elisa was a teammate of Gianna, and they were going to the Mamba Sports Complex in Thousand Oaks.
These are families that have been just torn apart by this news. And of course, we are talking about Kobe Bryant because of how well known Kobe Bryant was, how much he was admired all over the world, not just here, and certainly because of the championships that he brought to Los Angeles, because we are known for our championships, of course, but just everything he gave to the game and to the fans, and his appreciation. The night that they retired his jerseys and his farewell to the fans. It was just so heartfelt, and I think he just took everything in coming from them because he gave so much back.
Do you remember that last game? You remember that season
How
was
many
not
points?
Yeah, that was not a very good season for the Lakers, but that last game, you could feel that he was putting whatever he could to put the little, exclamation point on his career.
And he did. How many points did he score? We're going to talk to Jim in a minute. He can tell us that. But at the same time, even the other team, they wanted Kobe to go out, and boy, did he. He put on a clinic, right? That's for sure. That will never be forgotten. That everyone will remember that.
It's not just Los Angeles. Of course, we know he has global appeal. He's from Philadelphia. I bet you there's some memorials going up there in the city of brotherly love. And you just know that we've got several here. And his appeal internationally and globally. I mean, it's amazing.
China, Turkey,
Italy.
He
spoke
had
Italian.
So many. Well, he lived there for quite some time. He had a very, very far reach in terms of his impact, both on the basketball court and off the basketball court. And at the same time, just what he meant we're giving the scope of celebrities and people well known, other superstar athletes, but he also touched just the little guy. I was just talking to someone out in the lot, and just how sad they were and how they remember watching him grow up. There are so many people that we have yet to hear from, Jeff, that he has touched. So we're going to go back to our breaking news. Lakers legend Kobe Bryant killed in a tragic helicopter crash in Calabasas.
In all, we're told 9 people aboard killed, including Kobe's 13-year-old daughter. The stunning news leaves fans and the world in complete shock.
Well, tonight, everyone, as we've been mentioning, from fans to celebrities to those who knew him best, are devastated by this heartbreaking news.
KICK 9's Juan Fernandez live in the newsroom right now with what we're learning tonight. Juan?
Well, Pat and Jeff, L.A., of course, in tears over the man they called the Black Mamba. Kobe Bryant, who cemented his legacy with NBA championships and giving back to the city he loved so much, was killed in a chopper crash in Calabasas this morning. And here's what we're learning right now. All this information coming into our newsroom right now. 9 people were on board that Sikorsky S-76 when something went wrong just before 10 this morning. We're told they were on their way to a travel basketball game when the chopper went down. Here, what you're looking at right now is the flight pattern of the helicopter just moments before it crashed and caught fire. We obtained this from FlightAware, and you can see there towards the end, it goes from Orange County to the San Fernando Valley when it started spinning uncontrollably. This will be, of course, part of the NTSB investigation of how exactly that chopper went down. Well, in addition to Bryant and his daughter, 3 members of one family died in the crash. John Altobello was the head coach, baseball coach at the Orange Coast College in Costa Mesa. His wife, Carrie, and their daughter, Alyssa, were also on board. The husband of Christina Mauser posted on Facebook that she also died in this helicopter crash. Mauser was a basketball coach at Harbor Day School in Newport Beach, where Kobe's daughter attended school. Mauser's husband says he and his kids are devastated. Well, as we learn the names of more of these victims coming into our newsroom, we'll let you know right away. Meantime, reporting live, I'm Juan Fernandez. Pat and Jeff, I'll send it back to you.
All right, thank you so much for that, Juan Fernandez. And we're going to go to our Jim Hill, who has been talking with so many people involved, not only in the sports world, but just in life. People really loved and admire Kobe.
It's really amazing, Pat. I just got off the phone with the brilliant Times writer Bill Plaschke. We have Bill, who is on the phone right now. Bill, are you there?
Yes, I am, Jim. How you doing?
This is a bad day, Bill. Yeah, I mean, for you, for all of us, and I know particularly for you because you had a very special relationship with Kobe.
Yeah, I'm devastated. He and I, our journeys kind of mirrored each other. We talked about that a lot. You know, he came to LA in '96, and I started writing my sports column for the LA Times about a month later. So I've been with him through all the ups and downs and everything, and you know, he's yelled at me and I've yelled at him, and we've had our fights and we've embraced, and I've seen him. As he grew up, so did my column, and so did this city. The city grew up. I think that's why everybody's so affected today, because I feel like sports fans in LA and everybody in LA feels like they grew up with this guy. And I did what might have been the last interview with him. I called him we just talked last week. I called him about the LeBron James passing him on the all-time scoring list. And I expected Kobe to be defiant and obstinate and say, hey, you know, don't mess with my legacy. But he instead was warm and embracing of LeBron and urged Laker fans to consider LeBron a real Laker and said stop with the defacing the murals and all that junk and celebrate LeBron for who he is. And Kobe was, you know, he said if a mark of greatness is that you're able to pass that greatness along. That's what he was doing. And he really sounded like he had really grown up and become a wise, and he's in an attempt to become a community leader. It was almost
Bill, like he had come to grips with himself about what he was supposed to do in his post-athletic career.
Yes, he really, that's what's so sad. He talked about his girls and Gianna and the basketball, and he was such a fan of women's basketball and such a supporter of it, and so inclusive, and he really was. He had become, you know, a lot of the city, I think, really felt like they didn't know him that well because he was so tough on the court and off the court and always had the scowl and the Mamba mentality. But he's really a softie and a sweetheart of a guy, and I think he really loved L.A. And the last thing he told me in our conversation before he hung up, we talked for a while, is that he said he wanted, and I didn't even ask him this, he said, I just want you to make sure L.A. knows how much I appreciate everything the city's done for me, and I could never pay the city back for all it's been to me. And he said that unprompted by me, and that was his last words to me. And I think that's how he wants to be remembered, as a person who really appreciated. He knew this city had grown up with him and seen his foibles and seen his greatness and went through all the off-the-court stuff with him and everything like that. And still, at the end of the day, supported him and cheered him and lifted him up like he lifted us up. He's the most, I'd say, Jim, he may be the most, given the area to social media, he may be the most famous athlete in this city's history, if you think about it. Given the eyeballs on the social communication we have today, he may be the most celebrated athlete in the city. He may be the most celebrated human being in this city right now. You know, at its passing, and his impact is it just cuts a hole in our heart. LA has just lost a little chunk of its heart.
I know, Bill, and one of the things that in your column you say his legend wasn't supposed to end this way. I didn't think Kobe could. I don't think anything could bring him down. Mambas don't die. Mambas live forever. I thought he was going to be 70 years old and wobbling over to the Staples Center and sitting courtside. So, Jim, think about this. He never got to see a statue of himself. He never got to see himself in the Hall of Fame. And of course, much more compelling than that is he never got to see any of his 4 girls walk him down the aisle. Never got to see his daughter play high school basketball. It is tragic beyond proportions, and it's just overwhelming. And I just didn't think. I thought it was a joke. I heard the news and I thought it was a joke. I didn't think it was a joke. I thought it was somebody's wrong. It wasn't Kobe. He couldn't have been in a helicopter. There's no way, you know, he couldn't succumb. Nothing could beat him. That's the way he played. His Mamba mentality overtook this city, and we believed in him and believed in our commitments and believed in ourselves. And people taking Mamba mentality to work every day. Yeah. Oh yeah. Give it all you got. Don't save anything. But you know, there's also, Bill, another thing that you wrote in your column, and it is simply when you say
Kobe Bryant is gone. Those are the hardest words I've ever had to write for this newspaper.
I was crying when I wrote it, Jim, and I was screaming. I'm here in Miami at the Super Bowl, and I'm coming home tomorrow. But I went outside and screamed out into the afternoon air. I can't believe it. I can't believe I even wrote that. I can't believe I still don't believe it's real. I can't believe we're not going to see him a couple days from now at the Laker-Clipper game, or can't believe we're not going to see him doing something at the Oscars or something. I can't believe it. It's just numbing. It's beyond explanation, and it really is, and it really does strike into every little part of this city. Even people who didn't like him, and he had his detractors, and you and I both know that very well, Jim. As you and I have been his detractors over the years, even people who didn't like him were affected by him, and were moved by him, and were touched by him, and can empathize with him.
You know, and it's really amazing too, Bill, because when you see Kobe around other people, they get excited, they get happy, people start crying. It's just amazing that he was given this gift that has affected us all from a very positive standpoint.
Oh my gosh, he shows up in a room and he lights the place up. He was at Staples Center with Gianna this year. Remember that?
Yeah.
He was courtside, and he's the only person alive, I think, who can go to a Laker game and the players will they all watch him. He goes to watch a game and they watch him.
And one of the other things you and I talked about is that when he went to Laker games and sat at courtside, that would make the players, no matter whether it was the Lakers or the visiting team, they would all want to put on a show for him.
Yes, and that was what the biggest problem LeBron James had last year when he came here, was that he wasn't Kobe Bryant. Because Kobe, and I said this, I don't care how injured he was, Kobe dragged that team, he tore his Achilles heel and dragged that team to the playoffs. Kobe, never ever gave in. Never, either he won it all or he considered himself a loser. He never gave in, ever. And that's what's so stunning today is that something out of his control killed. I mean, Kobe Bryant's dead. I never thought I'd say that.
Yeah.
I never thought I'd think that.
I know. I know. That's what we're all saying right now. How can this be? How can something like this happen? And then I'm reminded of a saying. That saying is, "The good, they die young."
Yeah. Well, he was just coming into his own too. He was just coming into his own as a civic and cultural leader. And remember, Jim, you not joked about this. The minute he retired, he was done with the Lakers. Everybody says, he's going to come back and coach or general manager Lakers. He wanted nothing to do with running basketball. He had bigger things in his mind, bigger things in his life. He was going to be a contributor to a lot of different areas of this town, and he gave so much. And it shows. I just heard your newsman say there are people on the helicopter with him, were people from his daughter's school and from his local community college. And he lifted everybody up. He took people with him everywhere he went. And that's how he rolled.
And he made the transition from athlete to businessman easier than anyone else I've ever seen.
The next, Jim, I talked to him the day after his retirement, the day after he scored 60 points against Utah. He called me, and he wanted to talk about a business idea. Day after. And I said, well, how about the Lakers? How about Byron Scott? No, that's not my business anymore. I'm done with that. He was done. He really made a transition perfectly. And again, in his words to me, and I'd urge anyone to go back and read the column I wrote last week about LeBron James and Kobe. And Kobe says, give props to LeBron. I play for the purple and gold. I don't play for myself. This is bigger than me. It's about LeBron. Give the props to him. I mean, but also think about the irony in this. The day after LeBron passes his record, Kobe Bryant passes away.
Yeah.
That's just... The whole thing is it's going to take us a long time to get over this one, Jim. This was a stunning of a demise as a death of in this city as seen in athletic-wise in many, many years.
I know you were talking about the last interview I did with him was just about 10 days ago, and we were talking about LeBron passing him and stuff like that. And he said, he turned to the camera. He said, LeBron, congratulations. That's the way to go. You know, we love you, bruh. And you know, when he says love you, bruh, that's like, we love you, brother. And that's the brotherhood of the Los Angeles Lakers.
And that's what he wanted to he kept telling me, write about that, write about our brotherhood. We're all, LeBron's one of us. He's one of us. Write about that. Yeah, in fact, he could have, I asked if LeBron could have broken the record against the Clippers Tuesday night. Mm-hmm. And I said, Kobe, would you be there? He said, no, I'm not going to that game. That's LeBron's moment. I'm going to give him his moment. Yep. He wasn't going to, and you know, he could have hijacked that in a minute.
Yeah.
People in town always are going to want to say this is Kobe Bryant's town, not LeBron's town. Well, of course it's Kobe's town, but Kobe didn't have to say that. He never didn't have to promote that. It just was.
And also reading in your article that you wrote, you say, go ahead, keep crying. You won't be alone. A huge hole has been cut out of Los Angeles' heart, and the wound is breathtaking.
It is breathtaking, right? And people are, I'm getting texts, I'm sure you are too, text from everyone, everywhere, people who just casual fans, people who didn't even like him. And there was people who just really didn't like him. And we know of all the reasons why, the off-the-court issues, the selfish on-the-court issues, the perception of that. People didn't like him. I didn't like him sometimes. You didn't like him. Mm-hmm. There's parts he didn't like us sometimes. But he always showed up, and he always played hard, and he gave himself completely to the team, to the community, to the world. And to have him taken away so soon is just, it's tragic beyond recognition.
Bill, you're one of the few people that I know of that, and there's a select group of us here who have watched Kobe Bryant and watch him come into town and watch him grow and watch him mature, watch him to develop.
We were at his first game. We were at his first game and his last game.
Yep.
And remember the three the air balls in Utah?
Yes.
You were there next to me, shoulder to shoulder, watching him. We're saying this kid's nuts. Is in his first playoff game, and he kept shooting. He didn't care. Kept shooting the three balls. Didn't care. Kept shooting.
And I remember Bill at halftime, and I've told this story before. They go into the locker room at halftime, and Kobe says, you guys are scared. If you're scared and you're afraid to win this game, get out of my way. I'll win it myself.
That's wild. And he's just an 18-year-old kid, 17-year-old kid saying that. Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, it's all, the 81 points against Toronto, the championship against Boston. All right, Jim, here's one. He never get to see, he not talked about this, about possible statues. He didn't want to discuss what his statue would have been, but he was looking forward to seeing it. Now he'll never see it. What would you think the statue should be of him? What do you think? Which pose do you think he should take? I think it should be him standing on the press table. Yeah. Basketball in his hand, hands upraised. But there are several, him shooting, him taking a fadeaway. I mean, there's all kinds of different things you can do for him.
Yeah, and he's got 2 jerseys retired.
2 jerseys retired. And he never got to go into the Hall of Fame. Imagine that.
I know, Bill, that there's a lot of things that Kobe will never get to do, but the things that stick out in my mind is what you mentioned earlier, is about watching his girls grow up, watching his girls walk down the aisle.
And he told me, he said, Bill, you don't know pressure. He just said this to me last week when we talked. You don't know pressure till you have to meet someone who wants to date your 17-year-old daughter. And that's, yeah. And can you imagine having to meet the Mamba on the doorstep? Yeah, most guys are afraid of meeting the mom. These guys are afraid of meeting the Mamba. He was so doting to his daughters too, so doting to them. Just, and again, little Gianna was his basketball buddy. She went with him everywhere.
He loved showing off his girls, didn't he?
Yes, and I can't imagine the pain Vanessa feels. Right, I cannot imagine. I just can't even begin to imagine it. And my heart goes out to her. My prayers go out to all them, to all the people involved in the crash. We can't forget the others who perished as well. That's really important in coming days. Jim, it's important to remember the baseball coach, Sal Tabelli, to remember the high school basketball coach, to remember all of them. It's so important because I feel like they'll get an initial shock. They'll get left out, but they should not be forgotten.
No, you're absolutely right. Bill, thank you so much. It's amazing. You covered his first game, like you mentioned, and you covered his last game.
So So did you, Jim.
Yeah.
And I'm flying back from Miami. I'm at the Super Bowl. I'm canceling the Super Bowl, and I'm coming back to Miami to go to the game Tuesday because I want to be there for the completion to see the full circle. I don't know what the Lakers are going to do, but it's going to be compelling, I'm sure.
Yeah, well, knowing the Lakers the way that we do, and I know you know Jeannie very well, it will be full of passion. It will be full of
to be crushed.
Oh my goodness, yeah.
I can't imagine. All right, buddy, hang in there,
buddy.
Jim.
Thanks a lot, Bill. Appreciate your time, man. That's Bill Plaschke of the Los Angeles Times, and Bill is one of the premier writers, in our profession, not only in the Los Angeles area, but in the entire country. And I tell Bill a lot of times, I like sitting next to the writers, because if they say something critical about a guy, they're there the next day, to face him with it. Yeah. And I've seen him write some pretty tough stuff about people. But he's right there the next day. And Kobe was always one who was there nose to nose with him, explaining why he did what he did. So,
you know what also I so learned and admired about Kobe over the years, he didn't like hypotheticals.
Yeah.
You could ask him a hypothetical question. You make up things, or, well, what if, like today, what if you were playing? Well, wait a minute, I'm not playing against.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to answer that because I don't know. I can only talk about when I played, what I did, then.
I give you another one. I was talking to him about the Hall of Fame. I said, if ever there was a surefire Hall of, you were it.
Yeah.
I said, if you thought about what you're going to say, like you said, no, haven't thought about it yet. I'll wait and deal with that when the time comes.
Yeah.
He always dealt in the present.
Yeah.
And he's something.
We're so lucky to have the perspective of you, Jim, and the people that you've interviewed today. We want to go back to the first time that you met Kobe Bryant. I think we have some video. And if you don't mind walking us through that. He's 17 years old, and you're interviewing him at Staples Center.
Yeah, this was when he appeared on Arliss.
Oh, that was a show.
Yeah, the Arliss. Remember the TV show Arliss?
Yes, I do. I remember this.
And I was talking to him about that, and we were just laughing and joking and going on. And Kobe then acted like he had been in the business 15, 20 years. He was just absolutely incredible, and he knew how to handle himself in front of the camera. In this particular clip, he was speaking English and Italian, which kind of threw all of us off. But we were laughing and joking about him, what he was going to do with the Lakers, how he felt about being a Laker, the responsibility he felt to the community as being a member of the Los Angeles Lakers, who's going to be the Lakers, the iconic team, and one of the top iconic teams in all of the world. And so this was the first interview with him when I did in Arliss, and we laughed and joked about that. Even until a couple of weeks ago.
You took him under your wing, too. Let's face it, Jim. When there's young men that come into this town and are in sports and outside of sports, we know, the audience knows about sports. They get to know Jim Hill. And most of them are smart enough. Oh, come on, take it. They're smart enough to know, okay, I can learn a lot from him. And you take the time with them to whisper some things in their ear, to pull them to the side, and just give them a little bit of information. That's wonderful. I love to watch you two banter back and forth over the years.
We can't discuss all the things
Well, see, no, I'm just talking about the things that we can discuss.
But no, some of the things we talked about strategy, and we talked about his heart, and how big a heart he has, and how he will go to the ends, he will go to the depths, to the deepest part of the ocean, to help his teammates, to do what's supposed to be done in order to win a game. He probably is the most singularly focused athlete I've ever met.
That leads me. That's interesting, because there was a quote about Kobe Bryant that said he was relentless, competitive, and had a work ethic. And I underscored ethic because there are people that have passion, there are people that have the ability and can be competitive, but if they don't have the ethic, they can't reach the heights of like a Kobe.
And one person like Bill Plaschke we were just talking about, Bill saw that.
Yeah.
Bill, there were a few of us that saw that passion, that work ethic. There were some of us that saw him when they went on the road and he had a bad game on the road, and he would ask the arena to keep the lights on at night after everybody left so he could go to the visiting team's arena and shoot.
Practice.
Okay? Yes. To the visiting team's arena and shoot, and they would be glad to do that for him. He had the it factor. You may not be able to spell it, but you know it when you see it.
Yeah.
And he certainly had it. And I like listening to Bill, too, talking about, well, there were some people that didn't like Kobe, didn't like that maybe he was getting the attention or that he was getting the ball. But when you look at what he did to do that, you have to step back and give him credit. He was only working so hard to improve himself, and that way he could improve others around him. So while you got upset because he was practicing late, he was practicing late. What were you doing?
He was, he's one of the most brutally honest people I've ever met. If he liked you, he told you. If he didn't like you, he told you even faster. That's how, and he would do things for, and there were other times, he went down to speak to the University of Alabama football team, and they were in awe. He spoke to the Chargers, and they were in awe. He walked into the room, and the Chargers arranged to have him, Josh Ruppich arranged to have him come and speak to him. And when he walked in the room, these are NFL players who were in awe of him.
You know what? We want to go full circle here because we talked about the first interview. Now that we have some footage of the last interview, which wasn't that long ago, so tell us a little bit about the interaction and that last interview with Kobe Bryant.
It was about 10 days ago. We were at the LAFC and the soccer team over there, and he is an investor in the sports drink. And when you have Kobe Bryant on your team, it's an instant winner. And Kobe he's a very, very smart, savvy businessman. And so we went over there, and I told him, I said, you know what? If you didn't play basketball, you'd play soccer. He said, yeah, I like it. I love soccer. I love soccer. And he was talking about how he does this with his daughters. And then we went off and we got ready to do an interview with him afterwards. And just before he walked away and got in his car and drove away from LAFC over by the Coliseum, this is the last interview with Kobe Bryant. Anyone who knows anything about you knows that if you hadn't been a Hall of Fame player, you'd be a great soccer player as well. You love this sport.
Well, I do love it. I mean, growing up in Italy, I mean, that was a primary sport, So when I first moved over there, it was, basketball was an afterthought. And so, it was like a religion. You had to play soccer every single day.
You've always been one who's concerned about our young people and their health.
Well, it's extremely important. I mean, it's all education, right? If we're looking at our youth and what we can provide for them, there are two things. It's education and inspiration, right? And we got to be able to provide those two things. And with this partnership with MLS, we're looking forward to doing that, going all the way down to their youth programs and educating them on what it means to be healthy, what it means to be active, what it means to be healthy and active. And so this will be a fun partnership.
And as far as the Lakers are concerned, they're playing like dogs, man. I mean, they're playing like they want it.
Yeah, well, Rob did a great job of assembling the team. I mean, he put them together really smartly with size and versatility and tenacity. I mean, these are guys that are really competitive. They all have something to prove, but they all have a versatile skill set that they bring to the basketball floor, and they've been doing tremendously well.
And I've noticed that whenever you go to a game, LeBron's game steps up just a little bit. You know what I'm talking about.
Well, he's always playing at a high level, man, and it's been fun to watch. I mean, it's been so much chatter about him kind of being over the hill. Coming after last season, and so he came into this season with a chip on his shoulder, and he's certainly playing like it.
Congratulations, HOF. I mean, if there was ever a safe bet, it was you going into the Hall of Fame.
Well, appreciate it, man. Thank you.
What does that mean to you? Have you had a chance to just sit and really think about it now?
I mean, a little bit, not too much, but you know me. I try to look forward as much as possible, but then when that moment comes, you can't help but become a little nostalgic.
See what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
And then I want to end with this. This book is called Legacy and the Queen. He wrote it, and at the beginning of it, he wrote, to Nani, Gigi, Bibi, and Coco, my 4 beautiful, spirited, strong daughters. When you fiercely protect your passion, no one can ever steal your dreams.
So
that's
true.
what I'll always remember about him.
So true, Jim.
Yeah.
And little baby, just 7 months old.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks so much, Jim. We know you have a lot more work to do, a lot of people that want to talk to you and give their condolences and tribute. So we're going to let you go do that. Thanks so much, Jim Hill. We want to turn now to Michelle Gili, who's in Newport Beach. And Michelle is going to be talking about one of the other victims today in this horrific crash, Orange County Community College baseball coach John Altobelli. And he was also there, I believe, with his wife and daughter, Michelle?
Pat, that's right. We are on the baseball field here at Orange Coast College, better known as OCC here in Orange County. And I do want to mention before we get to the coach, the fact that everyone on board this helicopter lived in Orange County. We're talking about 3 local mothers, 2 daughters on board. That is what we're hearing from all kinds of sources here in Orange County. Many of these people had connections to Newport Beach. And of course, Kobe Bryant and his family lived in Newport Coast. All of these people are connected to Kobe through Mamba basketball. There was also a dad on board, and that's the coach that you were just mentioning. His name is John Altobelli, known as Coach Alto. He's legendary here at Orange Coast College. I'm going to bring in his associate head coach in just a second, but I want to tell you about Coach Alto. He was about to begin his 28th year here. As a matter of fact, opening day is this coming Tuesday. And since about 12:30 today, hundreds of people have just spontaneously showed up here at the field. And we're calling this a field of dreams. And Nate Johnson here is going to explain to us why. And Coach Alto made it happen. But Coach was on board with his wife, Carrie, and his daughter, Alyssa, who plays basketball. And I'm going to explain more about that. Nate, you knew, they told you that they were going on this flight today.
Yeah, we had a scrimmage yesterday, and he was always talking about how he was going on the chopper with Kobe, so no different. Yesterday he was saying, yeah, I'm going on the chopper with Kobe tomorrow morning. We're going to go up to Thousand Oaks and watch a few games. And so as soon as I heard Kobe's helicopter went down, I kind of had an idea that Alto was more than likely on board there.
Okay, so he took off, as far as you know, from John Wayne Airport, and they were landing in Camarillo?
Yeah, that's what he told me, and then they were going to drive down to Thousand Oaks from there.
Okay, and then fly back here, of course, after the tournament was over.
Yep, yeah.
So tell us about, first of all, this field. For years, Coach Alto dreamed of having a turf field, so we are calling this his Field of Dreams.
Yep. This is the house that Alto built. He did it all and fundraised for it all, and there was nothing else he wanted but turf. I've been here 7 years, and he was talking about turf for 7 years, and he finally got it done before the 2018 season. And I mean, it was his dream. All he wanted to be like all the gym coaches. Unlock the doors and you get to go out, and then as soon as practice is over, you just lock them back up. Don't have to drag, don't have to take care of anything, and he got that dream.
So this is the guy who led his team 4 times to the state championship, winning 4 different times. Last year, he was named National Coach of the Year, and as we said, he was beginning his 28th year here at Orange Coast College. And this is a unique position to be in because you're not hanging on to your players for dear life because you are shepherding them on to other things, to perhaps D1 baseball and other places. Right. Tell me about that relationship.
Yeah, that was his goal. That was what he loved doing here. He didn't want guys to come to OCC to play for OCC. He wanted guys to come here to make other programs, to make Cal State Fullerton's team and UCI and University of Michigan and Auburn and University of Texas, University of Washington. I mean, we've sent guys all over the place, and that's what he wanted. That's what brought him the most joy.
Opening day is Tuesday. You will likely take over the reins for your beloved friend. How are you guys going to get through this?
I don't know. Sports, it's a crazy thing. It kind of brings everyone closer together. And I brought everyone together today. Everyone gathered here. Our team gathered here. And I just talked to them. I said, hey, practice tomorrow. If you want to, we will. If you don't, we won't. You want to play on Tuesday, we will. If you don't, we won't. And they came up to me probably an hour later and said, we want to practice tomorrow and we want to play on Tuesday. And that's kind of how sports is. Everyone says, oh, that's the way they would have wanted. It's the way you would have wanted it.
Thank you. That's Nate Johnson. He's the associate head coach here at Orange Coast College. And one other thing that is especially poignant here today, Tony Altobelli, that is the brother of John, of Coach Alto, and he's the director of sports information here at this college. And we interviewed him earlier, and right now he is in his office writing the press release about his brother's death. That's the latest live here in Costa Mesa. Back to you guys.
Michelle, thank you. Certainly a day that has been turned upside down for so many people, Jeff. So much loss, so much tragedy. And just talking about what has happened today and looking back on the life, certainly, of some of the families and the other victims who have yet to be identified. Another personal note about Kobe, he was so generous in terms of just the charitable work that he did, or his willingness to help nonprofits.
Yeah.
I was co-chair of a nonprofit, and I believe we needed like basketballs or something signed, or jersey, and wasn't quite sure, like, oh, we're going to approach Kobe Bryant, or we're going to get Kobe Bryant to be involved, and he just generously and happily gave us some items to auction off. I think, whenever he heard about things that people were doing that would uplift other people in the community, to celebrate people that gave so much of themselves to help others, that we don't celebrate, the people that you don't know about. He was there to lend a helping hand and to lift them up. And I just don't want that to get lost in how we're talking about him. And of course, we've mentioned it, and just the aura of who he was and what he meant to the game of basketball and to the city of LA for bringing championships. But God, he was so much more than that. And to watch him grow into that role, that's just amazing. It's just amazing. That makes it even so much more sad.
Well, for our viewers that may wonder when is the next time the Lakers play, it's going to be on Tuesday. It'll be at the Staples Center against the Clippers.
Wow.
And that's a live look at the Staples Center. Of course, the Grammys going on inside, but outside, a different tribute is going on, not to music, but to Kobe Bryant. Leslie Marin is there with a look at the very latest from the Staples Center and Los Angeles Live right across the street. Leslie?
Yeah, and I will tell you, there are some people that have been here for hours. They just want to bask in this experience. They tell me they didn't know where else to go. But of course, Kobe's second home, Staples Center. Take a look at just how many people are here. If you could take a look at those. Yeah, people have been chanting all day, Kobe, MVP. It's just what they want to do. I do want to talk to a family, though, right here. This is Mauricio. Mauricio came with his two kids. What does Kobe mean to you?
Kobe meant so much to me. He's one of my idols. I grew up as a kid watching him play basketball. Came to Staples Center, seen him play, came to the parades, seen him show us, like, I did it for LA, and that's why we're here today. Thank you, Kobe, and Vanessa. Sorry, our condolences to all you guys.
You were telling me your best Kobe memory, and I hope that they can still hear us, but is when he actually pointed at you during a parade.
Yes, Kobe Bryant did actually point at us, me and my family, saying, holding the trophy, pointing to you and hitting his chest. That's what he did. That's what Kobe did. All the time hit his chest. That was him. It's the Black Mamba mentality.
And you can hear these people have so much love for Kobe Bryant. I do want to show you the marquees, though. Take a look. You can see the Ritz-Carlton behind us here. They have that large and loving memory of Kobe Bryant posted up there. They also have it right in front of LA Live. I would say there are hundreds of people here, different memorials spread out through LA Live right now. People just want to be here. This family, in fact, has been here for about 3 hours. They say they don't want to leave because they don't know where else they can mourn, and this is really helping them with the mourning process, really being with other Laker fans. And you can see people are just decked out in purple and gold. And I will tell you, it's really interesting because the Grammys are happening tonight, and either you're seeing people that are super dressed up going to the Grammys, or you're seeing people in their Laker gear, in their Kobe's jerseys. Everyone's just out here supporting, and honestly, there is so much love in this area. People have come down here for championship wins. They've came down here when Kobe retired, and a lot of people are hopeful, obviously, that the Lakers can continue with Kobe's legacy. For now, you guys, I'll send it back to you.
All right, thank you for that, Leslie.
Yeah. You know, it's been something to see what has happened at the crash site in Calabasas. We've had a number of reporters there throughout the morning and the afternoon and into the evening. And there is a memorial there as well at the crash site, just off of Las Virgenes, that has continued to grow.
Las Virgenes and Willow Creek Road, if I'm not mistaken, Jeff. And our Chris Holmstrom is there now, and it's got to be dark at this time, I would think. If not, it's close to it at 5:37. But I imagine still so many people there, Chris, as well as law enforcement, and of course the investigators are still trying to determine how this helicopter went down. Chris?
Yeah, that's right. Still a lot of questions out here as to what happened. And you're right, it is getting dark right now, but you know, fans are still coming here. Fans have been out here all day because this is a heartbreaking story. And this is a man who made so many people so happy for so long. Well, let me talk to you a little bit about the investigation. Right now, you can actually if you zoom in, you could still see a little bit of the crash site. You could still see smoke hours later coming from where the helicopter is. And I believe there's still investigators out there working into the night trying to figure out what caused this helicopter of 9 people on board to crash. But if you zoom out a little bit, if you look all along the line of Las Virgenes, there are hundreds of fans out here who are paying their respect to Kobe Bryant, the GOAT for many people here in Southern California. And it's also amazing to see all the love from the Staples Center down to Orange County up here to Calabasas. And I want to bring into the camera Armando. He actually came from West Covina this morning. It took you about an hour and a half to come up here. Talk to me a little bit about, you know, your reaction when you heard about what happened this morning.
Man, I was very shocked. It felt so surreal. I felt like I've known this man my whole life. I've watched him growing up. And I mean, I know he wasn't playing anymore, but I still followed him on every social media. Any outing he had in the public, I would go. He was just such a big part of Los Angeles. It's crazy.
Such a big part, and I know you're representing him with his number 24 jersey. A lot of people out here wearing the, you know, the black and gold, the purple and gold as well. Seeing all of the fans out here as well who have drove, you know, who came from so far away. What is it like to have that camaraderie with these other people?
I just feel like we all share the same love for the Lakers, for Kobe. I mean, Kobe became a part of our home. It was almost like every night we'd go home and just watch the Lakers when he was on. It was like something you couldn't miss. You never knew what you would get with him. It was either he was scoring 40 or winning 5 championships.
He was amazing for sure, truly talented, you know, and we talk about, you know, how great he was here in Southern California, but around the world. This is news. This is a tragedy that is affecting people from around the world.
Oh, definitely. I was actually telling my friends it's crazy how this man, literally, you were able to hear across the world. I mean, Neymar had a game today in France, and he showed his respects to Kobe during a game after he scored a goal. I mean, this is worldwide. This isn't just Los Angeles. We're all hurting. It's a world of pain right now.
Where do you go from here?
Man, I'm just going to wait for the news of the memorial, and now I just hope the Lakers could honor him with a championship this year. It's the only way to go now.
All right, well, hey, thank you so much for talking to me. So Armando, just one of thousands, probably millions of people out there who are mourning, who are truly heartbroken by this news that happened. You know, we hear about Kobe Bryant, who has passed away, but also you can't forget about his daughter or the other 8 people on board. But out here in Calabasas, you definitely feel it. Definitely a lot of heartbreaks out here. And, you know, crews, investigators, they're still out on that mountain into the night trying to figure what happened. Hours later, several hours later, still smoke coming from this crash site. I mean, Pat and Jeff, it definitely is heartbreaking to see all this, but you know, the love and support, I hope that helps his family and his loved ones just kind of get through this process together, because you know, definitely going to be a lot. But I'm not sure if you guys can see this, because Pat, you did mention it was dark, but you can maybe see some lights up there of investigators trying to, you know, do what they can. You know, the coroner is going to be called out here as well to, you know, positively identify, you know, these other 7 bodies.
You know, Chris, I wanted to ask you, since you're on the scene there, if there's been any word about the conditions at the time of this crash. We understand some of the law enforcement helicopters were grounded because of the foggy conditions. Has there been any word about if that may have been a contributing factor to this?
Yeah, you know, that's a big question out here as to whether or not that actually caused the crash. That's still unknown, but I actually spoke to a man who was walking his dog at 9:46 this morning, or 9:56 this morning, when he heard the helicopter fly over. All of a sudden, he heard a loud boom hit the mountainside. You know, he called the sheriff's department, let them know. I asked him what the conditions were like, and he says conditions were awful. There was heavy fog in this area. This was early in the morning, and he said it was overcast. And, you know, and you imagine you're flying in this area, I mean, it definitely makes it hard to see, but whether or not that's what caused this actual crash, I mean, it definitely is still too early to tell. But, you know, this guy, just talking to him, he was actually working with the LA County Fire as well, and they were the ones that were helping him, or he was actually helping them locate where the fire was because of the heavy fog, you know. So, and once he found out who it was, you know, definitely hard to hear for him for sure.
Sure it was too, Chris. We understand, well, we know the coroner is out there, and will be, of course, until they have the bodies, the notification of the families before they transport the bodies. As you've been talking, Chris, we've been showing pictures from, you know, different points of reference around LA, the Ferris wheel at Santa Monica, the pylons at LAX lit up in purple and gold. But, you know, Jeff and I were just talking and reading some information, but the weather was so bad this morning that even law enforcement helicopters, some choppers,
they were grounded.
They were grounded. They weren't able to take to the skies.
We do know that originated from the Long Beach or the John Wayne Airport area in Orange County, was going out to Camarillo, as was reported by Michelle Gili, and then from Camarillo they were going to drive to the Mamba Sports Complex in Thousand Oaks. And so we had reports that they had to circle in order for the weather to clear at some point in time. So we don't know if that was a contributing factor. We don't know if that was the source of the crash, but it certainly was something to think about because there was heavy fog at least at some points this morning.
Yeah. Chris, have you heard any more information? I'm sure you've heard a lot of, you know, reports, or I don't want to call it gossip, but just some, you know, trajectories where you are with people talking about what possibly could have happened and definitely what they saw.
You know, it's too hard to speculate out here, but a lot of the people who live in this area, it keeps going back to weather and, you know, just talking about how foggy and, you know, how bad the conditions were that they couldn't really see. I mean, like I mentioned, that guy that I was talking to, he was walking his dog. He heard the crash, but then he had no idea where, you know, that helicopter crashed into because he couldn't see. The fog levels were so low. Even when we were driving over here earlier, you know, this afternoon, shortly afternoon, you know, the fog had lifted a little bit. It's clear now, but he's like, it was a completely different story, you know, 9, 10 o'clock this morning. Right. But, you know, it's hard, you know, and, you know, sheriff's detectives aren't saying much right now, obviously, because it's still too early. NTSB still has to come out here and, you know, do that investigation as well. The FAA will be out here as well. As you can see, they're working into the night, so this is definitely, you know, one of those situations where they're trying to be very careful and piece it all together. As for when we can hear another update, that's still unknown. But the last update was around 2:45 this afternoon, and, you know, I'm sure once the sheriff's department gets more information, they'll give it to us. But right now, not a whole lot as they investigate out here. But definitely a lot of love and a lot of support from their fans, and I can imagine they'll be out here throughout the night because this man's a legend, and he meant a lot to them and brought a lot of happiness to a lot of households for many, many years. And you feel that out here.
Chris, live out at the crash site in Calabasas. Pat, I want to mention something while we take a look at the inset box there at the Staples Center, the Grammys going on inside. I can't tell you, they opened up the Grammys tonight with a tribute to Kobe, saying this is for Kobe tonight.
Well, no, it's just surreal, Jeff, because the Grammys are going on. They're on our sister station, CBS2, as we speak. But this is the crowd outside while the Grammys are going on inside Staples Center. And our Desmond Shaw is overhead in Sky 9 at this hour, giving us these pictures. Desmond, this is pretty incredible and pretty surreal.
Yeah, absolutely, Pat and Jeff. We are just outside of LA Live here, right next to Staples Center. You see thousands of mourners have poured into the plaza here over the last several hours. We've been monitoring this, and I zoom in here, and you can see all the candles that have been set up, these incredible makeshift memorials with jerseys. So almost everyone down here is wearing some sort of Lakers regalia right now, and you can see the tribute on the screen here. Let me just kind of iris down so you can see more clearly. Sorry about that. Kobe Bryant's image right here on the screen. So this is what everyone has been taking a look at. And I'll zoom out and show you as well the LA skyline. A lot of buildings here lit up in purple and yellow. These buildings down here, I believe this is called Ocean View Plaza, recently opened. Those are in yellow and purple. And then over here, the International Hotel is lit up as well. Really, really thoughtful tribute tonight. And the U.S. Bank building, we see them quite often. You do their LEDs in various colors, and they are in Lakers colors this evening as well. So a massive outpouring of emotion taking place all over the city, but especially here in the heart of Los Angeles, down here in downtown LA, LA Live, and the Staples Center. Pat and Jeff, back to you.
Okay, Desmond, thank you. You know, Pat, we can kind of put this to rest. We were talking earlier about the fourth quarter of that last game of Kobe Bryant. They were playing Utah,
right,
and they won that game 101-96, and it was because of Kobe Bryant. He went 22 of 50 shots, fourth quarter rally, all because of Kobe. And I guess the players, his teammates, told him, we're not going to pass it to you. You take the ball, and this is your last game. And that's how he ended his career at the Staples Center.
Jeff, wasn't
right
it 60 points?
Yeah, and it was
60 points.
And
he
it was,
scored.
and the Jazz were up until the fourth quarter, late in the fourth quarter.
Yeah.
That last second rally.
I think, Jeff, everyone in that building was just mesmerized, including the Utah Jazz.
We're taking a look at the pictures there, and did you think that wasn't going to happen? I mean, I remember watching that because he retired in 2016, his last game, and I just was like, oh yeah, something's going to happen here. Something special is going to happen.
But
we're not going to lose this game.
Super special.
Yeah.
I mean, for him to take off like that, again, it was just an incredible sight to behold. I can remember the gasps and the cheers and the screaming, and again, I think the visiting team, the Jazz, and everybody in there was just, okay, let him work. Let him do his thing. Mm-hmm. And he certainly did. That will, you know what, though, Jeff, it's just unreal to talk about stats and things of this nature so early in his career. But this is how he's going to be remembered, by the stats and by the history that he left behind so young. And as we've been talking about, as Jim mentioned, as Bill Plaschke mentioned, he won't be alive to see himself being inducted into the Basketball Hall of Fame. And more importantly, though, we have to go back to his family, his daughters. You've got 3 sisters who lost one of their sisters at very, very young ages. Maybe a couple of them who may not even remember her being there. But certainly the oldest will. And that's heartbreaking in itself.
It is.
It really is.
And our hearts and prayers go out to Vanessa, his wife, and what they are going through at this point in time, and the Laker Nation and globally. I mean, it's just one of those things where, you know, I could tell a little story about. I have a neighbor of mine lives across the street who's a Lakers fan, lifelong LA resident, and I texted him this morning when I got the news, and he was on the golf course. He had no idea at all. But just to kind of underscore how important Kobe Bryant, he never met Kobe Bryant. He's a big fan, and when I told him the news, he physically got ill. And that just goes to show about how much Kobe has affected people. To not even meet them, but to hear that news and to know that has happened to one of your heroes. He told me that was somebody that I looked up to. It was a hero of mine. And to get that reaction out of somebody tells you so much about how Kobe was loved and meant by this community.
I was landing, and when I heard as my plane landed, I called my daughter because I knew that this would affect her, and she was crying uncontrollably. She was 9 years old when Kobe Bryant came on the scene, and she played basketball, and boy, he was her hero. On one of her social media pages, when she was on it, her profile picture was of all the trophies that he won and him. And that's just how much he meant to her. And you're talking about your friend. These are people all over that I'm still going to call him a young man, that lives that were affected. And just think about this. His oldest daughter is 17. Kobe came to the Lakers when he was just 17. He just graduated at the age of 17.
Yeah.
That's just, to wrap your head around all of that is just, it's mind-boggling. We have so many things that will be happening in the days, the weeks ahead. First, to find out what the investigation is going to uncover. The other poor family members who do not yet know the identities of their victims.
3 more that we're unaware of,
that we don't know, at least right now. I'm hoping that the families will know. But then, Jeff, as you just mentioned, there's going to be, the Lakers going to play Tuesday night.
And they play the Clippers. And we talked to Doc Rivers, who was emotionally upset over the information. He said, a great opponent, Kobe, that's what you want in sports. He had a tearful account of his time spent as a competitor. And they're going to be playing on Tuesday. That's the next Lakers game, is at the Staples Center, the Lakers and the Clippers.
Just can't imagine. And even the team members, his former team members and the Clippers, because you have to think that they all knew each other, and most of them probably did rub shoulders with Kobe, if not play with him. There will be services. We don't know yet plans for that, but there will be a memorial, I'm sure, of some kind. If the public is involved, we'll certainly let you know about that. But then there are other families, the coaches, their families will be planning services for their loved ones as well. And for young people, always so very, very, very sad.
So not only is it the Lakers' next game on Tuesday, but the Orange Coast baseball team and Coach Alto, which they just lost in this crash, they have their opening day on Tuesday. And we talked about who they called Coach Alto so emotionally, and that was their embrace of him and the team. And John Altobelli is going to be will not be the head coach for opening day for the first time in a number of years, and they're still going to go ahead with the opening game because that's what the players want.
Because they have to. That's what the players want, because they know that that's what the coach would want. I was just thinking earlier tonight too, Jeff, we have heard from some coaches, and there are so many that have yet, I believe, to weigh in, or at least that we have heard about. Not all of them are on social media, but when you think about those, Phil Jackson, one that comes to mind, wasn't Mike Brown coach for a moment?
Yes.
When Kobe Bryant played? D'Antoni?
There's a lot of people. I mean, we haven't heard. Don't you think it still hasn't set in? I mean, there's a lot of people out there that this is so fresh and hurtful and new that I don't know if they're going to be. Some might not be able to say anything.
Voice, to speak.
Today. Yeah.
Exactly. So again, we're going to be talking about this for years to come for sure, but just in the coming hours and days and weeks ahead, it is certainly, it's just devastating, and it's turned this city upside down for sure. You're still looking at a live picture outside LA Live where hundreds, if not thousands of fans have shown up to mourn Kobe Bryant.
And where that destination was for Kobe Bryant and his daughter was in Thousand Oaks at the Mamba Sports Academy, and that's where Jake Reiner is standing by now. Jake, what can you tell us?
I interviewed someone earlier, guys, that was talking about how this Kobe Bryant, this news about Kobe Bryant was like losing a family member, and that kind of resonated with me because that's kind of the feeling that I'm getting being out here at the Mamba Sports Academy. I'll step out of the way so you can take a look. We've had a steady stream of people, obviously not as large as the Staples Center crowd, but people coming by all afternoon, and obviously the sun has gone down now, but the memorial outside the front door here has grown. Flowers and candles, and people have signed pictures of Kobe Bryant. People have left letters for him. This was his way of giving back to the community, this Mamba Sports Academy, and way of giving back to youth basketball. And earlier we spoke with a young boy who benefited greatly from the Mamba Sports Academy. He was out here last summer for a sports camp, and he actually got to learn a little bit from Kobe Bryant. We spoke to him earlier. Take a listen.
I was starstruck, and it was amazing. It felt like I was in heaven, having fun, learning stuff. I learned that how to get after a defender and like get off of him and stuff.
How are you feeling today, buddy?
Sad.
Yeah.
Depressed.
What did Kobe mean to you as a Lakers fan or basketball fan?
He meant to me as my dad.
Yeah. That boy referred to him as like a father figure to him, which is a remarkable thing for him to say about this man, Kobe Bryant. And we heard from another father who has a daughter here at the Mamba Sports Academy who told us that Kobe was actually supposed to be here today to coach his daughter, Gigi, in a basketball tournament. And this was the end of a 2-day basketball tournament as a part of this Mamba Cup series that he started, the championships being in March. And so he was supposed to be here at 2 o'clock to coach that game. This is such a tremendous loss for all of these Lakers fans here. And for someone like myself, growing up a Lakers fan, it's a tremendous loss. For me, it almost doesn't seem real. I keep thinking about it. You know, it just doesn't seem real. The way he went out, his final game, we've been talking about it all day long, where he dropped 60 points on the Utah Jazz, sort of, willing that Lakers team back to victory. And that team wasn't a great team, but he went out with a bang. It sort of reminded me of how Derek Jeter played in his final home game at Yankee Stadium, where he had a walk-off single. This was sort of Kobe's walk-off hit, was that amazing 60-point showing. And that's just the kind of player he was, and not a lot of players can have that kind of final game like the way he did. So just remarkable to listen to all these stories out here today. Reporting live in Thousand Oaks, I'm Jake Reiner, KCAL 9 News.
All right, thank you, Jake. And yeah, Jeff, fourth quarter, he scored what? He scored
50 points in the fourth quarter. He scored
alone.
60 overall,
yes.
But he had 22 of 50. He scored in the last quarter to win that game.
Don't know if we'll see that again. We invite you to stay with us. Our coverage of the death of Kobe Bryant will continue after this short break.
Welcome back. As you know, all day long we have been following breaking news. Lakers legend Kobe Bryant killed in a tragic helicopter crash in Calabasas.
And all 9 people killed, including Kobe's 13-year-old daughter, Gianna. The stunning news leaves fans and the world in complete shock. Here now is the very latest at 6 o'clock for you. 9 people were on board the Sikorsky S-76 when something went wrong just before 10 this morning. We're told they were on their way to a travel basketball game when the chopper went down.
So here's the flight pattern of that helicopter moments before it crashed and caught fire. You can see it in this animation here. We obtained this from FlightAware, a popular site that tracks aircraft all over the country. So you can see it going from Orange County to the San Fernando Valley when it started spinning uncontrollably. At least that is what the map reflects. Of course, this is going to be part of a larger NTSB investigation on exactly how the aircraft went down.
Well, in addition to Bryant and his daughter, 3 members of one family also died in the crash. They are John Altobelli, who was head baseball coach at Orange Coast College in Costa Mesa. His wife, Carrie, and their daughter, Alyssa, were also on board.
The husband of Christina Mauser posted on Facebook that she died in this helicopter crash. Mauser was a basketball coach at Harbor Day School in Newport Beach. That is where Kobe's daughter attended school. Mauser's husband says he and his kids are understandably devastated.
I'm Juan Fernandez, along here with Sarah Donchi. Taking over now for Pat Harvey and Jeff Vaughn. They've been following this breaking news story all day long here on KCAL 9, CBS 2, and CBSN Los Angeles. Of course, Laker great Kobe Bryant and his daughter, along with those others we just mentioned, dying in a helicopter crash this morning.
We're looking at live pictures now. This is LA Live, just next to the Staples Center in downtown Los Angeles. You are looking at a live picture of thousands of people now gathering. They've created a kind of memorial here to remember Kobe. There are a lot of jumbotrons in this area that normally project ads and videos depending on what kind of event is going on. As you know, the Grammys is happening just steps away from where this is. Now those electronic billboards are displaying images of Kobe Bryant to honor his life and his legacy. And Juan, this image strikes me because, you know, I've seen things like this after the Lakers championships when people pour out onto the street. They're outside Staples Center. They're celebrating lots of Kobe Bryant jerseys. And I remember those days. And it's just really almost a surreal experience to see this. I think for a lot of people, when they heard this news, they thought this couldn't possibly be real.
Including us in the news business, right? We received the news that Kobe Bryant had died in this crash. And still, at this moment, we are, of course, in calling what we call news mode, but still very difficult for us to believe. All right, I want to go to our Leslie Marin. She is live there in downtown Los Angeles, where fans have been gathering since the news first broke. Leslie?
Yeah, I can tell you we push back a little bit from where that crowd is gathered. But you can take a look. If we can pan over, you see the streets are blocked off. That's because of the Grammys. But if you keep going a little bit further, you see the crowds of people. I will tell you, those people are not here for the Grammys. They are here for Kobe Bryant. There are just hundreds of people in the area of LA Live right now. Also marquees glowing right around LA Live, all in loving memory of Kobe Bryant. If we can get to some video from Chopper earlier today, when you can actually see just hundreds of people gathered at LA Live. I will tell you, fans started coming out to this area about 30 minutes after they learned of the devastating news, the passing of Kobe Bryant. I do want to bring in a live interview right now. We've been catching up with fans all day. This is Makai. He's 19 from Inglewood. And you told me you've been a Kobe Bryant fan all your life. You grew up watching him, and he's inspired you in your own sport.
Yes. Honestly, Kobe has really made the impact that honestly no one can understand. You know, everybody's different, but the impact he's had on me has been greatly appreciated, and the fact that he just passed this morning with his daughter, you know, Gigi, rest in peace, mamas. It was very unfathomable. You know, I couldn't digest it. You know, I called my mom. She was crying on the phone, and I was crying, and then I didn't know what to do. I still don't believe it, but you know, everything with the news, it still proves it. And you know, rest in peace, and I love him.
A lot of fans still in such disbelief. When you went down, you were surrounded by all the other fans that came down to just be at Staples Center. What was it for you and your mother that you guys just said, we need to be at this location?
It was just the fact that, you know, his energy was left here. You know, his energy has landed on California, on LA. You know, he's had an impact not only on LA but internationally. You know, and it's just hard to, you know, say goodbye to someone who's that big. You know, and I wouldn't want to say goodbye to someone who's big like that. You know, and if anything, he made me think he was going to be immortal and he wasn't going to, you know, go anywhere. He's going to be here forever. But he still is. He ain't gone. You know, he's always going to, his name is going to reign through L.A.
Yeah, I think, and you can feel that here tonight. I will tell you, like Mekhi was saying, a lot of fans may be in disbelief, but they're keeping his spirit alive. There was a lot of love in the area of LA Live, so it's been nice to see and talk to fans that really appreciated what Kobe brought to our city. For now, I'll toss it back to you guys in studio.
All right, Leslie, thank you so much for that live report from downtown Los Angeles. Just amazing to see all of the people that have gathered there, all of the people like that man who have just personal connections. They feel like this was the death of a member of their family. We've heard that over and over again, Juan, and I completely understand it, having grown up in Southern California in Los Angeles County. This was someone who was in our homes and in our lives, somebody we looked to and somebody we feel like we knew.
When the team won, we felt like we won. When the team lost, we were just as sad. And Sarah and I were talking about this in the newsroom, too. For a lot of fathers and sons and fathers and daughters, watching Kobe play was part of their connection as well.
Absolutely.
You know?
That was so true with my dad. We were a basketball home. Kobe Bryant was a player that got us excited about the game. Our Jim Hill is here, and I know you understand that sentiment. And so many people, celebrities, you know, followed this man and followed his career.
And when you talk about celebrities, Kobe was bigger than the biggest celebrities. When you think about it, there were and there are celebrities who were in awe of Kobe Bryant. And when I think about the celebrities that are in awe of Kobe Bryant, I think of one person that comes to mind first of all. He was always at the Lakers games when the Lakers were at home. He was always sitting on the visitors' end of the bench. We all know him. We have admired him for a long time. He's a fabulous actor. He doesn't like to talk a lot about a lot of things on camera or even on the phone. But just a little while ago, I had a chance to talk about Kobe's death to Jack Nicholson.
Well, Jim, you know, my reaction is the same as almost all of L.A. You just suddenly, where everything was solid, there's a big hole in the wall, you know. You know, I mean, I was so used to seeing and talking to Kobe that, you know, I mean, it kills you. It's just a terrible event.
What will you remember the most about Kobe?
Well, I remember him as in totality and just how great a player he was. But, you know, I teased him the first time we met. It was in the Garden in New York. And I offered him a basketball and asked him, did he want me to autograph it for him? He looked at me like I was crazy.
One of the things we found out about him is that he had a great sense of humor as well. Would you agree?
Yeah, oh yeah, no, he got all the jokes, that's for sure.
And we all will miss him and love him, and you had a ringside seat. You got to see the best of the best for a lot of years.
I sat right behind his jump shot on the left-hand side. I could see him going up, and I could tell the first instant if it was in.
What would you like to tell people, or how would you like to tell people how they should remember Kobe Bryant?
Well, I, you know, Jim, I'm not a guy who tells people what to do, but I can tell you that I'll remember him. I mean, for instance, when I first talked to him, after that first meeting, he called me on the phone and said, Jack, I know you're not going to want to do this, but they made me ask you if I'd be in. He was doing a documentary or something, and, you know, that just speaks to, you know, Kobe's sensitivity. He knows it wasn't this particularly, but just in general, I don't do television interviews.
We all, like you, love him, man. And
yeah, we'll think of him all the time, and we miss him. You know, I mean, he just was one of those touched people.
And I want to thank Jack for taking the time, because I know he doesn't like to do a lot of interviews and things like that. So thanks, Jack. And the other thing I'd like to add is that we were told that the Dallas Mavericks have decided that they're going to retire the number 24 in honor of Kobe Bryant. And so I can imagine that we will see a lot of teams throughout the course of the rest of the season who will be remembering Kobe in that particular way by retiring that number.
I think some of the saddest tributes and the saddest moments that we've seen play out today have been from players and from coaches and former players, and maybe people who didn't even play with Kobe, but people who looked up to Kobe as just this tremendous athlete, younger players who Kobe was their hero. And it was just so sad to see them so emotional on the court. And I know you saw the same, and you've been talking to so many people in the sports world about this, and it's just really, really shocking.
It sure is.
We'll just keep the faith, because I know that's what he would want us to do.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Yeah.
All right, Jim, thank you so much for your insight.
All right, we're going to be right back after this short break with more continuing coverage. As you see there, the Santa Monica Pier now in purple and gold in memory of Kobe Bryant.
Welcome back to our continuous breaking news coverage of the sudden passing of Kobe Bryant and several other individuals who were on a helicopter when it crashed into the hills in Calabasas today.
That's right. They were heading to a game, actually, when this all happened. And now the NTSB is also, of course, investigating, trying to figure out what was the source and cause of that crash. We know we've had very foggy conditions early morning along the coast. So whether or not weather was a factor, that's something that's going to be looked at as well. But again, one of the Laker greats, only 41 years old, the father of four, a proud dad, a proud husband, and a businessman in our community, dying this morning after the helicopter that he was in crashed. And, you know, we knew Kobe used to like to travel using that helicopter. He would use it to get to games at the Staples Center and also to get around town when he needed to.
You know, Jim Hill has talked about that in the past, about how, you know, certain players of a certain magnitude have, you know, that privilege afforded to them, being able to fly to Staples to get there for practices and whatnot. And obviously Kobe was a player that was revered by the team, you know, an extreme presence on that basketball team for so long. But also we have to remember the other lives that were lost in this crash, you know, and all of their families, including several members of one local family who died in this helicopter crash. A lot of you are asking for more information about them. We have to contend with their right to privacy, and certainly we're trying to get reaction from some family family members and trying to do that respectfully. But obviously a tremendous loss for the greater Los Angeles area, for Southern California, and for the sports world at large.
Yeah, 9 people were on board that helicopter, the Sikorsky, when it crashed this morning. And many people wondering, of course, why this happened. And of course, we're all wondering as well. Kobe Bryant, a member of this community, as we were mentioning just a short time ago, he was a businessman, he was a writer, a poet. He had won an Oscar, right?
Yeah, he did, for the short animated film, I believe. And he really was just somebody that people felt like they had a personal connection to. I know we've been talking about that a lot this evening, but I've gotten so many calls and texts from friends, a lot of friends crying today, feeling like they lost a family member. And I totally understand that sentiment because, you know, not only was Kobe a member of the Lakers, and there are certainly a lot of fans of the Lakers in the LA area, but there are fans of Kobe everywhere. And so many of his personal and professional milestones are remembered by people who grew up in the LA area and beyond. You know, his 81-point game, his final game of his career, when he was drafted, you know, winning the dunk contest. You know, Kobe is a legendary athlete by in so many ways, and he has set an example for athletes across the country, not only to be the best at their sport, but to play through adversity. He was known for that. He was known for playing through injuries, and he had to contend with a few of them in his career. He was known for being extremely focused when it came to his training, and that showed on the court, and I think that has set the example for younger players, namely LeBron James, who has a lot of that same you know, ambition and that same drive and sort of the same focus that we saw Kobe have. I think he set the bar for a generation of basketball players.
I had an opportunity to cover the Lakers when they were in the playoff games, and when they would practice, they allow the media to be right there on the court, and you'd watch them play, and his intense focus was amazing. And also, we keep hearing from everybody, including Jack Nicholson and other people, that remember their first interactions with Kobe. I remember the first time just being on the sidelines when they finished practice and they went by us just to go back to the locker room. He kind of waved, and you could tell he was looking at us, and just for just a moment, we were so excited that he was there and that we were there and that we were about to see one amazing game of basketball. And just for many years that I was able to cover the Lakers, I was very proud to do that.
I think that he is one of those players that you go to a game, and it's amazing to go to any NBA game, no matter who's playing. It's just amazing to see the talent of these athletes and just the level of coaching and just what a spectacle it is. But I think that there are a few players, generationally speaking, that you will always remember watching them play. Michael Jordan, Kobe Bryant, LeBron James. These are, you know, the athletes, at least of my generation, that I feel like I was honored to see them play. And certainly seeing Kobe Bryant play at the Staples Center means so much more now.
And he was part of the Lakers when the Lakers were the great Lakers. They had Fish on the team. And just amazing names going back, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. Well, you know, our Jim Hill also spoke to Jerry West. We want to go to some of those memories that were brought up during that conversation. Take a listen.
To hear this news this morning, frankly, at first I was shocked, and then after a while, it's really sunk in. And you know, to see the transformation of him from a 17-year-old kid who used to spend time at my house with me, to my son Ryan driving him around because he couldn't drive. He couldn't even sign a contract because he was too young. To him, the constant questions about the NBA, wanting me to go to a gym with him to watch him work out and maybe make suggestions to him. It was more than, I really felt like a surrogate father to him. And then as his career blossomed and you know, he started to establish this enormous reputation as a player and also filled with accomplishments. But his charisma on top of it was something that most great players don't have, and he had it. But to wake up to this news, this has been one of the most horrible days of my life. I felt like I've lost a son, and frankly, not doing very well.
You can hear the emotion in his voice. Considered him a son.
Yeah, Jerry West credited with discovering Kobe Bryant, although he took issue with that and was very humble about it, saying, you know, Kobe made his own way and he was just fortunate enough to come across him at the right time. But, you know, I think some of the most emotional tributes have been from, you know, people in the basketball world, players, former players, people who knew how special Kobe Bryant was. And one of those people was Lakers legend Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. He posted a video on Twitter very early after this happened, reacting to the news of Kobe Bryant's death.
It's very difficult for me to put in words how I feel about the loss of Kobe Bryant. As a young boy, I met him when he was 11 or 12 years old. I was friends with his dad, Joe. We were former adversaries. Joe played for the 76ers, but he was a good friend and someone that I shared a friendship. And it's hard for me to understand now how this is affecting Joe and his wife. So to Kobe's family, I want to send my most sincere and heartfelt regrets and prayers, and my thoughts are with you guys. Kobe was an incredible family man. He loved his wife and daughters. He was an incredible athlete and a leader in a lot of ways. He inspired a whole generation of young athletes. He was one of the first ones to leave high school and come into the NBA and do so well, dominating the game and becoming one of the best scorers that the Los Angeles Lakers has ever seen. I had the privilege of being there when he scored his 81-point game, and it was something that I will always remember as one of the highlights of the things that I have learned and observed in sports. Kobe, my thoughts are with you. Absolutely. Rest in peace, young man. This loss it's just hard to comprehend. Go with God.
Touching, heartfelt words and beautiful memories from Laker great Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. Continuing coverage here continues on KCAL 9. The loss of Laker legend Kobe Bryant. Taking a live look right now at the Santa Monica Pier, where the Ferris wheel is now in purple and gold in his memory. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to our extended special breaking news coverage of the death of Kobe Bryant. Chris Holmstrom joining us now from the scene of the crash. That is where the helicopter went down earlier this morning. Chris, I know there's a big crowd out there. Can you describe the scene for us and tell us what you're seeing?
Yeah, that's right. You know, it's really heartbreaking out here, hearing all the fans and all the love that they have for Kobe Bryant. I mean, this is a man who has provided so much entertainment and so much fun for these families for years. But as far as that investigation goes, the crash happened in this mountain you see right behind me. It's hard to see, obviously, because it's dark out there. But every now and then you'll see investigators out here with flashlights. They're still trying to figure out what caused this helicopter to crash into this mountainside. We're also told the coroner's office will be out here as well. We're not sure exactly when that'll happen, but if you see it, you can see flashlights out there with the investigators. But I also want to talk about the fans that are out here. Now, they have been out here for a very long time. Now, a lot of them just left because there's actually church in the canyon right inside there. They're going to be doing a prayer service in just about 10 minutes. So people will be going inside there to give their respects to him as well. But I want to talk to this guy right here, Frankie. Frankie actually came from West Covina. You came around noon shortly after the news happened. Talk to me. How did you hear about what happened and what was your reaction to that?
Well, I woke up this morning and I looked at my phone and I saw TMZ and I was like, and it said Kobe Bryant has been in an accident, helicopter accident. I was like, I was shocked. I was like, what? Like, I didn't believe it. And like, I was like close by. I came and I saw and I was speechless. Like, I see, like, it makes me realize like how short life can be. Like you're just going on a ride and like things could just happen in seconds. Like, it makes me like appreciate more about life and like enjoy life to the fullest.
And obviously, you know, it makes a lot of people emotional about what happened. I want to say you are 22 years old, so you were born. Kobe was already schooling people out there on the, you know, in basketball. What has he meant for you? And you know, why is he such a living legend for you, aside from how amazing he was as a basketball player?
Well, he's been like someone like very important to me because I looked up to him because he always like wanted to like strive for the best, and like he always like motivated others. Like, for example, LeBron James, he looks up to him so much that he spoke about him like yesterday, and it's like crazy, like something like this happens like the next day. Like, he was like congratulating him about all these things, and like that he looked up to him, and like this is very like this tragic. It's like it's hurtful and like it's unbelievable and speechless, and like, it gets you thinking.
And obviously, coming here to the crash site, you know, where it happened at, you could have also went to the Staples Center. Why did you choose Calabasas?
Because I wanted to see for myself like the site, and also too like the Grammys are going on right now. Like, it was gonna be like so full, and I was like closer to here, so I wanted to see for myself. And I got to see, and it was just very speechless. I have no words. Like, I had no words. Like, when I was looking at that, it was like heartbroken.
Well, thank you so much for talking. I appreciate it. Stay strong. And Juan and Sarah, this is just one of many people out here, and you can just hear in their voice, hear in their emotion, just how much this is hitting them. You know, a lot of people are asking, how did something like this happen? You know, at this point, we still don't know. Investigators are still investigating. I did speak to a man earlier today. He was walking his dog when the helicopter actually crashed into the mountain. He describes the area. He says there was so much fog out here. It was overcast that he could barely even see right in front of him. So that kind of gives you an idea of just how far or how hard it would be to fly that helicopter. He even mentioned that he helped LA County Fire when they were out here to locate where the helicopter was, because even they couldn't see. The fog was so bad. But definitely still a lot of questions. You know, it's into the night. Several hours later, investigators are still out here. So hopefully we'll get some answers. But in a situation like this, it'll definitely take some time.
Well, Chris,
Juan and Sarah will send it back to you guys in the studio.
Chris, for the fans thinking about going out there tonight, are officials blocking the road or not allowing people to come in at this point?
Yeah, the area is blocked off, as you can see right here on Las Virgenes, and they are, you know, fans are making their way. They're parking in nearby neighborhoods and walking over here. But it's definitely quieting down a little bit more, you know, as it gets into the night, because once that sun goes down, it gets pretty chilly, and a lot of those families with kids probably want to make sure their kids are staying warm. And also, as I talked about that prayer service that they have, that'll be going on, a lot of, you know, families went inside there as well to show their support in that way and hold on to their faith. But yeah, this area is blocked off, and it'll likely be blocked off for quite some time for sure.
All right, Chris Holmstrom reporting live from the scene of the crash there in the Calabasas area. Thank you so much for that update. We are obviously going to continue to follow this story. We have a lot of questions still that have yet to be answered. We're going to be checking in with local authorities and all of our sources here on KCAL 9 to bring you the very latest. For now, we're going to take a quick break.
Welcome back, everybody. I'm Juan Fernandez, along with Sarah Donchi, our continuing coverage of the loss of Laker legend Kobe Bryant.
Yeah, we have been seeing so many different areas where people are gathering, trying to remember Kobe and what he meant to all of them. One of the places where that's happening is at the Mamba Sports Academy. That was Kobe Bryant's training facility that he established there. This was off of Rancho Conejo Boulevard in Newberry Park in the Thousand Oaks area. Jake Reiner has been out there live for the last couple of hours. Jake, you know, I want to ask you, because I know you grew up here in LA as well. You are one of those people that just loves LA sports, loves the Lakers. Your family loves the Lakers. I wonder what was your reaction when you heard about this news?
I wanted it to be fake. I wanted it to not be real, and I was waiting for more substantial reporting to come through before I could really wrap my head around it, and I'm still in shock. It just doesn't seem real. It seems like we've really just, had a real dark day here in Los Angeles, but what has been incredible to watch, and I'll step out of the way so I can show you, is just the people that have been coming out here to mourn together. I just spoke with a fan who was talking to us about how you don't even need to say anything to anybody else, and a lot of these people don't know each other, but just standing there together looking at this makeshift memorial that people have built throughout the day, you don't need to say anything to anybody. And I think that one of the places that Kobe Bryant's presence is felt, and this is what this fan was describing to me, is this Mamba Sports Academy. This is a sort of a symbol of what he was able to do to bring back, to give back to the community, and that's kind of who he was. When we're talking about molding young minds and having young kids look up to him, young kids learning from him, this sort of Mamba mentality that he has always carried throughout his career. And it's been a pleasure pleasure to watch him growing up in Los Angeles, watching him win multiple championships. I've been alive. I'm thankful to be alive that I'm able to see, all 5 of the championships that he's won, and it sort of makes up for the fact that the Dodgers haven't won one since 1988. So it's been an incredible career to watch. The way he went out scoring 60 points in his final game was just the most Kobe thing you could ever think of. I mean, the guy was on his last leg. The team wasn't very good, and he basically willed them to victory, beating the Utah Jazz in his final home game, sort of like a walk-off hit a la Derek Jeter in his final at-bat at Yankee Stadium. So there's only a few players in the history of sports that could do that. And he was one of those guys that could, even when you thought the odds were stacked against them, or that you thought no way that the Lakers could come back and win this game, he would prove you wrong. And it's unbelievable. I've had many talks with people over the years about, who the greatest basketball player is of all time. And obviously everybody says Michael Jordan, but as a Lakers fan, I'm biased. I have to say Kobe, because you got to think about it. Who do you want with the game on the line in the fourth quarter with the ball? You want Kobe. He has ice in his veins. He hit more game-winning shots than I can remember. And even when he missed those game winners, you still wanted him to have the ball. So it's just an incredible outpouring of support here from all the Lakers fans throughout the day, Juan and Sarah. And I know, Sarah, you've been talking about it all day, growing up here, and just you don't really understand what he's meant to the city, what he's meant to everybody around him, and unless you've followed him throughout his entire life.
Mm-hmm. It's so true, Jake, and all of those stories that you tell. I think that is what we're hearing from so many people who grew up here and who love the Lakers. And we know Lakers are an interesting team because they have fans from all over the country, not just from the LA area.
That's true.
Where some of the other teams, maybe that's not as true. And Kobe had fans from all over the world. So, Jake, I really appreciate your perspective. I know you are a Los Angeles sports fan through and through, so we appreciate your memories and your take on Kobe and the tremendous loss that we all face now. Mm-hmm. What's so weird about this day, I think, Juan, you can agree, is that this was supposed to be a day of celebration in Los Angeles, and it is. The Grammys are on right now. A lot of people gathering in downtown LA at the very venue where Kobe spent much of his career, at Staples Center, honoring the biggest night in music. But there was this dark cloud over the event because the news broke just hours before the red carpet opened up.
Right when celebrities were probably getting ready in the makeup chairs, getting their hair ready, their dresses on, their tuxes on, and then they received this news. And we did talk to a lot of celebrities earlier today. Our Brittany Hopper was talking to them, and they were so impacted by it. You're at such a happy event. You want to smile, have a good time, but tonight a lot of the speeches at the Grammys are going to be including Kobe Bryant in their thanks, because, as you said, he meant so much to all of us. When he won, the team won, the city was electric. It was so exciting when the Lakers won, and of course when they didn't, we were just as sad, but always hopeful that next season, the next game, we'd pick it up again.
Yeah, Kobe was the guy to do it. So as we mentioned, we have been reporting from the red carpet prior to the Grammys and talking to a lot of celebrities about their reaction to this news. Here is what some of them had to say.
Well, Kobe was my friend. And what hurts me even more is to know that, as a dad myself, to know that his baby was on that plane, on that helicopter with him, and he was helpless to help her. It breaks my heart. My youngest son is a basketball fanatic, okay? And I had, when Michael Jordan was still playing, I had the opportunity to take him to meet Michael. Michael and I played golf together, so I had him meet Michael, and he was so elated. And then I had a chance to have him meet Kobe, and it was a great meeting.
I feel the sadness of this city. I feel the sadness in this room. I feel the sadness of my own heart breaking. So, and then you're also talking to a man. There's no middle for me. I won my first 2 Grammys today, but yet I just don't feel the joy that I would have been feeling. It's a different thing now, and it's just bittersweet. And he was nice, and he was one of the first guys when Old Town Road started breaking. He put up one of those little videos that just kind of helped it take that next step. And his family, some of the kids had came to Hannah Montana tapings. I felt everyone in the world felt like they knew Kobe and his family, and I'm a fan. I'm a huge fan, and I felt like I knew him just a little bit, just like everyone, enough to love him, you know. So it's a great deal of sadness. His attitude was what was a game changer, and the way he's touched so many kids' lives. I'm sure Lil Nas X would be the first to tell you. It's a mind like Kobe Bryant's that believed in doing the impossible and believed in going somewhere that no one had been before.
Well, the day started off with so much joy, and then, you know, I'm just brokenhearted, as are so many people, to lose Kobe Bryant and his daughter and whoever else was on that helicopter. It's just a day for us to remember to celebrate life every day. So we're dancing the finale, and we will be thinking of him when we're dancing in honor of Ken Ehrlich. We'll think of Kobe because he was all about young people and the arts.
It's an unusual feeling in the air, of course, today. For me, hearing about Kobe this morning, I don't know, I was filled with a sense of the importance of family and friendships and relationships with people and just the precious, you know, a gift of life and how just we don't know how long we're ever here for and the importance of everything that really matters.
We've been hearing that a lot, Sarah. Enjoy life to the fullest. Life is short. A lot of people thinking about this with what happened with Kobe Bryant.
I just think it's just so interesting to see how so many people, even if they didn't have that close personal connection with him, they say, I knew him well enough to love him. And I think a lot of people in LA are feeling that tonight.
Billy Ray Cyrus said that tonight. I knew him well enough to love him. All right, the loss of a legend. Continuing coverage here on KCAL 9 News continues right after this break.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of the sudden passing of Kobe Bryant. One of the things that we've seen in this era of social media is when news breaks like this, we see an almost instant reaction from people who knew and loved celebrities and people who have gone on before us. And one of the people I was most interested to hear from was Shaquille O'Neal. Obviously, long tenure of success with the Lakers with Kobe Bryant, basically the yin to his yang. And Shaquille O'Neal tweeted this: "There are no words to express the pain I am going through with this tragedy of losing my niece Gigi and my brother Kobe Bryant. I love you and you will be missed. My condolences go out to the Bryant family and the families of the other passengers on board. I'm sick right now."
It's very interesting because Shaq is not someone we hear a lot from, and here he is expressing his deepest sentiments. Also, former President Barack Obama tweeted this: Kobe was a legend on the court and just getting started in what would have been just as meaningful a second act. To lose Gianna is even more heartbreaking to us as parents. Michelle and I send love and prayers to Vanessa and the entire Bryant family on this unthinkable day.
One of the people that we heard reaction from after the news broke of Kobe Bryant's death was Doc Rivers. Doc was doing some pregame interviews. Obviously, the NBA went on somewhat business as usual today. Games were played, including the Clippers, who had a game, I believe, in Orlando. And Doc Rivers did a little bit of media, a little bit of press before the game started. And he had a very, very emotional reaction to the news of Kobe Bryant's death. And here's what he had to say.
Listen,
play a game right now?
you know, I don't know. I just don't have a lot to say. The news is just devastating to everybody who knew him, known him a long time. And, you know, he means a lot to me, obviously. You know, he was such a great opponent, you know. It's what you want in sports. He had that DNA that very few athletes can ever have. You know, the Tiger Woods and the Michael Jordans. You know, it's funny. I was getting to know him more since he retired. You know, yeah, this is a tough one. I mean, we have to go play. I mean, the news is just so devastating for Vanessa and his family, and there's just so many people he touched, you know. And you know, it's looking at my young players and seeing how emotional they are. They didn't even know him, you know, and it just tells you how far his reach was. So, I mean, this is just shocking news for all of us. And sorry, I don't have a lot to say. I just can't. I have to go talk to a team before a game and tell them to play a game.
What was your last interaction with Kobe like?
It was great. We were at a function 3 or 4 weeks ago, and we sat and talked for probably 45 minutes. You know, we always like to reminisce. We would always laugh at our versions of our losses. You know, when we beat them in 2008, he had his version, and when they beat us in 2010, I had my version, and we would laugh at how different we looked at the games. You know, this is a great loss for the league, and I thought he had so much more left to do. You know, and he was starting to do it. Never seen him happier, you know. So, I don't know.
Do you feel blessed that you were able to?
Yeah, I'm lucky that I was part. You know, I'm lucky that I, you know, got to coach and compete, you know, against him, and you know, and I feel for so many people. I mean, it's obviously his family. You know, I can't imagine. You know, Lou played with him. Ty Lue played with him. Cliff coached with him. Kawhi was very, very close with him, and so was Paul George. And he meant a lot of good for our league, and especially the competitive part of our league. So, you know, sometimes things don't make sense, you know, and there's times you should feel, you know, you just feel sad, You know, this is one of them, and you know you have to get through it. We will. We all will. We all have to be strong. You know, we laughed and joked about the mama mentality. You know, we're all going to need it right now. You know, and there's nobody. I think everybody right now is a Laker fan. You know, we're all Lakers today. You feel for that community, for Jeannie and everyone else. I think people think because you compete against people sometimes that you don't have a relationship with them and you don't like, and it's probably the exact opposite. I think sometimes the more you compete, the more respect you have for the opponent. You know. I would say that's the way I felt with Kobe, and so that's all. I just don't have a lot to say.
It's just really, really emotional sound from Doc Rivers there, in tears, frankly, uncontrollably crying after news broke of Kobe Bryant's death. And I just want to say there were several games played in the NBA today. Of course, some people online were critical of that, but very difficult to cancel a game at the last moment for many reasons. But it was a really hard day, and imagine how hard it was for players to get out there and play today. So many of them were in tears. Tim Duncan was crying, Tyson Chandler was crying, Austin Rivers was crying. Just so many people who were in tears today and had to find the strength to play a basketball game after this shocking news that really shocked the NBA to its core.
And for coaches like Doc Rivers, who has to rev up his team, fire them up for the next team, that's when he choked up the most, when he goes, I have to go into the locker room and talk to these young guys and tell them what's going on and still try to motivate them to play a good game.
Hard to imagine.
All right. Well, continuing coverage of the loss of a legend, Kobe Bryant, continues right after this short break. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to our continuing breaking news coverage of the sudden and tragic death of Kobe Bryant after a helicopter crash in Calabasas earlier this morning. As we mentioned before the break, NBA games went on as scheduled today. Obviously, that was a very difficult moment for players, for coaches, and for fans. And one of the most, I think, prominent moments that we saw, obviously, you knew that these games were going to pay tribute somehow to Kobe Bryant. Are these teams taking 24-second shot clock violations in honor of Kobe Bryant, basically letting the clock run there? And seeing that and just imagining, you know, for each and every player, even players who never played with Kobe Bryant, especially the younger players and players of other teams, he meant something to them in a way that's probably hard to understand for those of us who don't play in the NBA. This is a player who transformed a generation of athletes, not just basketball players. Someone who, this Mamba mentality, this idea that he was determined to perform under any circumstances, be it injury, be it illness. This Mamba mentality permeated basketball and transcended sports, frankly.
He had a 20-year career with the Los Los Angeles Lakers, bringing them to many championships there. And of course, the loss of Kobe Bryant is a loss to our city, a loss to the sport. And I even heard today, Sarah, from a friend of mine who's out of the country almost immediately. By the time I found out, he had found out, and he texted me, is it true? Did Kobe Bryant really die? And I confirmed the information for him. But a lot of people, this is a worldwide news, and a lot of people affected by it.
You know, and something interesting to note, obviously Kobe Bryant had just retired a couple of years ago and played one of the greatest games, I think, of his career in that final game, just because of, you know, what a tremendous performance it was. 60 points, really poignant, and he was very relaxed throughout that game. If I can remember, I think even the announcers who were calling the game made note of that. It was just the perfect ending to such a tremendous career that so many of us have watched. And I think what's really hard about this news, at least in my opinion, is that Kobe Bryant wasn't done. He had retired from the game, but he had his hands in so many things. And you know, we heard from Jim Hill and some of the reporting he did that, you know, he never got to see himself memorialized as a statue, or, you know, there was so much ahead of him in the way of accolades and, you know, Hall of Fame honors and things that, you know, that were still ahead of him, even though his basketball career had ended.
He's only 41 years old, so a very young man, and I think probably one of the most successful post-sports career than most people. He was a businessman, he was an author, and he still had so much more to do. If you went to his Twitter page, it even said that. It said producer, author, and of course father of 4 wonderful girls, and of course a husband to Vanessa, and a family that he loved very much. When we'd see him oftentimes courtside there at Laker games, you could see he'd look over to his daughter, he'd whisper in his ear. He was beaming. He was always so happy to be with his family. And I think those are those images that we're going to take away from this.
Absolutely. I think we watched his children grow up before our eyes, you know, punctuated by all of these championships that he won with the Lakers. And even on years where the team was not performing so well, there were several of those. There was this lull for quite some time, as of course Lakers fans and LA sports fans remember, where the Lakers were not doing well, and Kobe stuck by them, and he continued to try and do his best and perform at the highest level of the game. And I can say, as an athlete, so much of that is mental, and so much of that is really hard when the team overall may not be performing at the level you think that they can perform to. You know, he had the mental wherewithal to continue to perform at his best level. It was just amazing to see. We feel honored to witness his career and all of the things that he did for the Los Angeles area in the way of community outreach. There was a ton of that happened, especially over the course of the last few years. Our sports director, Jim Hill, has talked about, you know, his personal knowledge of Kobe Bryant actually helping young people go through school and paying for their college. And so there are stories that will come out over the course of the next few months and the course of the next few years that we never knew about Kobe and the lives that he touched, perhaps in private, that we were not aware, you know, of some of the kindnesses that he did for people in our community.
But what we are seeing tonight, of course, is how Kobe Bryant affected our community in different locations throughout Los Angeles, over at Staples Center where the Grammys are taking place, at the crash site as well as the Mamba Academy. People are gathering together just like in their own private moments of silence. They want to be with each other. Fans are grabbing their Laker gear. You can see this is a man who had a very large ripple effect in our community.
So true.
When he was a Laker and post-Laker as well. He used to coach his daughter's basketball team, and that is, I believe, where they were going this morning when this crash happened.
Yeah, this is some of the video from one of the games that was played earlier today at the Smoothie King Center. Obviously, a lot of tributes. And, you know, Juan, something I mentioned earlier in one of our previous hours as we continue to cover this breaking news here on KCAL 9, you know, the story doesn't end here. We're going to see funerals for these families. We're going to see a funeral for Kobe Bryant and his 13-year-old daughter, Gigi, who he loved. You know, he loved all of his children. He had a special bond with Gigi, of course, because of her love of the game of basketball. She wanted to continue his legacy. You know, it didn't matter to her that he never had a son. She was the basketball player that was going to carry his name on and continue his legacy on the court.
Didn't they call her Mini Mambo or something like that? I think she was the Mini Mamba.
She was the Mini Mamba. He said that she was very determined and that she had that Mamba mentality, if you will. But keep in mind, here in the LA area, we're going to see, you know, these remembrances of Kobe Bryant for months to come.
And as Doc Rivers told us in that interview there, we're all going to need that Mamba mentality now. We are all Lakers today.
All right. We are going to join you again at 10:30 6:30 for a special edition of Sports Central, remembering the life of Kobe Bryant. You do not want to miss that.
Yes.
We're going to have all kinds of highlights and special moments for you on that broadcast. But for now, we're going to say good evening to you, and we will rejoin you coming up on KCAL 9 News at 8 o'clock.
Let's roll, people.
You're good, go, go!
Interesting.
You don't know what to expect. Every day is different.
We're back.
We start our day early so you can wake up.
Hi, everyone. I'm Elaine Quijano. Thank you for joining us. NBA legend Kobe Bryant died in a helicopter crash in Calabasas, California, Sunday morning. Bryant was one of several people killed in the crash. His 13-year-old daughter, Gianna, also died. Tributes are pouring in for the former Lakers superstar who retired in 2016 after spending 20 years with Los Angeles. CBS News' Chris Martinez reports from Calabasas, California.
Basketball legend Kobe Bryant was killed in a helicopter crash in Southern California.
There were no survivors. We have a manifest that indicates that there was 9 people on board the aircraft, the pilot plus 8 individuals.
People near the